Welcome to Cello. At readcello.com, you create personalized novels based on your input. You can also find a library of ebooks and audiobooks just like this one. This free audiobook of The Weight of Forgotten Dreams is brought to you by readcello.com. Enjoy the book. The Weight of Forgotten Dreams has been written and narrated by the amazing team at readcello.com. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the emotional explorer, The Weight of Forgotten Dreams. Chapter 1, The Weight of Forgotten Dreams. Aiden stood alone in his small, sunlit bedroom, surrounded by canvases that leaned precariously against the walls. Each artwork told a story, unfinished yet filled with the promise of creation. His gaze fixed on one painting depicting a misty lake, its glassy surface dancing with shimmering reflections of a world just out of reach. As the morning light streamed through the open window, it cast gentle patterns on the wooden floor, illuminating the dust motes that swirled lazily in the air. A sense of calm washed over him, but as he lifted the brush to the canvas, doubt crept in like a shadow. He inhaled deeply, attempting to capture the inspiration that hung just beyond the surface of his mind. His heart raced with the familiar tug of ambition. This was the moment he could bring his vision to life, yet the weight of expectation beneath his skin held him back. With his fingers poised over the palette, Aiden hesitated, caught between the desire to create and the fear of imperfection. The echoes of past failures whispered in his ears, reminding him of the times he had fallen short, left with half-finished dreams at his feet. It was in this fragile moment, tinged with uncertainty, that the door swung open, and Mia stepped inside, her presence infectious and bright. Mia appeared at the open window, her laughter spilling into the room like sunlight. "Aiden, you can't spend another day hiding in here with your paints," she teased, her voice light and playful. She leaned against the frame, her arms crossed, one eyebrow raised as if daring him to respond. "Come on, the village festival is just around the corner. You promised you'd help me set up." Aiden's heart sank a little at the mention of the festival. He glanced away from the canvas, feeling the weight of expectation settle heavily on his shoulders. Mia's enthusiasm was infectious, and yet he hesitated, rooted in his insecurities about sharing his work with others. "I know," he replied, trying to summon a smile, "but I really want to make something special this time." Mia stepped further into the room, her expression softening as she noticed the unfinished painting. "Maybe you can showcase your art at the festival," she suggested, her tone filled with encouragement. Aiden shook his head, the idea unsettling him. "Not yet. It's not ready." She approached him, her eyes scanning the brushstrokes and colors, and for a moment the world outside faded, leaving only the echo of her beliefs in his mind. Aiden turned back to the canvas, his breath catching as he gazed at the image before him. Frustration bubbled up within him, a familiar companion in the face of creative endeavors. The colors felt muted, the strokes lacked the vibrancy he envisioned. All the while, the pressure to produce something worthy loomed large. He crumpled a failed sketch and tossed it aside, watching it flutter to the floor like a fallen leaf, a symbol of his inadequacy. "What's wrong?" Mia asked, detecting the shift in his mood as her playful demeanor faded. "It's just, I don't think I can do it," Aiden admitted, his voice barely above a whisper. He felt vulnerable, opening up about his struggle, fearing judgment. Mia moved closer, concern etched across her face as she searched for the right words to lift him. "I've seen you paint, Aiden. You have a gift. You just have to trust yourself," she urged, her sincerity wrapping around him like a comforting blanket. He forced a smile, but the weight of his dreams pressed down, the shadows of self-doubt lurking at the edges of his mind. "Maybe you're right," he said, looking back at the canvas, searching for a glimmer of hope amidst the uncertainty. Mia leaned against the easel, her presence a reassuring anchor amidst Aiden's turmoil. "Have you thought about what it means to share your art?" she asked, her voice gentle yet probing. He hesitated, wrestling with the idea. "Honestly, I don't know if I'm ready for that," Aiden replied, feeling a knot tighten in his stomach. "What if people don't like it? Or worse, what if they think I'm not good enough?" Mia sighed softly, understanding the fears swirling in his mind. "Aiden, every artist faces that fear. It's part of the process. But what's more important is expressing yourself, You never know who might find inspiration in your work, she encouraged, her eyes locking onto his with unwavering support. He appreciated her belief in him, yet doubt gnawed at his heart. Maybe it's just easier to keep my art to myself. Mia shook her head, determination flashing in her eyes. Isn't that the same as hiding your light? Art is about connection. It's meant to be shared. Aiden pondered her words, feeling a flicker of possibility. But with that flicker came anxiety, a fear of vulnerability that threatened to consume him. Maybe, he murmured, glancing back at the canvas, the image still incomplete but brimming with potential. With Mia beside him, he felt a small surge of hope emerge, nudging him toward the precipice of his ambitions. Just then, the sound of laughter and distant music floated through the open window, a reminder of the village festival preparations underway outside. Mia straightened, her expression shifting to one of excitement. While you're finishing up, I need to go help with the decorations for the festival. You should come. It'll help you clear your head. Aiden looked toward the window, listening to the joyous sounds of the village, friends gathering, children running, and the scent of baked goods wafting in the air. Maybe I will, he said, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. Mia beamed, picking up a few of Aiden's sketches and holding them up. Imagine if you showcased your artwork at the festival. Think of the inspiration it could spark for others. He mulled over the idea, the thought of sharing something so personal both exhilarating and terrifying. Do you really think anyone would care? He asked, his voice laced with uncertainty. Absolutely. Your art deserves to be seen, she replied, her enthusiasm infectious. As Aiden contemplated her suggestion, he felt a mixture of fear and excitement brewing in his chest. All right, he finally said, a hint of determination creeping into his tone. Let's do it. Mia clapped her hands, her excitement spilling over, and Aiden felt a rush of energy at the prospect, pushing away the lingering doubts. Perhaps this festival was the opportunity he needed to step into the light. As Mia rushed out the door, her excitement palpable, Aiden remained alone in his room for just a moment longer. He turned back to his canvas, the unfinished scene of the lake calling to him, a reminder of his untapped potential. Taking a deep breath, he picked up his brush, feeling the familiar weight settle comfortably in his grip. With each stroke of color, he felt the tension he had been holding release, his mind opening to the possibilities ahead. He imagined vibrant lights, children laughing, and the warmth of community filling the air. As the sounds of the festival reached his ears, Aiden envisioned himself stepping into the village square, sharing his art with the very people who inspired him. Each brushstroke became a promise to himself, a commitment to not just capture beauty, but to share it, to connect. Resolute, he set the brush down and took one last glance at the painting before walking to the door. With a final look back at his room, his sanctuary and prison, he stepped outside, ready to embrace whatever awaited him at the festival. Aiden felt the thrill of possibility surge within him, excited for a day that would undoubtedly change everything. Chapter 2, The Call to Adventure. Aiden entered the bustling village square, the vibrant colors of the festival enveloping him like a warm embrace. Stalls adorned with flowers and brightly colored fabrics lined the path, each one bursting with the scent of baked goods and spices. Laughter echoed, mingling with the lively music that floated through the air, compelling Aiden to absorb the joyful spirit around him. Children darted past, their faces painted and laughter ringing as they chased each other, embodying the innocence and freedom that Aiden longed to capture in his art. He felt a twinge of nervous excitement. This was a different world than he had just left. As he moved deeper into the square, familiar faces greeted him, villagers who had watched him grow, each smile and cheer a thread weaving him back into the fabric of community life. With each step, he felt the weight of doubt dissipate, replaced by a determination to share his work and connect with those who had inspired him. Aiden spotted Mia at a nearby stall, busy arranging decorations with infectious energy that drew a crowd. She caught sight of him, her eyes lighting up as she waved him over, and he felt a swell of gratitude for the support she always provided. Emboldened by the atmosphere, he prepared himself for the next step in his journey, one that would intertwine his art with the heartbeat of the village. Aiden moved closer to Mia, who was tying vibrant ribbons to the edge of a stall. "Looks amazing," he said, a genuine smile spreading across his face as he took in the festive atmosphere she was creating. "Thanks, but I need your help with the finishing touches. Can you hang those lanterns up high?" she replied, gesturing to a stack of colorful paper lanterns waiting to be hung. He nodded and quickly got to work, his hands deftly tying the lanterns to the ropes draped overhead. As he climbed up on a stool to reach, Aiden felt a sense of purpose flow through him. Each lantern he hung represented not just decoration, but the spirit of community and the support of those around him. With each completed lantern, he felt more connected to the festival, more united with the village. "Mia, this is really coming together," he called down, noticing how the colors began to dance in the wind, casting playful shadows across the cobblestones. "Just wait until the sun sets. It'll look like magic," she exclaimed, her excitement contagious as she handled the preparations with ease. As they worked side by side, Aiden felt the initial doubts about sharing his art fade. This festival wasn't just an opportunity for him. It was a chance to engage with the community in a way he hadn't before. With every step, he was reclaiming his connection to the village, breathing life into both the decorations and his own aspirations. As Aiden stepped down from the stool, he noticed a group of villagers gathered nearby, their whispers filled with anticipation and excitement for the festival. Curiosity piqued. He approached them, wanting to join in their energy. "Hey, what's happening?" he asked, trying to catch the drift of their conversation. One of the villagers, a woman named Lyra, turned to him, her face bright. "We were just talking about the art competition. There are so many talented artists entering this year." Aiden's heart raced at the mention of the competition. "Really? Who's competing?" he inquired, trying to suppress the surge of anxiety that bubbled up inside him. "Some of the older artists from out of town and a few familiar faces from here. It's going to be tough," she replied, a flicker of concern crossing her brow. Aiden felt a pang of doubt creep in again. "Do you think they'll accept my work?" he asked, his voice dropping slightly. Lyra smiled gently, sensing his hesitation. "Of course. Your art has its own charm. Remember, it's about expressing yourself. Just be brave enough to share it." The encouragement offered him a glimmer of hope, even as his self-doubt loomed large. "Thanks, Lyra," he said, forcing a smile as he turned to rejoin Mia, grappling with the mix of excitement and fear ignited by the competition. In the shade of the nearby trees, Aiden could feel his breath quickening at the challenge ahead, a conflict rising within him between hesitation and determination. As he reached Mia, he could practically feel the weight of the upcoming festival resting on his shoulders, his mind racing with thoughts of everyone's expectations. As they finished decorating the stall, Aiden glanced back toward the gathering crowd. The air buzzed with energy, laughter mingling with music, filling the atmosphere. Despite Lyra's encouragement, his mind raced with uncertainty about the competition and whether he would actually be able to showcase his art. "What if I don't measure up?" he asked Mia, who had been organizing the nearby supplies. She paused, placing her hands on her hips, a teasing smile breaking across her face. "Aiden, you've created incredible pieces, and you know that. It's not about measuring up. It's about being true to your vision." He looked at her, searching for sincerity in her words. "But what if others see me as just a dreamer?" he replied, the doubt creeping back into his voice. Mia stepped closer, her expression softening. "What matters is that you take this chance. You won't know unless you try. Besides, it's not like the other artists will judge you. They'll just appreciate art, just like you do." Her encouragement offered a glimpse of hope, lighting a small spark of determination in his heart. "Okay, you're right. I need to believe in myself," he said, finally finding his footing amidst the anxiety. He took a deep breath, returning his focus to the preparations as festival goers continued to filter in, excitement washing over him as the realization hit that this day was about more than just a contest. It was about connection, art bringing them all together in a celebration of creativity. "Let's get everything ready," Aiden exclaimed, a newfound resolve bolstering his actions as they worked together, bustling with anticipation for the festival to unfold. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden glow over the village square, Aiden stepped back to admire their completed stall. The colorful decorations swayed gently in the breeze and the vibrant artwork he had displayed seemed to come alive in the evening light. "Look at that," Mia exclaimed, gesturing to a group of children who were captivated by Aiden's paintings, their eyes wide with wonder. Aiden's heart swelled with pride as he witnessed their joy and curiosity. It made every lingering doubt feel insignificant. Just then, the village elder approached, her face illuminated with a warm smile. "Aiden, I hear you have some wonderful pieces to share today," she said, her voice filled with encouragement. "Thank you," he replied, feeling a mix of validation and nervousness. As the festivities commenced, villagers began to gather around, filling the air with laughter and chatter. Aiden took a moment to breathe, soaking in the atmosphere, and realizing that this was truly a celebration of his passion. Feeling the pressure to engage, he stepped forward, ready to share not just his art, but the stories behind each piece, connecting with those who appreciated his work. Aiden felt invigorated, ready to embrace the moment and the new experiences that awaited him. Aiden took a deep breath, stepping forward to engage with the gathering crowd. "Thank you all for coming," he began, his voice steady yet filled with excitement. He pointed to one of his paintings, a depiction of the misty lake that had first inspired him, and shared the story behind it, the memories of his mother and the encouragement she had given him. The villagers listened intently, some nodding in understanding as they leaned closer. He felt invigorated, their attention igniting a spark of confidence within him. As he moved to another piece, a vibrant portrayal of the village during the festival, he noticed Mia beaming with pride from the sidelines, her support lifting his spirits even higher. Suddenly, a small boy pulled at his sleeve, eyes wide with curiosity. "Did you paint this?" he asked, a sense of awe in his voice. Aiden smiled, crouching to meet the boy's gaze. "Yes, I did!" And this one shows how our village comes alive during celebrations. As he spoke, the boy's face lit up, mirroring Aiden's own joy in creating art. In that moment, Aiden grasped the profound connection between artist and audience, a bond that transcended his earlier fears. The festival swirled around him, but all he could feel was the communal spirit enveloping them, reinforcing his decision to share his art and paving the way for future engagements and relationships. Chapter 3: The Path of Trials. Aiden woke before dawn, the soft light of the rising sun filtering through his window and casting a golden hue across his room. He sat up slowly, stretching as he mentally prepared for the day ahead. The village festival had awakened something within him, a desire to explore not only his art, but the world beyond the boundaries of his home. After a quick breakfast, he gathered his sketchbook, brushes, and a few supplies, feeling the familiar weight of his passion settle comfortably in his hands. Today was different. A spark ignited inside him, a determination fueled by the connections he had forged during the festival. Stepping outside, he inhaled the crisp morning air, the scent of dew-covered grass and blossoming flowers enveloping him. As the village slowly stirred to life, Aiden made his way towards the outskirts, where the forest loomed, dark and inviting. He remembered the stories of old that spoke of adventure and the unknown within its depths, and he felt a mix of excitement and trepidation as he approached the tree line. With a steadying breath, he took his first step into the woods, a part of him anticipating the challenges that lay ahead. Each step echoed with promise, and Aiden felt the thrill of possibility surge within him, ready to uncover the truths hidden just beyond his familiar world. As Aiden stepped deeper into the forest, the sounds of the village faded, replaced by the rustling of leaves and the distant chirping of birds. Sunlight filtered through the canopy, casting playful shadows on the forest floor, creating a dance of light and darkness that fascinated him. He paused to take in the vibrant flora around him, the colors more dazzling than he had ever seen. With each step, curiosity bubbled within him, and he pulled out his sketchbook, eager to document the beauty he encountered. Aiden found a patch of wildflowers blooming in a riot of colors and knelt down, pencil flying across the page as he captured their delicate shapes and nuances. Each stroke felt invigorating, a connection he hadn't realized he craved, grounding him in this new experience. Suddenly, a flutter of movement caught his eye. A small, bright-colored bird landed nearby, watching him curiously. He stopped drawing and observed the creature, marveling at its elegance. As the bird flitted from branch to branch, Aiden felt a whisper of inspiration, deepening his sense of purpose in this unfamiliar setting. He continued on the path, discovering new sights, moss-covered rocks, gnarled tree roots, and the soft trickle of a hidden stream. With every new marvel, he embraced the interactions, reminiscing about the village and how different this world was, yet woven into it in ways he was only beginning to understand. The forest, once intimidating, now felt like a canvas waiting for his brush, inviting him to explore its depths further. Aiden's excitement surged as he ventured deeper, but he soon came across a narrow gorge, its steep sides covered in thick underbrush and rocks. The path forward curved away from the main trail, the rough terrain making it difficult to navigate. He paused, glancing at the vastness of the forest around him, considering his options. "Should I go back or find a way across?" he muttered to himself, uncertain of which direction would lead him closer to his goal. As Aiden contemplated, he heard rustling nearby. From the shadows emerged a figure, a seasoned woodsman named Jarek, known for his expertise in navigating the forest's labyrinthine paths. "Lost, are you?" Jarek asked, a knowing smile spreading across his face. Aiden chuckled nervously, realizing he had indeed strayed from familiar ground. "I'm trying to get to the other side," Aiden replied, gesturing toward the gorge. Jarek surveyed the area, Hubble then pointed to a series of sturdy vines dangling from a bridge of boulders. "Use those to swing across. It's safer than climbing down. Just remember, take your weight slowly." With a nod of gratitude, Aiden gathered his courage and approached the vines, observing the way Jarek moved effortlessly through the terrain. Jarek's confidence inspired Aiden, reminding him of his own journey toward self-assurance. "Thanks for your help." Aiden called back as he braced himself to climb. "Be careful. This forest can surprise you," Jarek cautioned, his tone serious. Taking a deep breath, Aiden secured the vines in his grasp and swung across the gorge, adrenaline surging as he landed safely on the other side. With a victorious smile, he turned back to wave at Jarek, who offered a thumb up. That small victory marked another step in Aiden's journey, solidifying his resolve to navigate the complexities ahead. Emerging from the thick brush on the other side of the gorge, Aiden felt a rush of exhilaration coursing through him. With newfound confidence, he pressed forward, eager to explore further. As he rounded a bend in the path, he stumbled upon a hidden glade bursting with vibrant wildflowers and the gentle sound of a babbling brook. The sight took his breath away, the colors so vivid they seemed to pulse with life. Aiden knelt by the stream, dipping his fingers into the cool water, delighting in the refreshing sensation. Suddenly, the tranquility was shattered by the sounds of rustling leaves nearby. From the shadows emerged a group of forest creatures, cautious yet curious, watching him closely. One particularly bold deer stepped forward, its eyes intelligent and aware, as if testing the boundaries of this interloper in its domain. Aiden, feeling a mix of awe and humility, slowly reached for his sketchbook to capture the essence of the moment. The beauty of nature, the coexistence of life and his role within it. As he sketched, he became aware of the creature staring at him, its steady gaze easing his nerves and encouraging his creativity. In that moment of connection, Aiden realized that he belonged here, part of this vibrant world, no longer just an observer, but someone who could engage and contribute. This revelation fueled his resolve as he finished his drawing, promising to not only embrace this beauty, but also share it with others. Each stroke of his pencil, a testament to his newfound understanding of the connection between art and life. As Aiden finished the sketch, he felt a wave of contentment wash over him, the connection to nature fueling his creativity. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence, startling him. "Impressive work, young artist." Aiden turned to see a woman standing at the edge of the glade, her presence commanding yet serene. She was clad in earthy tones, blending seamlessly with her surroundings, and Aiden sensed an aura of wisdom emanating from her. "Who are you?" he managed, curiosity piquing despite the initial surprise. "I am Elowen, a protector of this forest," she replied, stepping closer, her eyes sparkling with the depth of ancient knowledge. "I've been watching you. You possess a unique gift." Aiden felt a blush of pride at her words, yet couldn't help but question the sincerity of the compliment. "What do you mean?" he asked cautiously, still overwhelmed by the encounter. Elowen gestured to the sketchbook, the image of the deer still fresh on the page. Your ability to see and capture the beauty around you is a rare talent. But remember, every artist must also battle their doubts. Aiden's insecurities surfaced again, the weight of expectations pressing down. I want to share my art, but what if no one appreciates it? He confessed, vulnerability creeping into his voice. Elowen smiled gently, her wisdom apparent. It is not for others to define the value of your art. Create for yourself and let your heart guide you. That is the true essence of an artist. Her words resonated deeply within Aiden, igniting a spark of confidence amidst the lingering doubts. With renewed clarity, he shared his desire to explore and connect the beauty of the forest with his audience back home. Then let us create together, she suggested, her eyes twinkling with enthusiasm. Aiden nodded, the prospect of collaboration filling him with excitement as he prepared to embrace this unexpected opportunity, ready to learn and grow through the experience. Elowen led Aiden deeper into the forest, guiding him through a tapestry of diverse flora and fauna. Each step revealed new wonders, a canopy of rich green leaves, clusters of vivid flowers, and the distant sound of a cascading waterfall. Here, she said, stopping in a small clearing, sunlight pouring through the trees like liquid gold. Aiden's breath caught in his throat. It was stunning, and he felt a rush of inspiration flood his senses. Take a moment to observe, Elowen instructed, her voice soft but firm. As he soaked in the beauty, Aiden reached for his sketchbook, eager to capture this moment. He began to draw, the pencil gliding effortlessly across the page, inspired by the interplay of light and shadow. What do you see? Elowen asked, observing quietly as Aiden worked. The way the light dances on the water, the harmony of colors, it feels alive, he replied, words tumbling out in excitement. Remember, art is not just about representation, but about feeling and connection, she encouraged, guiding him to notice not only the physical, but the emotional essence of his subjects. As Aiden sketched, he experimented with capturing the movement of the leaves in the breeze, something he had never thought to focus on before. Elowen watched him with a knowing smile, her presence both grounding and liberating, urging him to embrace the process and trust his instincts. When he stepped back to admire his work, a surge of pride washed over him. This is different, he said, surprised by how much his perspective had shifted in such a short period. Good art comes from understanding your connection to the world, Elowen replied, her wisdom resonating deeply. Aiden felt the thrill of possibility as he realized he was not just an observer, but an integral part of this vibrant tapestry. This encounter would shape his journey as he prepared to share his newfound insights and artistry with the village, fueling his commitment to growth and expression. Chapter 4, The Gathering Storm. As Aiden continued to sketch in the clearing, a sudden rustle in the underbrush interrupted the peaceful atmosphere. The sound was low and urgent, drawing his attention away from the delicate hues of the flowers. He turned, heart racing, instinctively gripping his pencil tighter, bracing himself for an unexpected encounter. Elowen raised a hand, signaling for silence, her expression shifting to one of alertness. Stay close, she whispered, her eyes scanning the tree line, revealing a mixture of caution and readiness. Aiden felt the energy shift around them, the calm replaced by a palpable tension. Emerging from the shadows, a group of dark figures appeared, creeping closer through the brush. Aiden's breath caught in his throat as he recognized the mercenaries they had faced before, approaching with menacing grins. Looks like we found the little artist and his new friend, the leader taunted, stepping forward, his gaze settling on Aiden with a mixture of amusement and contempt. Thought you could hide in the shadows, did you? Elowen stood protectively beside Aiden, her stance firm, her instincts razor-sharp. Run, she urged lowly, a sense of urgency rippling through her voice. Aiden's mind raced, and he could feel the weight of the situation pressing down on him. He remembered the lessons of adaptability and connection from his recent journey. But now, he was faced with a choice. Bolster Elowen's suggestion to flee, or find a way to stand firm against the intimidation of their adversaries. Aiden took a deep breath, recalling the importance of facing their fears rather than retreating into shadows. We need to confront them, he said, resolve cracking through the fear that gnawed at him. Elowen's eyes widened, and Aiden wondered if he had made the right call. The mercenaries chuckled darkly, drawing closer. But Aiden felt a spark of determination ignite within him. He stepped forward, standing shoulder to shoulder with Elowin, ready to defend what he had come to cherish. Aiden squared his shoulders, taking a step forward as Elowin hesitated beside him. "Leave us alone," he called out, his voice steadier than he felt. The lead mercenary sneered, eyes glinting with mockery. "Oh, look at the little artist trying to play the hero. How adorable." The tension in the air thickened, and Aiden felt Elowin's presence as a stabilizing force. He glanced at her, taking in her focused demeanor, and realized he had someone beside him who believed in standing their ground. The mercenaries advanced, and Aiden quickly scanned the surroundings, searching for anything that might aid them. "Stay behind me," he instructed Elowin, his instinct kicking in as he looked for a strategy. He recalled a lesson from their journey. Sometimes the best offense is a good defense. "Let's use the terrain to our advantage," he whispered, pointing toward a cluster of large rocks nearby. Elowin nodded, understanding his intent as they moved to position themselves defensively behind the rocks. "Now, what's your plan, little artist?" Rook taunted, leaning against a tree with a smirk that suggested he didn't take Aiden seriously. Fueled by determination, Aiden considered their options. He gestured for Elowin to gather some nearby branches while he prepared to utilize the brush as unexpected cover. "Just wait," Aiden replied, a newfound confidence coursing through him. He picked up a fallen branch, ready to use it as a makeshift weapon if necessary. The steady thump of his heart echoed as he prepared to face the mercenaries, realizing that this moment would test everything he had learned during his journey. With Elowin by his side and the surrounding forest imbued with a sense of urgency, Aiden steeled himself for the confrontation, prepared to protect what he had come to stand for. As the mercenaries closed in, Aiden's senses heightened, adrenaline coursing through his veins. He could hear the rustling of leaves and the taunting laughter of the enemy, a stark reminder of the danger they faced. "Let's see what you're made of, artist," the leader shouted as he drew closer, brandishing his weapon with a swagger that made Aiden's stomach twist. Aiden could feel the weight of their eyes on him, the tension thickening as he braced himself, heart pounding. "On my signal," Aiden whispered to Elowin, who nodded, her expression steely with focus. The lead mercenary lunged forward, followed by his comrades, and instinct kicked in. "Now!" Aiden shouted, signaling to Elowin, who hurled herself into action, using her agility to create distractions with the branches they had gathered. As the first enemy approached, Aiden swung the makeshift weapon, his movements fueled by both fear and resolve. The impact connected, throwing the mercenary off balance, and Aiden felt an unfamiliar rush, a combination of fearlessness and purpose. "Keep moving," he instructed, blending command with urgency, as the chaos of the confrontation unfolded around him. Elowin darted from side to side, using her knowledge of the forest to evade attackers and create opportunities for Aiden to strike. The teamwork, born from their earlier discussions, began to take shape, and Aiden felt the strength of their unity push him forward. Despite the fear clawing at him, he focused on coordinating their efforts, directing Finn and Rook where to position themselves for the best advantage. This moment, this test of courage, wasn't just about individual bravery. It was about leading his allies through the storm, proving his worth not only to himself, but to the group as a whole. Amidst the chaos of the skirmish, Aiden heard a familiar voice cut through the noise. "Stay focused, Aiden. We need to watch each other's backs." It was Rook, and his commanding tone snapped Aiden back to the moment at hand. Aiden glanced over to see Rook deflecting an attack, his movements sharp and precise. Inspired, Aiden remembered their earlier discussions about relying on each other's strengths. He moved to flank an enemy charging toward Mia, using the large rock for cover. With a deep breath, he swung his makeshift weapon low, catching the assailant off guard and causing him to stumble. "Elowin, now!" Aiden shouted, the urgency in his voice propelling him forward. Elowin seized the opportunity, darting past Aiden to engage the dazed attacker, her movements fluid and practiced. "Nice work," she called back with a flick of her wrist, injecting a burst of encouragement into the fray. Aiden couldn't help but smile. their teamwork giving him a surge of confidence amid the unfolding turmoil. But just then, another enemy emerged from the shadows, swinging a heavy club toward him. Aiden barely dodged, feeling the wind from the swing graze his shoulder, and instinctively dropped low. "Regroup," he called out, seeking the safety of their earlier strategy while navigating the heated engagement. Amidst the noise, Aiden felt the pressure mounting. In this chaos, he had to reaffirm not just his path, but the strength of the team working collectively. "Focus on the plan," he reminded everyone, noting how their earlier preparations were vital to maintaining organization during the confrontation. His determination flared as he pushed through fear, knowing that for every moment they engaged, they were growing closer to victory together. With the battle raging around him, Aiden felt a swell of responsibility as he took in the chaos. One of their own, a mercenary named Clara, was pinned against a tree, struggling to fend off an attacker. Without hesitating, Aiden sprinted toward her, instinctively reaching for a nearby branch to defend her. "Hold on, Clara, I'm coming," he shouted, adrenaline fueling his speed. He leaped forward just as the enemy raised their weapon, aiming for Clara. Aiden swung his branch with determination, striking the mercenary hard enough to knock them away from Clara, who gasped in surprise at his swift intervention. "Get back to the others," he urged her, his voice steady but urgent as he assessed her injuries. Clara nodded, grimacing but grateful, before retreating to regroup with the rest of the team. Aiden felt a rush of satisfaction at having acted quickly, knowing that he had made a difference in that moment. However, the relief was short-lived. Another enemy emerged, charging toward him with ferocity, determined to retaliate. Aiden felt his heart race again, but this time he stood his ground, using the skills he had honed during their journey. "Come on," he called out, encouraging his allies to back him up as he faced the advancing threat. Feeling the growing bond between him and his team bolster his resolve. He was no longer just an artist with a brush, but a leader defending his friends, carving his path through adversity. The clash continued, and Aiden found himself in the thick of the fray, adrenaline coursing through him. He dodged an incoming strike, instinct leading him to pivot and swing his branch again, this time aiming at the creature's legs. The impact sent the enemy stumbling, and he seized the moment to push forward, rallying the group with fervor. "Now, we can turn this," he shouted, urging his allies to capitalize on the disarray. Pushing back his initial fears, he felt the unity of the team surge around him, each member contributing to the chaos with determination. Elowen darted past him, her agility allowing her to distract an opponent as she moved like a shadow, quick and purposeful. Finn joined Aiden, his earlier hesitance replaced with resolve, as they fought back-to-back against the advancing enemies. "Let's finish this," Finn declared, adrenaline sparking in his eyes, and Aiden felt a rush of camaraderie empower him. With renewed confidence, Aiden led the charge, pushing the enemy back further. But just as hope seemed to bloom, a new threat emerged. A larger creature, darker and more imposing than the rest, stepped out from the shadows, halting their advance. The air shifted, tension flooding the clearing as everyone paused, the realization of a greater danger setting in. Aiden's heart raced, but he held his ground, meeting the creature's gaze with determination. In that moment, he recognized the importance of leading with clarity and strength, his journey shaping him into a force capable of inspiring confidence in others. "Stay together," Aiden called out, his voice cutting through the fear, reminding everyone of their shared purpose as they prepared for the next challenge ahead. Chapter 5, The First Test. As the dust settled from the chaotic skirmish, Aiden felt the weight of their victory slowly morph into a heavy burden. The clearing was littered with remnants of the battle, bodies sprawled and anguished cries ringing out from injured allies. He stood frozen for a moment, taking in the gravity of what they had faced and the cost of their triumph. "That was too close," Mia said breathlessly, moving to check on a nearby mercenary. Aiden glanced around. The exhilaration of the moment had evaporated, replaced with the stark reality of loss and injury. He stepped forward, determined to assess the situation, but the adrenaline still coursing through him made it hard to think clearly. "Check for injuries," he called out, trying to channel his feelings into action. "Elowen, help those who need medical attention." The sound of hurried movements filled the air as his allies scrambled to follow his orders, but Aiden could sense an undercurrent of unease. Some mercenaries exchanged glances, wavering in their confidence after facing the powerful creature, their trust in Aiden's leadership hanging by a thread. Aiden felt the weight of their scrutiny press against him, and he knew he had to act quickly to maintain their resolve. As he knelt beside Finn, who had sustained a minor injury, he focused on healing rather than the chaos all around, reaffirming his commitment to protect his friends and regroup for the next steps. Aiden focused on Finn, concerned as he examined the shallow cut on his arm. "Just hold still for a moment," Aiden instructed gently, pulling out the herbs they had gathered earlier. The chaos of the skirmish faded into the background as he broke the leaves apart and mixed them, recalling Eldon's guidance on creating soothing salves. Finn winced slightly at the sting of the makeshift remedy, but gave Aiden a grateful nod. "You really jumped in there back there," Finn said, a flicker of admiration in his eyes amidst the pain. "Had to," Aiden replied, trying to keep his voice steady as he applied the salve. "I didn't know you could handle yourself like that." Aiden felt a swell of pride at the compliment, realizing that each moment was an opportunity to reinforce trust and camaraderie. Just then, Mia joined them, helping to bind Finn's wound with makeshift bandages. "Good job," she remarked to Aiden, "taking charge back there. We all needed that." Her appreciation felt like a lifeline amid the tensions that had arisen. "A leader isn't about being fearless, it's about caring for the team," Aiden replied, a newfound sense of purpose isolating his earlier doubts. As they finished tending to Finn, Aiden felt a sense of clarity rise within him, a recognition that their strength lay not only in their individual capabilities, but in the bonds they continued to forge through these trials. He knew they would need that strength for the challenges yet to come, feeling the solidarity of his allies reinforce his resolve. As they took a moment to regroup, Aiden glanced around at the faces of his allies, each reflecting a mix of relief and lingering apprehension. The battle had rattled everyone, and he felt the weight of their expectations pressing heavily on his shoulders. "Okay, everyone," Aiden said, raising his voice to gather attention. "Let's focus on what we can do next." Rook stepped forward, arms crossed over his chest, skepticism still evident in his expression. "What about the ambush?" "We can't keep charging into danger without a plan," he challenged, frustration creeping into his tone. Aiden matched Rook's gaze, feeling the urge to defend his leadership swell within him. "I know we need a strategy, but we also need to adapt to what just happened. We can't let fear control our choices," Aiden replied firmly, his voice steady despite the turmoil inside. Finn nodded in agreement, standing up straighter. "If we're going to keep moving forward, we need to rally together. Aiden's right. We can't lose hope," he added, echoing the spirit of unity Aiden had fostered. The tension began to ebb as Aiden looked to the rest of the group, urging them to consider their recent victory, even in the face of challenges. "Let's assess our resources and gather intelligence. We can set traps, and if we remain vigilant, we can turn the advantage to our favor," Aiden suggested, his confidence returning as he spoke. Mia moved to Aiden's side, her presence a bolster to his renewed leadership, encouraging the others to engage with ideas as they started brainstorming. As they discussed new strategies and plans, Aiden felt a sense of camaraderie begin to wash over them, instilling a belief that together they could navigate whatever lay ahead. He realized that his earlier commitment to adapt was paying off, shaping them into a cohesive unit on the brink of achieving something greater. The group worked diligently, gathering their supplies and strategizing based on Aiden's new insights. As they began setting traps along the paths that they anticipated the dark creatures might take, Aiden moved among them, offering guidance, but also allowing room for input. He watched as Finn and Mia collaborated, crafting makeshift snares from vines and branches, their camaraderie evident in their banter. "Make sure we angle it just right," Finn directed, laughter bubbling in his voice, momentarily dispelling the tension from earlier. "Don't worry, I've got this," Mia replied confidently, tying knots with practiced ease. Aiden felt a surge of pride, realizing how collaboration was blossoming within the group, each member contributing to the collective goal. As he turned to check on Rook, who was meticulously preparing a defense perimeter, he saw a flicker of doubt in Rook's eyes. "Are you sure this will work?" Rook asked, still hesitant about Aiden's leadership. Aiden approached him, determination firming his resolve. "Trust the plan, Rook. It's about working together, not just following orders. Your experience can steer us through any obstacles," Aiden replied, aware that his words needed to reassure not just Rook, but the entire group. Rook met his gaze, contemplating Aiden's statement, and nodded slowly, the tension easing as he returned to his task. With everyone focused on their roles, Aiden felt the growth in himself, a new maturity in his leadership style, balancing assertiveness with openness to collaboration. As the last trap was set, Aiden stepped back to admire their work, a sense of accomplishment blooming within him. He understood that their true strength lay not just in strategy, but in the bonds they had forged through shared struggles and victories, preparing them for whatever challenges lay ahead. With the preparations complete, Aiden gathered the group for a final briefing. The tension in the air was palpable, the urgency of their mission pressing down upon them as they exchanged worried glances. Aiden stood at the forefront, his voice steady as he thanked everyone for their hard work and dedication. "We're ready," he declared, looking around at the faces of his allies. "But we need to stay focused and adaptable once we begin. Trust in each other is our greatest asset." Mia stepped forward, looking around at the group. "She's right," she added, her tone brightening the mood. "We've faced challenges before, and each time we've come out stronger. We can do this." Finn nodded enthusiastically, echoing her sentiment. "Together," he exclaimed, his excitement igniting a spark among the group. However, Rook's skepticism flickered again as he shook his head. "Just remember, it won't be easy. We need to stick to the plan." Aiden met his gaze, feeling the tension pulse through the air. "I won't let us falter," he replied, firm in his conviction. "We've prepared for this moment, and together we can adapt. If something goes awry, we'll think on our feet." A murmur of agreement spread among the group, the tension slowly melting away under Aiden's leadership. He took a deep breath, feeling a wave of confidence settle within him. As they shared a final nod of camaraderie, Aiden knew that their collective strength, bolstered by trust and collaboration, would guide them through whatever darkness lay ahead. As they prepared to set off, Aiden felt the weight of responsibility settling on his shoulders once more. The path ahead was shrouded in uncertainty, but he could see the determination in the eyes of his allies, each reflecting a shared sense of purpose. "Let's gather our gear and move out," Aiden instructed, his tone firm and clear, while trying to keep the atmosphere upbeat. Armed with their supplies and the knowledge of their earlier triumphs, the group fell into formation behind him, ready to embark on the next chapter of their journey. Aiden led them forward, feeling a mix of excitement and resolve coursing through him. As they entered the denser part of the forest, the shadows lengthened, and the sounds of the wild enveloped them. The whispers of the trees and the rustling of leaves served as constant reminders of their surroundings. Aiden took a moment to appreciate the beauty surrounding him, grateful for the chance to experience it with allies by his side. While they moved cautiously, Aiden remained alert, a growing intuition guiding him as he recalled Eldon's teachings about trusting one's instincts. Suddenly, a faint sound caught his attention, a crackling in the underbrush. He halted, signaling the group to stop, and turned to them with a commanding whisper. "Stay alert. We're not alone." The group exchanged nervous glances, the atmosphere shifting back to one of tension. Aiden took a deep breath, ready to navigate whatever challenge lay ahead, confident in the unity they had forged. Their strength was in their bond, and he was determined to ensure they emerged from this trial together. Chapter 6: The Mentor's Guidance. As they delved deeper into the forest, the shadows thickened, creating an overwhelming sense of foreboding. Aiden led the way, his heart racing with excitement and apprehension, each rustle of leaves igniting his instincts. He could feel the weight of responsibility descending upon him once more, knowing that every choice would affect the group's fate. "Remember to stick together," he called back, his voice steady, trying to foster a sense of unity amidst the growing tension. Aiden glanced at Mia, who walked closely beside him, her expression determined yet contemplative. He appreciated her support, feeling it radiate through their shared purpose. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, sending a chill down Aiden's spine. He halted, instinctively raising a hand for silence, sensing the impending danger. "Everyone, be ready," he whispered, scanning the thick foliage around them, his heart pounding in his chest. A shadow flickered between the trees, and Aiden clenched his jaw, focusing on the movement. He'd prepared for challenges, but he could feel the tension coiling in the air, ready to snap. Drawing on every lesson he had learned, Aiden took a deep breath, pushing aside fear to embrace the leadership role he had grown into, determined to protect his friends no matter what awaited them in the shadows. The growl intensified, reverberating through the trees as Aiden's grip tightened around his makeshift weapon. He felt the heat of the moment surging within him, the anticipation electrifying the air, and his instincts kicked into high gear. "Ready yourselves," he commanded, voice low yet firm, rallying the group to prepare for confrontation. Mia stepped closer, eyes wide, but she nodded in solidarity, ready to follow Aiden's lead. As the creature emerged from the shadows, its eyes glinting with a predatory glare, Aiden felt a jolt of fear cliff dive into determination. It was a massive beast with dark matted fur and hunched shoulders, emanating an aura of menace that stilled the air around them. "Stay in formation," Aiden instructed, positioning himself at the front alongside Mia, who held her breath but remained steady. He scanned the creature, searching for vulnerabilities as it paced before them. Using the knowledge from their encounters, Aiden formulated a plan, motioning for Finn and Rook to flank it while he and Mia prepared to create a diversion. "On my signal, we distract it and move in," Aiden whispered, his heart racing but focused on his strategic thinking. Finn breathed heavily, adrenaline coursing through him, and Aiden shot him an encouraging glance, silently acknowledging the bond forming between them. The creature lunged forward, and Aiden shouted, "Now!" Mia threw one of the smoke bombs they had prepared, enveloping the creature in a cloud of confusion. Aiden charged forward, heart pounding, ready to capitalize on the chaotic moment, fully aware that every instant mattered as they fought to turn the tide in their favor. The smoke billowed around the creature, obscuring its vision and causing confusion as it thrashed wildly in the mist. Aiden felt a surge of adrenaline as he closed in, focusing on the sounds of movement around him, using the chaos as cover. "Now, Finn," he shouted, urging his companion to distract the beast further as he moved silently toward its flank. Finn, emboldened by Aiden's leadership, threw a nearby branch to create noise on the opposite side. The creature turned, growling in frustration, its focus shifting away from Aiden and Mia momentarily. Aiden seized the opportunity and signaled to Mia, who quickly moved to position herself near the creature's rear. "How do we take it down?" Mia asked, urgency lacing her voice as she tightened her grip on her weapon. "Let's try to trap it," Aiden replied, remembering their earlier preparations. As the beast regained focus, Aiden quickly jabbed a nearby branch toward its snout, keeping it distracted while Mia moved carefully to position the snares they had set before. The creature lunged at Aiden, but he dodged to the side, adrenaline sharpening his reflexes. "Watch out," Finn called out, alerting the others as the creature swung its massive paws. Aiden felt a flicker of doubt, but he pushed it aside, reminding himself of the teamwork they'd established. This wasn't just about him, it was about the group working together. "Now!" Aiden shouted again, as Mia finished setting the trap, pulling the rope to activate it just in time. The snare caught the creature's leg, causing it to stumble and howl in frustration, confusion reigning as Aiden felt the tension in the air shift. Encouraged by their progress, Aiden knew they had a chance if they maintained their focus and followed through on their plans. The creature thrashed against the trap, snarling and lashing out in rage. Aiden watched as its powerful limbs struggled, realizing they had momentarily shifted the tide of battle. "Mia, keep the pressure on. Aim for the legs," he called out, his voice cutting through the cacophony of the skirmish. Loyal and determined, she nodded and hurled another potion, this one aimed directly at the creature's exposed flank. The mixture exploded into a smoky cloud, temporarily stunning the beast, which howled loudly in discontent. Aiden felt a rush of adrenaline, transforming hesitation into action as he signaled for Finn to secure the other side of the trap. Help me stabilize it, Aiden shouted, running towards the creature to reinforce the snare, rallying Finn as they moved. As Finn hurried to obey, the creature's wrath turned again toward Aiden, its eyes blazing with fury. Rook, seeing the tension escalate, stepped forward despite the risk, readying his weapon to assist Aiden in containing the beast. "Get back!" Aiden shouted instinctively, worried for Rook's safety. But Rook's defiance shone through as he bellowed, "No, we finish this." Aiden felt a swell of admiration mixed with concern for the mercenary's bravery, recognizing that Rook was finally embracing the collective fight. With each movement, Aiden coordinated their efforts, ensuring that everyone played their part effectively, blending their strengths into a unified front. The creature strained against its restraints as Aiden closed in, determined to reclaim control of the situation and solidify their victory. "Together," he urged, as the allies surrounding him rallied to push back against their common enemy, reinforcing the bonds formed through shared struggles and renewed trust. With the creature momentarily subdued, Aiden took advantage of the fleeting opportunity to devise an immediate plan. He scanned the surroundings, noting the mercenaries moving in sync with one another, bolstered by Aiden's commands. "Let's push forward and keep it contained," he shouted, directing the group to close in around the creature, ensuring it couldn't escape. Mia dashed to Aiden's side, her expression a mix of determination and fear. "What's the plan?" she asked, breathless but ready to act. "Once we have it down, we can work together to neutralize it. We need to tie it up securely," Aiden replied, feeling the intensity of the moment sharpen his focus. Eloin's voice suddenly broke through the chaos, urging caution. "Be careful. Any sudden move could provoke it." Aiden nodded, taking a breath to steady himself. He realized that their enemy might still have strength boiling beneath the surface, and they needed to approach the situation thoughtfully. Just then, Rook moved toward the creature, collecting more vines and ropes, his previous doubts clearly fading away as he joined in the effort to contain the beast. "Let's finish this before it regains its strength," he declared, demonstrating that he was fully committed to their objective. Aiden felt the shift in Rook's demeanor and the others, an exchange of trust and determination surrounding them. "Okay, on 3, Aiden said, counting down as he prepared to help secure the creature further. At the count of 3, they all lunged forward together, working in unison to tie the creature down, a newfound efficiency indicating the progress they had made as a team. "A little more there," Aiden directed, adrenaline pumping as they secured the beast, feeling the weight of the moment shift in their favor. As they finally restrained the creature, Aiden couldn't help but feel a burst of exhilaration, recognizing that they had successfully leveraged each other's strengths in the midst of chaos, turning the tide of battle through collaboration and courage. As the final knot was secured, the creature let out a defiant roar, thrashing against its restraints, but Aiden and his allies stood firm, their shared resolve evident in their expressions. Breathing heavily, Aiden stepped back to assess the situation, adrenaline still coursing through his veins, filling him with a sense of triumph mixed with disbelief. "We did it," he exclaimed, looking around at his allies, sinking in their collective accomplishment. The mercenaries exchanged relieved glances, some letting out small cheers as the tension in the air lifted slightly, bolstered by the adrenaline of the victory. Mia stepped beside Aiden, her eyes bright with excitement. "That was incredible. I can't believe we managed to take it down." Aiden shared a grin with her, aware that their teamwork had made a significant difference. Rook approached, his expression softer than before. "I doubted you, but you handled that well," he admitted, extending a hand toward Aiden. Aiden accepted the gesture with a nod, appreciating the acknowledgement that spoke volumes about shifting perceptions and growing respect. In that moment, Aiden realized how far they had come together, not just in defeating their enemies, but also in forging bonds that transcended fear and doubt. "Let's secure the area and see what we can learn from it," Aiden suggested, his tone now filled with confidence and leadership. As they began to gather around the restrained creature, Aiden felt a surge of purpose. In this moment of victory, he understood that their journey had shaped him into someone capable of leadership and collaboration, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. They were no longer just individuals. They had become a unified team, equipped to tackle whatever awaited them in the dense shadows of the forest. Chapter 7, The Gathering Allies. Aiden and the group gathered around the captured creature, breathless from their earlier exertions, but filled with a sense of purpose. The creature lay restrained, its fierce growls a reminder of the danger they had faced. Aiden stepped closer, examining its features, wondering what secrets it might hold. "It's essential we understand what we're dealing with," he said, addressing the team while loosening his grip on his weapon. Elowen, who had remained quiet, stepped forward, her eyes studying the creature's markings with intent. "This one is especially dangerous. We need to know how to counteract its powers," she advised, revealing the knowledge she carried. "Then let's figure out how we can use what we've learned to protect the village," Aiden replied, turning to the others. Mia knelt beside him, peering closely at the creature. "What if we can find out where it came from? It might lead us to the source of the dark force." The possibility sparked renewed energy within the group, and Aiden felt the momentum shift positively as they began brainstorming ideas. "Let's gather whatever information we can from it," he said, signaling for Finn and Rook to assist. Together, they formed a strategy, combining their knowledge of the creature with the techniques Elowen had taught them about observation. As they worked, Aiden felt a sense of unity, the camaraderie among them fostering a deeper commitment to their mission. Each shared idea and observation illuminated their path forward, transforming a moment of chaos into an opportunity for understanding and growth. Aiden took a step closer to the creature, ready to engage with it on a new level, driven by the necessity of understanding its nature. He knelt down, steadying his breath as he focused on its eyes. An intense mix of fear and rage reflected back at him. "Let's be careful," he warned, glancing back at the group, their tension palpable as they positioned themselves around the creature. Mia, equipped with a small vial in hand, prepared to take a sample of the creature's fur for analysis. "Make sure it's done quickly," Aiden urged, watching her movements closely. As she worked, Aiden began to observe the characteristics of the creature more carefully, the patterns of its dark fur, the sharp angles of its claws, and the way it breathed heavily, as though trying to fight against its restraints. "Does anyone have an idea of what might be useful?" Aiden asked, seeking input from the group. Rook stepped forward, considering the creature. "If it's connected to the dark force we faced, then maybe we can learn to counter it. We need to figure out its weaknesses." Finn chimed in. "Maybe we can use what we gathered from the potion. If it reacts poorly to that, we could exploit it." Aiden nodded, recognizing the potential synergy of their ideas beginning to take shape. "Let's observe its behavior more and see what it responds to," he proposed, suggesting they take turns to provoke the creature carefully with various items they had collected from the forest. The group worked together, taking notes on the creature's reactions as Aiden coordinated their efforts, feeling more assured in his role as a leader. Through this process, he witnessed how collaboration could deepen their understanding, and each successful interaction fortified the bonds within the group, setting the stage for pivotal advances in their journey. As the group began their systematic observations, a sense of methodical calm settled over them amidst the remnants of earlier chaos. Aiden watched carefully, noting how Finn expertly encouraged the creature's reactions with a few nondescript items, like a twig and a handful of pebbles. "Mia, try the potion," Aiden instructed, catching her eye as he gestured toward the captured creature. Mia dipped a brush into the vial filled with the protective potion they had created. Her hands steady despite the tension in the air. With careful precision, she applied a small amount of the mixture near the creature, stepping back quickly as it recoiled, growling in response. That single moment of resistance confirmed for Aiden that they were on the right path. "Look, it doesn't like that!" Finn exclaimed, excitement lighting up his features. But Rook crossed his arms, skepticism still clouding his expression. "Great, but what good does that knowledge do us if we can't capture it to figure out its weaknesses?" Aiden felt a pang of frustration wash over him, more determined to prove that their work was worthwhile. "Let's focus on what we can do with this information," he countered, scanning the creature for further signs of vulnerability. Mia rechecked the list of herbs they had, noting their previous successes with similar ingredients. Maybe we can combine this with what we learned before. If it reacts strongly, it might help us strategize, she suggested, showing her commitment to their collaborative efforts. Aiden nodded, energized by the group's shared ambition to harness their discoveries for future encounters. He knew that their experiences thus far had equipped him with the confidence to lead, allowing him to navigate challenges more effectively. With a renewed sense of purpose, Aiden encouraged everyone to contribute ideas, fostering a sense of unity as they delved deeper into uncovering the creature's secrets. As they continued their observations, Aiden noticed the creature's increasing agitation. The growls it emitted became more frantic, and it thrashed against the restraints with renewed vigor. "Maybe we should give it a moment to calm down," Mia suggested, her brow furrowed with concern. Aiden nodded, understanding the importance of keeping the creature's stress level in check. "Let's wait and see how it reacts once the potion settles," he replied, sensing that patience would be key to understanding its behavior. In the tension-filled silence that followed, Rook stepped closer, observing the creature's movements with a critical eye. "Are we sure we can control the situation if it gets out of hand?" he questioned, crossing his arms defensively. Aiden felt the weight of Rook's skepticism again, but instead of allowing it to discourage him, he turned the doubt into a challenge. "It's why we're here, isn't it?" Aiden asserted, maintaining focus on the creature. His voice held a steadiness that he hoped would reassure the team. "We learn and adapt. It's what we've practiced." Finn chimed in, "And we're stronger together. Remember how we handled the ambush? We've faced danger before." Rook's expression softened slightly, the reminder of unity in their past struggles sparking a flicker of camaraderie. Aiden seized the moment to bring the team together. "We need to trust each other and the information we've gathered," he encouraged, meeting each ally's gaze. As the creature's growls began to subside into low huffs, Aiden felt a shift within the group, a collective understanding that they were navigating uncharted territory together. In that moment, Aiden realized that each challenge brought not just obstacles, but opportunities for growth, not just for himself, but for each member of the team. With the creature finally calming, Aiden felt a surge of determination wash over him. "Let's continue," he said with resolve, recalling their earlier discussions about leveraging insights to form a coherent plan. "Finn, I need you to keep an eye on it. If it shows signs of agitation, call for the rest of us." Finn nodded, his fingers twitching slightly as he prepared himself for the task. Elowen stepped closer to Aiden, her expression focused. "Remember to document the creature's response to the potion," she advised, emphasizing the importance of gathering information. Aiden quickly retrieved his sketchbook, ready to take notes on any changes. As he observed the beast further, he realized that part of their strategy needed to involve understanding the fear that drove its aggression. "Let's consider a way to communicate with it," Aiden suggested to the group. Mia chimed in. "Maybe we can use soothing sounds, or even a gentle approach. It's worth a try." Rook appeared skeptical, but didn't interject as Aiden demonstrated a calming tone, speaking slowly and softly. He inched closer, maintaining a respectful distance to avoid startling the creature. "Hey there, we mean you no harm," Aiden murmured, watching for any signs of recognition in the creature's reaction. The beast's breathing steadied, a flicker of curiosity replacing its earlier aggression. Aiden felt his heart race with hope, recognizing the power of empathy transforming the encounter. "See?" he said, turning to the group, his confidence renewed. "We can change the narrative if we approach this with understanding." With newfound clarity, Aiden realized the importance of resilience throughout their journey, believing that adapting strategies based on their experiences could pave the way for success in future encounters. Aiden continued his gentle approach, speaking softly to the creature as it watched him with wary eyes. "Your fear doesn't have to control you," he said, extending a hand slowly, palm facing up, as if offering trust. The creature tilted its head, the hostility in its eyes softening just a fraction. Aiden felt a flicker of encouragement spark within him, urging him to keep going. "Just like us, you want to be safe," he added, glancing at his companions for support. Mia moved closer, mirroring Aiden's calm demeanor as she began to hum a soft tune, the sound soothing and rhythmic, filling the air with warmth. Aiden noticed the creature respond slightly, its growls quieting and the tension in its body easing. "See, it's listening," Finn observed, stepping closer, a look of awe on his face. Aiden shared a look of shared accomplishment with his allies, feeling their energy shift toward a collective belief in their mission. Taking a deep breath, he continued to speak, weaving a narrative of hope and understanding, where fear no longer dictated their actions. "Together we can help each other," he said, further easing both the creature and the tension around him. As the creature made tentative movements, inching closer, Aiden realized that this moment reiterated the lessons learned along their journey, that unity and compassion could forge pathways to understanding, overcoming the dark shadows that once loomed large. With renewed hope, Aiden felt the weight of leadership settle comfortably within him, understanding that this evolving connection might hold the key to overcoming their greatest challenges ahead. Chapter 8: The Fork in the Road. The atmosphere shifted as Aiden and the group began to prepare for the gathering storm ahead of them. The sense of accomplishment from their recent encounter still lingered, but the gravity of the next phase weighed heavily on Aiden's mind. "Once we leave the cave, we need to regroup and assess what we've learned," he reiterated, his tone firm as he gathered everyone around. He laid out their plan, emphasizing the importance of vigilance and adaptability as they faced the dark forces threatening their village. Things might not go as expected, he warned, conscious of the challenges that lay beyond their immediate victory. A murmur of agreement swept through the group, tension evident in their shared glances. Rook stepped forward, arms crossed, challenging Aiden's optimism. "Are we really prepared for what's waiting for us out there? After the last encounter?" he asked, skepticism clear in his voice. Aiden met Rook's gaze and held it, feeling the doubt simmer beneath the surface. "I understand your concerns, but we've proven that we can adapt and overcome, and we have strength in our unity," he responded, the conviction in his voice growing stronger. Aiden's words resonated with a few mercenaries, who exchanged determined looks, but Rook remained unconvinced, his expression still clouded with cautious apprehension. "We can't afford to underestimate the enemy or let overconfidence lead us astray," he replied, the tension in the air thickening. As the group began to mobilize their supplies for the next leg of the journey, Aiden felt the pressure mounting. He sensed the weight of leadership, a reminder that his actions would sway the morale of his allies. "A united front means addressing fears before they become barriers," Aiden declared, attempting to rally the group back into a focused mindset as they prepared for the uncertainty ahead. This critical moment called for his resilience and adaptability, traits he had honed throughout their journey thus far. With their supplies gathered, Aiden consulted the map spread across a flat rock, tracing their proposed route toward the enemy's stronghold. He knew they needed to be cautious yet decisive, balancing the urgency of their mission with the need for clear strategy. "Let's take the eastern path through the trees. It should allow us to approach unnoticed," he proposed, his finger moving across the map. Elowin leaned in, studying the lines. "We can set traps along the way, but we need to be quick. Every moment counts." The group nodded, and the sense of determination surged back among the allies. Aiden felt a swell of confidence as he led them, noticing the exchange of ideas as they collaborated on refining their strategy. At that moment, Rook interjected again, his brow furrowed with hesitation. "What if this route brings us too close to the Dark Forces camp? We could end up cornered." Aiden turned to him, feeling that familiar spark of friction, but instead of retreating into uncertainty, he welcomed the challenge. "It's a risk, yes, but if we stay silent and use the cover of the trees, we might gain the advantage of surprise," Aiden countered, determined to inspire trust. A few mercenaries exchanged concerned glances, but Finn stepped forward, encouraged by Aiden's confidence. "I believe in this plan. We've faced difficult odds before and come through stronger." Aiden was grateful for Finn's support, recognizing how important these moments of solidarity were in building their unity. "All right, then it's settled. We take the eastern path and adjust as needed," Aiden affirmed, his leadership solidifying in this collective decision. Feeling the thrill of action in the air, he gathered his allies, ready to implement their plan as they prepared to leave the cave behind, moving together into the unknown. As they moved through the forest, Aiden felt a heightened sense of alertness. The air was thick with anticipation, and the urgency of their mission pushed them forward. "Stay close and keep your voices down," he instructed, glancing back at the group to ensure everyone was in sync as they traversed the narrow path. The trees loomed overhead, their branches intertwining like ancient guardians, providing both cover and potential danger. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush made everyone freeze, tension gripping the group. Aiden's heart raced as he scanned the area, his instincts firing as he prepared for any threat. "Just a deer," Mia whispered, relaxing slightly as she pointed towards the gentle creature slipping through the foliage. Aiden exhaled, grateful it wasn't anything more ominous. "Let's keep moving," he urged, feeling a mix of relief and the need to maintain their momentum. As they pressed on, Finn fell into step beside Aiden, his voice low. "Do you think we're going to actually confront them today?" he asked, a hint of nervousness betraying his bravado. "Yes," Aiden replied, his voice steady. "We have to be ready for anything. Remember our plan, adaptability is key." Finn nodded, reassurance creeping back into his posture. They reached a small clearing, and Aiden called for a brief halt to reassess. "Let's set our traps here, close to the path the enemies might take," he instructed, his voice confident. As they began to prepare, Elowen approached, her expression thoughtful. "Aiden," she began, hesitation in her tone, "we need to ensure we have a quick escape route in case things go wrong." Aiden considered her words, realizing she was right. He took a moment to adjust their plan, marking alternative paths on the map, ensuring everyone knew where to retreat if necessary. This responsiveness highlighted how far Aiden had come, and he felt a sense of pride in being able to integrate feedback from his allies into their strategy. With the traps set and a clear route determined, Aiden felt a swell of confidence, ready to lead his team toward the confrontation they had prepared for. As the preparations continued, Aiden felt a ripple of unease wash over the group. The atmosphere was thick with anticipation, and he sensed the hidden fears among his allies as they set their traps. "Are we really ready for this?" Rook muttered, his brow furrowed as he positioned a rope trap in the shadow of a large oak tree. Aiden turned to face him, feeling the tension between their differing perspectives. "I understand your concerns, Rook," Aiden replied, trying to remain calm, "but we've been training for this moment. We need to trust our instincts and each other." Rook crossed his arms, skepticism still evident, but Aiden could see the wheels turning in his mind. "Trust is earned," Rook countered, his voice low but firm. "This isn't a game. Lives are on the line." Aiden nodded, absorbing Rook's words, recognizing the influence of doubt that hung in the air. "We'll approach this as a team," he replied, his voice steady. "If something goes wrong, we adapt. Remember, we're all in this together." Mia moved closer, adding her reassurance. "We've faced challenges before, and we can overcome this one too, right?" The group began to murmur in agreement, and Aiden felt the tension begin to lift. With renewed energy, he refocused their efforts, directing everyone to finish up the traps and check their gear one last time. "Let's make sure we also know our escape routes, just in case," Aiden emphasized, his leadership qualities shining through as he solidified their resolve. As they completed their preparations, Aiden glanced around at the faces of his allies, seeing flickers of hope and determination replace uncertainty. "What matters now is acting with confidence," he encouraged, feeling a surge of purpose within himself. Aiden knew that their ability to manage the evolving dynamics of trust and doubt would be crucial as they moved toward the unexpected challenges that lay ahead. As they finished their preparations, the team took a moment to gather around Aiden, who stood at the center, his demeanor radiating confidence. He looked around at each of them, aware of the crucial role they were about to play in facing down the dark forces that threatened their village. "Today is about more than just success. It's about standing together. No matter what happens, we fight as one," he declared, his voice resonating with determination. Mia stepped forward, a grin breaking across her face. "Let's show them what we're made of," she shouted, echoing Aiden's sentiments and prompting a wave of cheers from the group. Aiden's heart swelled at the sight of his allies buzzing with enthusiasm, their doubts momentarily overshadowed by shared excitement. Just then, Rook approached Aiden, his earlier skepticism transformed into cautious optimism. "Just remember to keep alert. We can't afford to underestimate them again," he reminded Aiden, a new respect shining through his tone. "Absolutely. We've learned from our past encounters," Aiden replied, grateful for Rook's hard-earned insight, now aligned with the mission. As they took their places, Aiden felt the atmosphere shift. The energy crackled with the electricity of purpose. He felt reassured by the collective resolve surrounding him, the bond formed through their shared struggles fortified by trust. This was more than just a plan. It was the culmination of their growth as individuals and as a group, ready to face what lay ahead. Aiden lifted his chin slightly, embracing the moment as they plunged into the depths of the forest, courage driving their steps with determination. As Aiden and the group moved deeper into the forest, the trees closed in around them, creating a canopy that filtered the daylight into soft, muted hues. Every rustle of leaves heightened Aiden's senses, a reminder that they were not alone. The pathway narrowed, and he could feel the tension beneath the surface as they navigated through the underbrush, whispers of unease circulating among the mercenaries. "Stay close," Aiden called back, glancing at the group to ensure everyone was together. He could sense the anxiety building. The stakes felt higher with each step toward the dark forces they sought to confront. As they reached a clearing, Aiden caught a glimpse of something moving in the shadows, causing his heart to race. "Everyone, ready?" he whispered, instinctively leading his team to take defensive positions. The group tensed, poised to react at a moment's notice, and Aiden felt the weight of leadership settle upon him. Drawing on the lessons learned from their previous encounters, he quickly laid out their strategy, instructing each person on their designated roles. "Remember what we practiced. Trust one another, and we'll be able to adapt if things don't go as planned," he reassured them, seeking to bolster their confidence. "Got it," Finn replied, determination replacing hesitation in his voice. Aiden's heart surged, recognizing how far they'd come together as a team. Encouraged by their trust, Aiden's confidence grew as they moved into their positions, ready to confront whatever awaited them in the shadows. Together they would face the unknown, united in purpose, ready for the battle that lay ahead. Chapter 9, The First Test. The air was thick with tension as Aiden and his group crept through the forest, every sound amplified in the stillness around them. They had reached the entrance to the enemy's lair, a dark cavern set into the side of a jagged cliff, obscured by creeping vines and shadows. Aiden stood at the forefront, heart pounding, as he assessed the ominous entrance before him. This was it, the moment they had been preparing for. He could feel the weight of responsibility pressing down on him, knowing that the success of their mission depended on the plan they had crafted together. "Let's take a moment," Aiden said, signaling for the group to pause. He turned to the team, each face a mixture of anticipation and worry. "Remember our strategy. We approach quietly, set our traps, and be ready to adapt if something goes wrong." A few heads nodded, the determination in their expressions bolstering his resolve. Mia stepped closer, her brow furrowing as she glanced at the dark entryway. "What if it's a trap?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper, revealing the unease still lingering in their minds. Aiden glanced at the cave's mouth, shadows dancing, and took a steadying breath. "We'll be ready for anything," he replied, injecting confidence into his words. The team drew closer, forming a makeshift plan that outlined their roles once again, reinforcing their unity. Aiden felt adrenaline heightening his senses as he prepared to lead them into the unknown, ready to face whatever darkness awaited in the depths of the cave. He stepped forward, poised to signal the beginning of their mission, knowing that each step carried the potential for either victory or loss. As Aiden motioned for the group to advance, a rush of tension surged through the air, electrifying every member of the team. They moved as one, a silent unit, gliding forward, carefully navigating the underbrush toward the cavern entrance. With each step, Aiden's heart raced. The sounds of nature faded as his focus narrowed to the cavern's mouth, dark and uninviting. He flicked a glance back at Mia, who offered an encouraging nod, allowing him to feel anchored amidst the uncertainty. "Stay alert," he whispered, ensuring they maintained their coordinated approach. As they approached the cave, Aiden could feel the weight of the shadows stretching around them, and an underlying tension gripped his gut. He led the way into the cave, the world outside quickly swallowed by darkness. Aiden switched on a small lantern, its light illuminating the rocky interior and revealing walls etched with ancient markings, remnants of the past that sent shivers down his spine. "Stay close and keep your voices low," he instructed, breaking the silence as they pressed further inside. Mia trailed just behind him, her eyes wide with wonder and wariness, absorbing the intricate details of the stones around them. The oppressive quiet was occasionally punctuated by the sound of dripping water, each drop echoing throughout the cave like a distant heartbeat. Suddenly, Aiden halted, his instincts screaming at him to listen. A faint sound echoed from deeper within, a low growl resonating through the damp air, and he exchanged nervous glances with his allies, adrenaline surging once more as they prepared for whatever emerged from the darkness. Aiden raised his hand, signaling the group to halt as the growling sound reverberated closer. He felt the icy tendrils of fear creeping up his spine, but he steeled himself, training his focus on the darkness ahead. "Everyone, be ready," he whispered, feeling the electric tension in the air. Peering into the shadows, he narrowed his eyes, straining to catch a glimpse of whatever threat lurked within the cave. Just then, the growl intensified, and out from the darkness emerged a hulking shape, eyes glowing with a malevolent light. Aiden's breath caught in his throat. It was another creature, larger and seemingly more ferocious than the last. "Identify your positions," he shouted, his voice breaking the oppressive silence as the creature advanced, baring its teeth. He felt the weight of the group's reliance on him, a challenge he was determined to meet. Elowen moved silently to Aiden's side, a determined look on her face as she prepared to throw a protective potion. "On my count," she instructed, her demeanor calm even in the face of imminent danger. Aiden nodded, the synergy of their movements reminding him of the bonds they had formed through previous trials. 3, 2, 1, he called, and Elowen unleashed the potion toward the creature. As the mixture sprayed across its path, the creature hesitated, momentarily startled by the sudden flash of color and light. This brief disruption allowed Aiden to assert control over the situation. He positioned himself between his allies and the beast, ready to capitalize on their advantage. "Now, attack!" he commanded, urging the group to rally together and execute their plan, fully aware that their collective strength was their greatest asset in this moment of confrontation. As Elowen's potion splashed against the creature, it recoiled, startled by the sudden burst of color and pungent aroma. The moment of hesitation sparked a rush of adrenaline in Aiden, igniting the fire of determination within him. "Now!" he shouted again, pushing forward, directing Mia and Finn to flank the creature while keeping it occupied. The air was electric as they moved in unison, a tightly knit team working to exploit the creature's confusion. Aiden hurled a nearby rock to further distract their foe, and it sailed through the air, striking the beast and drawing its attention. The creature snarled, turning its formidable gaze toward him, and Aiden felt a thrill and a twinge of fear at the same time. "Keep pressing," he yelled, encouraging the group to stay on the offensive as they closed ranks. Rook, shaking off his earlier doubts, stepped beside Aiden, launching an attack that assisted in containing the creature's movements. "Cover your left," Aiden instructed Rook while positioning himself to protect Mia as she prepared another potion. Just then, the creature lunged, jaws snapping dangerously close to Aiden, but he sidestepped, feeling the rush of wind as danger narrowly missed him. His heart raced, but instead of running, Aiden found clarity in the chaos, his instincts guiding him. Drawing on the camaraderie built over their journey, he called out tactical commands, ensuring everyone was aware of their surroundings and responsibilities. "Keep it distracted. Aim for its legs," he urged, his voice cutting through the noise of battle, commanding attention and focus. Each passing moment tested not only his strategic thinking, but reinforced the bonds of trust within the group, uniting them against the formidable adversary before them. The creature's growls filled the cavern, echoing ominously as it swung wildly, trying to ward off the relentless attacks from Aiden and his allies. Finn, re-energized from his earlier resolve, darted in and out of the creature's reach, using agility to avoid lunges while delivering swift strikes with his dagger. "Hit it while it's distracted," Aiden called out, his voice steady as he observed Finn's impressive maneuvers. The group, emboldened by Aiden's confidence, worked together like a well-oiled machine, each member instinctively covering one another during the flurry of chaos. Rook, now fully engaged, flanked the creature's side, hammering a makeshift spear toward its hindquarters, a show of solidarity that Aiden hadn't seen before from him. "Move back! I'll hold it!" Rook shouted, determination etched on his face, creating a pivotal moment of teamwork that countered the earlier tensions between them. Aiden felt a surge of pride. Not recognizing how far they had come, his leadership had fostered trust among the group, transforming them into a formidable unit. However, just as they began to push the creature back, it unleashed a ferocious roar, glowing eyes narrowing dangerously. Panic flickered across some faces as the creature's fury escalated, but Aiden sensed an opportunity amidst the growing anxiety. "Stay strong, we can do this," he urged, bolstering their spirits as they pressed on. The fear transformed into resolve, fueling their efforts as they fought to gain the upper hand. With each coordinated strike, Aiden felt the symbiotic relationship between the team deepen, solidifying their bond as they collectively faced the creature. This moment would not only test their skill, but further define their roles as they pushed toward achieving their goal. Aiden's heart raced as the creature lunged forward again, forcing a collective retreat as everyone scrambled to evade its powerful jaws. "Regroup," Aiden shouted, his voice slicing through the chaos, spurring the team to move back and reassess. He quickly glanced at the faces around him. Fatigue and fear crept into their expressions, but determination still flickered in their eyes. "Remember the plan. Stick together," he urged, positioning himself as a barrier between his allies and the creature. With newfound clarity, he observed the beast's movements, noting its growing fatigue as it struggled against the restraints they had set. "Now's our chance," Aiden said, recognizing an opening. He gestured for Rook and Mia to flank the creature, while Finn distracted it with movement, a flash of a bright cloth capturing its attention. As the allied forces moved in unison, the creature lashed out one last time, but Aiden remained focused, giving commands that directed their efforts seamlessly. Through his leadership, Aiden felt the strength of their combined resolve guiding each step, their collective synergy pushing back the dark force. Despite the struggle, a sense of exhilaration surged within him. This was a victory they would carve out together. With each successful maneuver, Aiden's confidence deepened, reinforcing in him that failure in the past had only prepared them for these crucial moments. Finally, with one last coordinated effort, they struck a decisive blow, together overwhelming the creature. The victory solidifying not only their survival, but their bonds in the journey they were forging together. Chapter 10. The Layered Forest. Aiden and his companions stepped cautiously into the dim light of the cavern, the air heavy with an earthy scent and echoes of distant dripping water. The walls were lined with ancient symbols and markings, their surfaces glistening in the filtered light from Aiden's lantern. As he illuminated the chamber, a sense of wonder washed over him, mingling with the urgency of their mission. "Look at this," Aiden said, pointing to the intricate carvings, his excitement palpable. Mia moved closer, tracing the patterns with her fingers, her eyes wide with fascination. "Do you think they have anything to do with the dark force?" she asked, her voice a mix of curiosity and concern. Aiden nodded, feeling an inexplicable connection to the art before him. "It could be ancient knowledge about how to confront it," he replied, recalling Eldan's teachings. Suddenly, a chilling gust rushed through the cavern, extinguishing their lantern, plunging them into darkness. Aiden's heart raced as he fumbled for the matchstick, finding the flickering flame just in time to see shadows move ominously along the walls. "Stay close," he shouted, feeling the weight of their mission press against him once more. The specters of fear and doubt crept in as he took a deep breath, determined to maintain focus amidst the growing unease. With quick instinct, he pulled out his notebook, ready to document the findings immediately, knowing that understanding this place could be crucial in the battles ahead. Every ounce of his training urged him forward, motivating him to uncover the secrets lying in the depths, steering him toward the knowledge that could change everything. Aiden quickly relit the lantern, the soft glow dispelling the oppressive darkness as shadows danced along the cavern walls. He felt the lingering sense of urgency as he turned to his companions, their expressions etched with concern. "We need to gather information before we go any further," he urged, his voice steady despite the tension in the air. Mia nodded, her eyes darting around, absorbing every detail. "Let's see if there are any clues about the dark force and what these carvings mean," she suggested, her focus sharpening. Aiden approached a series of engravings that seemed to depict battles and ancient symbols of protection. He traced a finger along the carvings, feeling the grooves beneath his touch, and began to decipher the patterns, piecing together the lore of this sacred place. "Look at this," he said, pointing to a figure that appeared to channel light against a dark shadow. "This could be a representation of how to face the dark forces." Encouraged by his discovery, he began to sketch the figures in his notebook, detailing the story unfolding before him. As he worked, Rook stepped beside him, glancing at the drawings. "Do you really think this could help us?" he asked, skepticism still hinting at the edges of his tone. "Absolutely," Aiden replied firmly, feeling the weight of his convictions strengthen. "We have to trust the knowledge of those who came before us." Just then, Finn approached with a tattered scroll he had found deeper within the cavern, excitement glowing in his eyes. "Check this out. It talks about a legendary herb that can amplify our defenses against darkness," he exclaimed, holding it out for Aiden and Mia to see. Aiden's heart raced at the prospect of a new resource, realizing that each discovery brought them closer to understanding how to counter the challenges ahead. With the momentum building, Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose, knowing they were not just uncovering history, but actively shaping their future. Aiden quickly gathered around Finn as he unfurled the tattered scroll, the dampness of the cave causing the edges to curl and fray. The characters scrawled across the page were almost indecipherable, but excitement sparked within Aiden as he recognized familiar herbs referenced in Eldon's lessons. "This is incredible," he murmured, tracing a finger over the ancient text. "Mia, can you help decipher what this says?" he asked, looking up with hope. Mia leaned in closer, her brow furrowing in concentration as she began to interpret the words. "It mentions a rare herb that grows near the dark streams, claiming it has the power to enhance any protection spell," she explained, her voice tinged with awe. "Then we need to find it," Aiden declared, adrenaline coursing through him, the thrill of discovery igniting his ambition. However, Rook interjected, crossing his arms. "And if it's guarded by more enemies, are we really prepared to face whatever's protecting it?" Aiden felt the tension return, but he met Rook's gaze with resolve. "Every risk we take is a step toward protecting our village," he replied, "and the knowledge we gain will only make us stronger for the battles ahead," Mia added, supporting Aiden's conviction. Aiden could sense the unease among the group and the varying levels of confidence, but he refused to back down. "This knowledge could be the key to our survival," he insisted, feeling the weight of his responsibility lift him. "This isn't just about us. It's about everyone we care about," Aiden reminded them, his voice firm. The air buzzed with renewed energy as they began discussing how to organize a scouting party to search for the herb, reflecting the collective investment in their mission. Aiden knew that their success depended on every member's willingness to step into the unknown, and he felt the bonds of trust grow stronger as they prepared to embark on this new quest together. With the decision made, Aiden felt a renewed surge of energy ripple through the group. "All right, here's how we'll proceed," he began, his voice steady and commanding as he sought to instill confidence. He outlined the plan, emphasizing the need for stealth. "We'll split into 2 scouting teams. Mia, you and Finn will take the northern route toward the dark streams, while Rook and I approach from the south." As he spoke, he sensed a mix of anticipation and apprehension lingering in the air. Rook glanced at Aiden, a hint of doubt in his eyes. "And what if we run into more of those creatures?" he asked, scrutinizing the plan closely. Aiden held Rook's gaze, feeling a flicker of tension between them. "Then we adapt," he replied, his tone unwavering. "We use the knowledge we've gained to navigate the challenges, We're stronger than before. Mia encouraged the group. We can outsmart them. We've done it before. As Aiden watched the group, he saw hesitation in some faces, but also sparks of determination, a testament to their trust in one another. With the plan set, Aiden felt a weight lift off his shoulders. Let's gather our supplies and be ready to move in 10 minutes, he instructed, clapping his hands together to recharge their focus. Everyone began to prepare, and as they worked, Aiden could hear snippets of conversation, his allies discussing strategies, exchanging ideas, and reinforcing their commitment to the mission. In that moment, Aiden understood that effective leadership was not just about directing, but also about listening and fostering an environment of collaboration. This realization renewed his commitment, and as they gathered for the final time, Aiden felt a surge of pride in how far they had come together, ready to face the challenges that awaited them. As the teams prepared to set out, Aiden gathered the group one last time to reinforce their strategy. He could feel a mix of anxiety and excitement rippling through the air, everyone on edge, but eager to move forward. Remember, communication is key, he said, looking each team member in the eye. If you spot anything unusual, report back immediately. We adapt. We stay alert. Mia stood beside him, fastening her satchel, her enthusiasm a noticeable contrast to the tension that hung. We've got your back, Aiden. Just lead us where we need to go, she said with a reassuring smile. Aiden felt a swell of appreciation at her words, recognizing how important their bond had become. With a final check of their gear, Aiden felt the heat of determination envelop him. He had prepared for this moment, and there was no turning back. As they moved toward their respective paths, the weight of responsibility settled on him once more, yet it was accompanied by a newfound confidence. Just before parting ways, Rook offered a steady nod, signaling his newfound trust in Aiden's leadership. Be careful out there, Rook said, his tone softer, revealing a glimmer of respect. Aiden returned the nod, feeling the change in their dynamic. This was no longer just a journey, but a shared mission. They set out, the forest growing darker, the path ahead uncertain, but illuminated by the gathered will of the team. With each step, Aiden felt the strength of their collective resolve, ready to confront the mysteries of the forest together. Every decision had brought him closer to becoming the leader he aspired to be, setting the stage for their adventure into the unknown. As Aiden and the group ventured deeper into the forest, the light began to fade, and the urgency of their mission pressed upon them like the encroaching darkness. The atmosphere was heavy with anticipation, every sound amplified in the stillness, and Aiden felt the pulse of the unknown in the air. Stay close and keep your eyes peeled, he instructed, his voice steady despite the unrest brewing in the shadows around them. They traversed through thick underbrush, moving cautiously as low branches reached out like greedy hands. Aiden felt a sense of responsibility for his friends, each step a reminder of the trust they had placed in him. Suddenly, a branch snapped underfoot, drawing the attention of the group. Did you hear that? Mia whispered, her expression alert. Stay sharp, Aiden replied, scanning their surroundings with heightened awareness. In the distance, they heard a low growl, reminiscent of their previous encounters, echoing through the trees, sending a shiver down his spine. Could it be the same creatures? Rook asked, his voice a mix of concern and challenge. Aiden held up a hand, signaling for silence as he leaned into the sound. We must be ready for anything, he said, heart racing as he contemplated their options. Let's split up and scout the area. Stay in sight and keep communicating, he suggested, recalling their earlier discussions about teamwork and strategy. The group nodded, cautiously accepting the plan he proposed. Aiden's instincts guided the team. His words helped to rally their resolve as they moved into the surrounding trees, maintaining close proximity while keeping their eyes peeled for any signs of danger. He felt the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders, the clarity of purpose clearer than ever as they prepared to face whatever dangers awaited them in the shadows. Chapter 11, The Final Preparations. As Aiden and the group ventured through the forest, the shadows closed in, thick and foreboding. The trees whispered ancient secrets above them as they navigated the twisting path toward the abandoned mercenary camp, rumored to be untouched since the dark forces had taken hold of the area. Keep your eyes peeled, Aiden instructed, glancing back to ensure everyone was alert and steady. The air felt charged, each footstep echoing with purpose as they approached the clearing where debris from battles past still lingered. "Here it is," he said, his voice a mix of curiosity and determination as they stepped into the camp, the remnants of old supplies scattered about. Finn bent down to inspect the remnants of gear left behind, eyes lighting up as he uncovered a usable bow with arrows. "Score!" he exclaimed, testing it with a grin that broke some of the tension. However, Aiden felt a flicker of doubt. "Let's make sure we check for traps first," he cautioned, recalling how easily the last ambush had turned. Rook nodded in agreement, stepping cautiously, aware of the lingering danger around them. Aiden's instincts heightened, constantly scanning the surroundings, reminding himself of the risks they needed to navigate. The group moved through the remnants of the camp, rummaging through the debris to gather any resources they could find, their minds buzzing with possibilities. Aiden felt a sense of urgency, knowing that the resources they collected might be crucial for what lay ahead, especially if they had to face the dark forces again. As they continued their search, Aiden made sure to encourage the group, celebrating small victories like the discovery of a stash of usable potions and weapons. This was not just about surviving. It was about regaining what they had lost and preparing for the next confrontation. While Aiden continued to search through the camp, he noticed Rook inspecting a battered old shield, its surface dented and worn but still standing strong. "What do you think?" Rook asked, tilting the shield towards the light. Aiden approached, recognizing the potential for making another ally in their fight. "It could definitely be useful. We should take it," he replied, offering a nod of approval. Rook grinned, a sense of camaraderie forming as they began to strategize how they could utilize it in their upcoming encounters. As Finn wrapped the newly found bow with protective cloth, Mia stumbled across a pile of discarded maps. "Guys, look at these," she called, excitement bubbling over as she dusty rolled up the parchment, revealing intricate routes and notes scribbled in the margins. Aiden moved closer, intrigued by the potential for new intelligence. "This could give us insight into the enemy's movements," he said, eager to delve into the strategies hidden within the maps. Mia unfurled one of the maps on the ground, tracing paths with her finger. "If we follow this route, we may circumvent their stronghold altogether. It's worth considering." Aiden felt a spark of hope. These discoveries could turn the tide in their favor, but he also sensed the weight of responsibility shifting onto his shoulders again. As the group gathered around the maps, secondary characters began offering their input, discussing alternative routes and potential traps along the way. Elowen stepped forward, cautioning, "While this information is valuable, we need to tread carefully. It's easy to misinterpret old routes." Aiden contemplated her words, feeling the need to balance enthusiasm with prudence. "Let's take what we know, stay flexible, and be prepared for any surprises," he suggested, organizing their discussions into actionable steps. The energy of collaboration filled the clearing as they began to chart a path forward, Aiden's confidence solidifying as he sensed the group rallying under his leadership. This was a pivotal moment, one that would help guide their next steps and demonstrate how far he had come in managing both resources and relationships. As Aiden sorted through the maps, Rook interjected, his skepticism resurfacing. "Are you really sure we can trust this information? It's old and could be outdated." Aiden turned to face him, feeling the familiar tension. "I get that we need to be cautious," he replied, his tone steady, "but we've grown stronger since we first set out. We can't let doubt hold us back from using what we can find." Rook crossed his arms, studying Aiden's expression, weighing his words carefully. "Trust is earned, Aiden. Just because we've faced the darkness before doesn't mean we won't find more," Rook countered, frustration bubbling beneath his calculated exterior. "I know there's risk," Aiden responded, feeling a mix of determination and exasperation. "But the only way to learn is to engage with what we find. We've faced danger together. You've seen the strength that comes from unity." Mia stepped in, her voice soft but firm. "Aiden's right. We have to press forward with the knowledge we've gained, together as a team. This route could give us the upper hand," she added, her eyes scanning the group for agreement. Finn, now more confident after their earlier successes, echoed her sentiment. I vote for it. We can't keep planning to retreat forever. We owe it to ourselves to try. Aiden felt a surge of support, realizing that this back and forth wasn't just about his leadership, but about the trust they had begun to build. Seeing Rook's resistance soften, Aiden took a step closer, addressing the entire group. We can adapt as we go. Let's take this path, but stay vigilant. If things change, we strategize again. With the team engaged in the discussion, Aiden felt a heightened sense of belonging, strengthened by their collaboration. This moment of conflict and resolution served as a testament to how their journey had shaped him, providing the foundation he needed to navigate the uncertainties ahead. With the debate settled, Aiden took a moment to ensure everyone understood their roles. Okay, here's the game plan, he said, glancing at the maps laid out before them. We follow this path, keeping our eyes open for any dangers. Mia and Finn will scout ahead while Rook and I will secure the rear. Mia nodded, her determination shining through as she prepared to take point. I'll make sure to signal if anything seems off, she assured him, confidence bolstering their dynamic. Aiden appreciated the support, feeling reassurance ripple through the group as they prepared to execute the plan. Finn, glancing from the map to Aiden, asked, And if we reach an obstacle? Then we'll adapt, Aiden replied, emphasizing the word. Everyone should be ready to communicate openly so we can adjust as necessary. Rook clenched his jaw, still appearing skeptical, but he said nothing, nodding in reluctant agreement as Aiden held his gaze. I trust you, but let's ensure we have a fallback plan, Rook suggested, a hint of caution coloring his tone, proving that some of his reservations still lingered. Absolutely, Aiden affirmed, feeling the gravity of Rook's words. If things don't go as we expect, we'll regroup and reassess. We're in this together. As they took a moment to finalize their preparations, Aiden felt a surge of confidence wash over him, his leadership solidifying as he observed the team readying themselves. Each moment of collaboration and open communication fueled his resolve, reinforcing his understanding of how to balance courage with caution. As they set out, he reminded himself that their individual strengths could merge into a powerful front against whatever awaited them, a lesson learned through each challenge they had faced together. As they ventured closer to the enemy's territory, Aiden felt the tension in the air thicken, every sound amplified in the stillness around them. The path ahead was shrouded in thick underbrush, shadows creeping along the ground as they moved cautiously, hearts pounding with purpose. Stay alert, he reminded the group, glancing back to ensure everyone remained connected and focused. Mia scouted a few steps ahead, her instincts sharp as she scanned the area for any signs of movement. Finn walked closely beside Aiden, his excitement tempered by the seriousness of their task. Do you think we'll really find the herb? He asked, a mix of hope and uncertainty evident in his tone. We have to believe we will, Aiden replied, feeling the weight of their collective mission. As they neared the clearing where the herb was rumored to grow, the air shifted and Aiden halted, sensing the unseen tension lurking just beyond the trees. Let's assess our surroundings before proceeding, he urged, pausing to scan the area for anything unusual. Everyone nodded, each member of the group instinctively falling into a vigilant stance. Just then, a sound echoed from deeper within the trees, a faint rustling that wasn't caused by the wind. Aiden held up a hand, and silence enveloped them as they strained to listen, tension electrifying the air. What was that? Mia whispered, her eyes wide with a mix of fear and determination. Aiden's pulse quickened as the realization hit him that they needed to stay prepared for unexpected threats. Finn, Mia, check the right flank. Rook and I will cover the left, he commanded, showcasing the leadership skills they had developed through practice. With his mind racing, he reinforced his stance, ready to adapt to whatever came next, fueled by the lessons learned from their previous encounters. Stay sharp, Aiden urged, each word laced with the intensity of the moment, knowing that their collective fate hinged on their ability to navigate both the environment and the dangers lurking within it. As Aiden and the group moved cautiously through the dense foliage, the air felt thick with anticipation. He led the way, every sound amplified as they approached the clearing rumored to hold the herb they sought. A little further, he whispered, glancing back at his companions, who remained in tight formation behind him, the unity they had forged bringing strength to the mission. Suddenly, Finn motioned for them to stop, his eyes wide with alertness. "There, over there," he pointed, directing their attention to a small cluster of vibrant, luminescent herbs glowing softly against the dark earth. Aiden's heart rate quickened, excitement flooding his veins. "Good eye, Finn," he praised, ready to signal the group to move forward. However, before they could approach, the low growl of a lurking creature echoed ominously from the shadows, forcing them to freeze in their tracks. Aiden's instincts kicked in as he swiftly reassessed their surroundings, realizing they had entered the territory of something far more dangerous than they anticipated. "Rook, take point with Mia. Keep watch," Aiden ordered, his voice steady despite the adrenaline surging through him. With quick movements, Rook and Mia shifted to the front, their expressions set in determination, while Finn stayed close to Aiden, still buzzing with energy. "We can't risk losing the herbs if we're engaged in battle," Aiden said, strategizing as he scanned the area for possible escape routes. Elowen crouched low beside Aiden, a thoughtful expression on her face. "Do you think the creature is guarding the herbs? If we engage, we could lose everything," she cautioned, her voice barely above a whisper. "Maybe we can distract it," suggested Finn, bouncing on the balls of his feet with enthusiasm. Aiden considered their options, the weight of leadership resting heavily on his shoulders. He felt ready to make a calculated risk to protect the mission, understanding that this moment could either prove their strength or lead to their downfall. "Okay, listen," he said firmly. "I'll create a diversion while you guys grab the herbs, but we need to act quickly." With the plan laid out, Aiden felt a renewed determination push him forward, knowing that their success depended on their teamwork and his ability to adapt under pressure. Chapter 12, The Rescue Mission. The forest was alive with sounds as Aiden and the group navigated their way back from the encounter with the dark creature. The tension was still palpable, each rustle of leaves evoking memories of their recent battle, but Aiden felt a sense of urgency driving him forward. They needed to reach the village in time to prepare for whatever was coming next. As they moved, Aiden took stock of their supplies, mentally cataloging what they had lost and what remained. "Let's regroup and assess what we collected," he instructed, glancing back at his companions, who followed closely, fatigue evident on their faces. Finn and Mia exchanged glances, breaths heavy as they leaned against a nearby tree, the weight of their experiences hanging over them. Once they reached a clearing, Aiden spread out their findings. A few handfuls of the luminescent herbs, some rations salvaged from their earlier encounter, and the remaining potions they'd managed to keep. "We did well, considering everything," Aiden said, trying to uplift their spirits while fabricating a sense of accomplishment. But as the cheers subsided, a sobering realization washed over him. They were still strained from the ambush, and uncertainty loomed ahead. Rook shifted uneasily, still processing the earlier chaos. "We need to ensure that these herbs are not the only things we leave this forest with," he advised, highlighting the lingering suspicions that had yet to be resolved. Aiden could sense the stir of disagreement. "Agreed," he replied, noting the growing conflict and the need for unity to overcome their doubts. As the group deliberated their next steps, Aiden felt the fire of responsibility ignite within him once more. He realized they must face this together, and that every moment of victory or failure was shaping their mission ahead. "Let's discuss how we can use what we have to prepare for the next confrontation," he said, urging everyone to focus on solutions rather than setbacks. Aiding the morale of the group became his prime objective. The journey ahead relied on their collective strength, and he was determined to steer them toward whatever awaited them in the darkness. As the team gathered around their collected resources, Aiden took a moment to assess their situation. He laid the herbs out before the group, the vibrant colors contrasting sharply with the dreary forest floor. "These will be useful for our defenses, but they won't be enough on their own," he said, his voice filled with determination. "We need to think about how to incorporate them into our strategy for the next confrontation," he continued, urging everyone to contribute ideas. Mia picked up a handful of the herbs, examining them closely. If we can create a stronger potion based on Eldon's lessons, it might enhance our protection against the dark force, she suggested, her curiosity shining through. That's a solid idea, Aiden replied, pleased with her proactive approach. However, Rook interjected, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We still need to ensure we have enough manpower to face whatever is coming, he said, a note of caution in his voice. Aiden recognized the importance of Rook's assessment, knowing that every angle needed consideration. Let's redistribute tasks, Aiden proposed, glancing at each member of the group. Finn, you and Elowen can work on the potion. Rook and I will scout ahead for any signs of the dark force. The group nodded attentively, their train of thought shifting toward the collective goal. As they began discussing the specifics of their plan, Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose envelop him. He remembered the importance of listening and adapting strategies, using the lessons they had learned through their encounters to steer them toward success. This was a critical moment, and he was determined to lead them with clarity and conviction, ensuring they were as prepared as possible for the challenges still ahead. As the group began to divide their tasks, the tension in the air shifted. Aiden noticed Rook scanning the horizon, his brow furrowed with uncertainty. What if the dark force isn't the only thing we need to worry about? Rook voiced, concern lacing his words as he remained on edge. Aiden felt the pressure of the question weigh heavily as he responded. We can't anticipate every threat, but we can prepare for the ones we know exist. Finn chimed in, his eagerness contrasting with Rook's skepticism. Besides, we've handled surprises before, he said, buoying the morale of the group. True, Rook replied, the hint of doubt still present in his eyes. Aiden took a breath, wanting to reassure Rook while also keeping the group united. I appreciate your caution, Rook. We'll stay vigilant while executing our plan, Aiden asserted, taking a moment to meet each teammate's gaze. Elowen stepped forward, showing confidence and support. If we stick together and share what we learn along the way, we can mitigate unexpected challenges, she said, her tone encouraging. Aiden nodded, grateful for Elowen's steadying presence. Agreed. Communication is key, he reiterated, feeling a sense of shared determination wash over the team. He began discussing how they could record vital information as they moved, determined to implement a system that would help alleviate concerns about unknown dangers. With the plan solidifying, Aiden felt a surge of growth within himself, realizing how much he had learned in their journey that shaped not just his leadership, but also his trust in his allies. As they set off, Aiden knew that navigating the complexities of doubt and fear would be as important as the strategies they employed, uniting them further in the face of adversity. As they prepared to set out, Aiden reviewed their plan once more, mentally juxtaposing their resources against the possible dangers that lay ahead. Feeling a mixture of excitement and trepidation, he knew that their previous victories provided valuable lessons, but they also carried risks. Let's not underestimate the dark force, Aiden warned, addressing the group. We have to be cautious and ready to adapt if we encounter something unexpected. Mia nodded, her expression serious as she gathered her supplies. I'll keep an eye out for any signs of trouble, she promised. Aiden felt a rush of gratitude, appreciating her reliability and the bond they had forged through their shared challenges. Rook offered a grunt of agreement, but still looked hesitant. Just remember, our goals must take precedence over personal glory, he said, a glimmer of his previous skepticism resurfacing. Aiden responded with certainty. Absolutely. It's not about any one of us. It's about protecting our home and ensuring our village's future. As the group exchanged affirming glances, Aiden felt a newfound strength in their unity. He adjusted the straps on his satchel, mentally preparing himself for the journey, ready to take on any obstacles with confidence. In that moment, surrounded by allies ready to support him, he knew they would confront whatever lay ahead together, fueled by their collective ambitions and the lessons they'd learned along the way. As they set out into the dense undergrowth, Aiden felt the weight of responsibility settle on his shoulders once more. The anticipation of the journey ahead surged through him, each step forward reinforcing his commitment to their mission. He turned to the group, making sure everyone felt prepared and focused. Let's keep our formation tight and stay vigilant. Remember our plan, he instructed, his voice steady as they navigated the twisting path. Mia walked at his side, glancing up at him, her eyes sparkling with determination. "Every step we take is a step toward our goal," she said, buoying the spirits of the team. Aiden appreciated her positivity, knowing that it was contagious and crucial for maintaining morale. As they moved deeper into the forest, the shadows lengthened, and the air thickened with the scent of damp earth and foliage. Aiden could feel the tension in the atmosphere, aware that danger could lurk just beyond their vision. Suddenly, a low growl echoed through the trees, and Aiden halted, raising a hand for silence. He met the eyes of his allies. Each face revealed a blend of determination and vulnerability. "I think we're getting close," he breathed, his heart racing at the potential danger. "Then we have to be ready," Rook said, his eyes scanning the treetops for any sign of movement. Aiden nodded, the anticipation heavy but energizing. He felt the collective strength of the group around him, their bond forged through adversity. "A united front can conquer any threat," he declared, a new sense of confidence surging within him. His words cemented their commitment to the journey ahead, solidifying the trust they had cultivated over their shared trials. With resolve fueling their steps, Aiden knew this was just the beginning of something greater, ready to confront the challenges that awaited in the depths of the forest. As they proceeded deeper into the forest, the sounds of nature enveloped them, but an unsettling quiet soon took hold. Aiden felt the tension return, instincts sharpening as the shadows grew thicker around them. "Keep close and stay alert," he urged, scanning the surroundings for any signs of rising danger. The team fell into a synchronized rhythm, each member paying close attention to their environment. Suddenly, a flicker of movement caught Aiden's eye, a dark form slinking through the underbrush, too stealthy for comfort. "Hold," he commanded, raising a hand to stop everyone in their tracks. His heart raced as he locked eyes with the shape, adrenaline accelerating through his veins. "Don't make a sound," he whispered, feeling the weight of responsibility press harder as the creature emerged into the clearing. To his shock, it was another of the dark creatures they had faced before, its eyes glimmering with a predatory gaze. As it advanced, Aiden sensed the group's anxiety spiking, and he quickly formulated a plan. Without hesitation, he gestured for Rook to flank the creature while he prepared to distract it with a noise. "Get ready," he whispered urgently, keeping his voice low and firm. Finn, eyes wide, glanced at Aiden, seeking reassurance. "Trust the plan," Aiden said, meeting Finn's gaze with determined assurance. With the creature drawing nearer, Aiden let out a loud shout to divert its attention, creating a momentary distraction that allowed Rook and Mia to move into position. The tension in the air was palpable as Aiden took a deep breath, setting his resolve. They could not let fear dominate their efforts. Every moment of hesitation could mean failure. As the group sprang into action, Aiden felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by the lessons learned throughout their journey. They were not just a collection of individuals. They were a team ready to face the darkness together, determined to protect what mattered most. Chapter 13, Facing the Threat. The air crackled with tension as Aiden and his team surged forward, adrenaline coursing through their veins. The encounter with the dark creature had left them on edge, and Aiden knew they needed to act quickly to maintain the momentum of their advantage. "Let's regroup and prepare for the next move," he commanded, rallying the group as they caught their breath. The forest loomed around them, shadows bending and shifting as if alive, reminding Aiden that they were still very much in enemy territory. He scanned their surroundings, noting the paths they could take, weighing options as he strategized their next steps. "Everyone, stay alert for any signs of movement," he instructed, eyes darting between the trees, and the air thickened with anticipation. Just as they began to feel a sense of momentary calm, a distant roar echoed through the trees, sending chills down Aiden's spine. He felt the uncertainty wash over the group, anxiety rippling through their ranks as they realized they were not yet safe. "Quickly, we need to find a place to hide," Aiden said, urgency creeping into his voice. He felt the team rally around him, instinctively trusting him to lead them through the chaos that had become their journey. He directed them to a cluster of thick bushes further down the path, positioning themselves closely together, hearts racing in unison. Mia pressed against Aiden's side, her eyes wide with fear. "What do we do if they find us?" she whispered, her voice shaking slightly. Aiden met her gaze, feeling the weight of responsibility settle back on his shoulders. "If we can't avoid them, we'll have to confront whatever's out there," he replied, his voice steady despite the unease. In that moment, he knew their survival depended on quick thinking and effective communication, and he was ready to steer them through the unknown dangers that lay ahead. As they huddled in the thick bushes, Aiden's heart pounded in his chest, every sound heightened by the tense silence surrounding them. He listened intently, the distant roar growing louder, the earth beneath them vibrating with the creature's approach. "Everyone, stay quiet," he urged, sensing the anxiety ripple through the group. Aiden's mind raced with options, recalling their earlier encounters and how each had prepared him for this moment. He needed to act before panic set in among his allies. Peeking through the brush, he caught a glimpse of the dark creature lumbering closer, its massive form cutting through the trees, searching for them. "Rook, what do you think?" Aiden whispered, glancing back at his ally, who appeared deep in thought. Rook's eyes narrowed as he evaluated the situation. "We could create a distraction," he suggested, a hint of determination in his voice. "If we draw its attention away from here, we could make a break for it." Aiden considered the idea, weighing the potential risks against the immediate need for safety. "That could work, but we need to ensure everyone is on the same page," he replied, nodding. Feeling the pulse of leadership surge through him, Aiden decided to take charge. "Let's make noise. Sound like we're retreating toward the creek. It might lure the creature away from us," he instructed, his voice low but commanding. Mia's eyes widened, but she quickly nodded in agreement, recognizing the urgency of the situation. "I'll gather some rocks to throw. Create enough sound to make it believable," she said, moving swiftly to act on the plan. As Aiden watched her, the adrenaline coursing through him reminded him of the importance of quick thinking and adaptability. He felt a solid resolve build as he directed the others to prepare, knowing that he was no longer just a participant, but a leader ready to face the challenges ahead. With trust in each other and a plan taking shape, they steeled themselves for the impending confrontation, ready to follow through on their collective decision. As Mia gathered rocks, Aiden felt the tension in the air hum with energy. "Ready?" he whispered to the group, ensuring everyone was prepared to execute the plan. Finn clenched his fists, determination twisting his features. "Let's do this," he said, the fear from before now replaced by focus. With a final nod, Aiden motioned for everyone to position themselves, taking care to stay quiet as the beast continued its search. "On my count," he murmured, feeling the weight of leadership settle firmly on his shoulders. 3, 2, 1. Mia hurled the first rock into the distance, the sound of it crashing through the underbrush breaking the stillness. Aiden watched as the creature's head snapped toward the noise, its nostrils flaring as it instinctively moved in that direction. "Now!" Aiden shouted, signaling the group to follow the plan as they began to creep cautiously away from their hiding spot. Together, they moved stealthily, hearts pounding, but Aiden kept his focus on their surroundings, guiding them with hand signals. However, as they began retracing their steps, a loud snap echoed behind them, and Aiden felt a surge of fear course through him. One of the mercenaries had stepped on a branch. The creature turned, eyes locking onto their position once more, the low growl escaping its throat, reverberating through the air like a warning. "Back! Back!" Aiden hissed, urging everyone to retrace their steps further into the shadows. He felt the weight of the moment drag heavily on him as he processed the failing execution of their plans, but he refused to let panic take hold. "Stay calm. We'll adjust," Aiden commanded, instinct kicking in once more. As they moved deeper into the trees, Aiden frantically considered their options, determined to keep everyone focused despite the imminent threat. In that challenging moment, he realized that adaptability was crucial, and he needed to cultivate resilience, not just within himself, but among his allies as well. Aiden and the group scrambled deeper into the cover of the trees, the sounds of the creature's growls echoing ominously behind them. "Stick together," Aiden shouted, adrenaline fueling his voice as they adjusted their formation to mitigate the danger. He glanced back, spotting the shadowy figure pushing through the underbrush, hunger and fury in its movements. "Mia, try to create another distraction," he urged, realizing their earlier plan had gone awry. With urgency, she began gathering more rocks, her hands moving quickly as the tension hung heavily in the air. "On it," she replied, determination firm in her eyes. Aiden focused on their immediate surroundings, his mind racing as he sought a strategic element that could help them regain the upper hand. "Rook, can you set something up to block its path?" he called out, recognizing Rook's strength and familiarity with the terrain. "Already on it," Rook responded, gathering branches and debris with swift precision. Aiden moved to assist him, working together to create a makeshift barrier that would slow the creature down, giving them a chance to escape. As they worked, the growls intensified, each sound louder, sending waves of urgency crashing over them. "Almost done," Rook shouted, adrenaline and focus sharpening his movements. Aiden felt the weight of the moment pressing in as he forged ahead with renewed determination. "Let's make it count. Once we're set, we'll have to act quickly." The creature's shadow loomed closer, and every instinct in Aiden screamed for them to move faster. With the barricade finally in place, Aiden took a moment to assess everything. They would need to use every ounce of their resourcefulness if they were to escape unscathed. "All right, everyone ready?" he asked, gauging the group's readiness, their breaths heavy in the stillness. The collective nods of affirmation held a promise of unity, reminding him of their shared commitment even in the face of fear. "Together, we move," he commanded, his voice echoing with the strength of their purpose as they prepared to face the impending threat. Aiden led the charge as they moved past the barricade, adrenaline coursing through him and urging him forward. The growls of the creature echoed ominously behind them, a reminder that they could not afford to falter. "Quickly," he shouted, rallying the group as they sprinted deeper into the underbrush, weaving through the trees. Aiden's instincts kicked in as he glanced back, ensuring everyone was holding their ground, the teamwork they had forged becoming their lifeline. Mia stayed close, her determination evident as she kept pace with him, eyes scanning for any sign of pursuit. "Is it still following us?" she asked, breathlessly turning her head to gauge their surroundings. "Not yet, but we need to keep moving," Aiden replied, trying to maintain a calm exterior even as his heart raced. As they pushed forward, the sounds of the forest began to envelop them again, a contrasting tranquility to the chaos they had just escaped. Finn, now emboldened from their earlier success, spoke up. "We should find a safer spot to regroup and assess our next move." "Agreed, but we need to stay alert," Aiden replied, appreciating Finn's proactive spirit. They reached a thicker part of the woods, the underbrush becoming denser, which provided some cover but also limited their visibility. "We can catch our breath here," Aiden suggested, leading them to a small clearing where the branches arched overhead, providing a natural canopy. Once settled, Aiden took a moment to collect himself, breathing deeply as he scanned the group. Every face reflected the tension of their encounter, but also the resilience that had come from the struggles they faced together. "Now, let's discuss our next steps," Aiden said, feeling a surge of responsibility to guide the team through this moment's uncertainty. He understood that they were not just escaping danger. They were navigating a path to discovery, and he was determined to lead them through it with purpose. As Aiden caught his breath, the sound of birds chirping cautiously returned to the forest, a soothing reminder of normalcy amidst the chaos they had just endured. He looked around at his allies, each member breathing heavily but still alert, their camaraderie evident in the way they huddled together. "We need to take stock of what we have and what we've learned," Aiden said, feeling the urgency of their situation weighing on him. Mia nodded, her expression reflective as she began to pull out their gathered resources. "What do we still have left?" she asked, her determination shining through. Aiden stepped forward, helping her lay out their supplies: potion vials, the herbs they had secured, and remnants of their earlier preparations. "We should focus on how to enhance these potions or create new ones for our protection," he suggested, feeling the weight of responsibility, but also a spark of hope as they analyzed their resources. Finn chimed in. "What if we try to combine the herbs in different ways? We could find out what works best against the dark force. Aiden smiled at Finn's enthusiasm, appreciating how the team's collaborative spirit was beginning to flourish. I like that idea. We can test different mixes and document the results, he replied, noting the growing confidence among his allies. As they discussed ideas, Rook approached Aiden, his demeanor more open than before. I'm sorry for doubting you earlier, he said, the sincerity evident in his tone. It's just, this situation is a lot to handle. Aiden felt a sense of relief wash over him. I understand. It's a challenge for all of us, and we need to lean on each other to get through it, he replied, grateful for Rook's acknowledgement. Together, they brainstormed and adjusted their plans, the conversation flowing freely as Aiden guided the team's focus toward innovation and adaptation. With a sense of direction taking shape, Aiden felt the camaraderie strengthen. The trials they had faced had prepared them for this moment, and as they moved forward, Aiden knew they were ready to handle whatever lay ahead. Chapter 14, The Mentor's Guidance. As dawn broke, Aiden awoke to the sounds of the forest slowly coming to life around him. He lay still for a moment, absorbing the peaceful atmosphere, the stress of the previous day's conflicts gradually fading. Rising from his bedroll, he took a deep breath, letting the fresh air fill his lungs and invigorate him. Today was pivotal. They needed to gather more information and strengthen their plans before confronting the dark force again. Aiden started organizing his notes, reviewing their strategies while recalling the wise words of Eldon from their earlier encounter. He felt a sense of determination settle within him as he mentally prepared himself for their next steps. Just as he finished packing his supplies, Mia joined him, rubbing sleep from her eyes, a bright smile already forming on her face. Did you sleep well? She asked, stretching her arms overhead. Better than expected, Aiden replied, returning her smile. Today's the day we start making real progress, she said, her enthusiasm infectious. Absolutely. We need to gather more information about the dark force and make our strategy as solid as possible, Aiden replied, recalling the night's discussions. Mia, I was thinking we should head to the nearby village. The elders might have some insight into what we're facing, he suggested, eager to involve her in the planning. Great idea. They'll know the history we might be missing. She agreed, her excitement bubbling as she grabbed her bag. Just then, Rook approached, still groggy. What's the plan? He asked, his tone hinting at the lingering skepticism that was beginning to soften. Aiden met his gaze, feeling the weight of leadership build as he outlined their intention to seek counsel from the village elders. We'll head to the village to gather insights and connect with potential allies, Aiden explained, hopeful that this would solidify their approach. Rook nodded, the signs of willingness in his demeanor a breath of fresh air. With Aiden's heart racing in anticipation of the day's endeavors, he felt ready to take on the challenges ahead, sensing that today would mark a significant step in their journey. Aiden and his companions set off toward the nearby village, the sun cutting through the trees and casting a warm glow over the path ahead. With each step, Aiden felt a mix of excitement and trepidation, knowing that the answers they sought could drastically alter their course. As they traversed through the underbrush, Aiden recalled the lessons learned on their journey, the importance of adaptability and the strength found in allies. Stick close and keep your eyes peeled, Aiden instructed, glancing back to ensure that everyone remained vigilant. Mia walked beside him, her energy infectious as she offered a few encouraging words to the group. I can't wait to speak with the elders. They always have great stories and knowledge. We might learn something crucial, she said, her voice filled with anticipation. Aiden smiled at her enthusiasm, recognizing that it served to ease the tension among their group. As they approached the entrance of the village, familiar sights began to emerge. Children playing, market stalls setting up, and the scent of baked goods wafting through the air. But as they entered the village square, Aiden felt a weight settle upon him, the reality of their mission pressing in. Remember why we're here, he reminded everyone, turning to face the group. We need to gather information to confront the dark forces. Let's approach the elders with respect. The villagers around them looked up, some whispering as they recognized Aiden and his companions. Aiden's heart raced as he faced the eyes of the people he had known his whole life, feeling both their support and unspoken expectations. "We'll make our way to the elder's home," he said decisively, leading the group into the heart of the bustling village. With each step, he felt a surge of determination, ready to uncover the knowledge that would guide their paths as they prepared for the challenges ahead. Upon reaching the elder's home, Aiden found the door slightly ajar, a soft light spilling out from within. He hesitated for a moment, feeling a mix of reverence and anxiety, before gently pushing the door open. Inside, the familiar scent of herbs and warm wood enveloped him, grounding him in the rich history of the place. The elder, a wise woman named Talia, looked up from her workstation, eyes twinkling with wisdom and curiosity. "Aiden, it's good to see you," she greeted, a warm smile spreading across her face. "Thank you for seeing us," he replied, stepping inside with Mia, Rook, and Finn close behind. "What brings you back to our humble home?" Thalia asked, her tone inviting yet probing, hinting that she sensed the gravity of their visit. Aiden exchanged glances with his companions, gathering his courage to share their purpose. "We need your guidance, Thalia. Dark forces are stirring, and we've encountered challenges that may threaten the village." Her expression shifted to one of concern, and she gestured for them to sit. "Tell me everything you've faced," she said, her voice gentle but commanding, as if she held the power to untangle their troubles. As Aiden and his friends recounted their journey and the obstacles they had encountered, Rook leaned in, tension radiating from him. "Do you know anything about the dark force?" he asked, the urgency in his voice revealing the weight they all felt. Thalia listened carefully, absorbing every detail. "Assemble the knowledge you've gathered, and I will do my best to help," she said, her tone firm as she began to gather scrolls and herbs from the shelves. Aiden watched, his heart racing as he felt hope blossoming amid the uncertainty they faced. This moment was pivotal. He sensed that the wisdom of the elder could pave the way for their next steps and potentially transform their understanding of the darkness they sought to confront. As Thalia sifted through her collection of ancient scrolls, the room filled with the sound of rustling parchment. Aiden felt the weight of each moment pressing on him, his anticipation mounting as he awaited the elder's insights. "Here it is," Thalia said, pulling out a particularly worn scroll, its edges frayed from years of use. She spread it across the table, revealing intricate illustrations and symbols that captivated Aiden's attention. "This depicts the dark force you speak of," she explained, tracing a finger over the images. "It has plagued our lands for generations, feeding on fear and chaos." Aiden leaned closer, absorbing every detail as Thalia shared stories of past heroes who had faced similar threats and the sacrifices they made. He sensed a collective respect for the wisdom she imparted, listening intently as she described the methods used to counteract the darkness. "Knowledge is your strongest weapon," Thalia continued, looking directly at Aiden. "But it depends on your ability to stay united and resourceful." Mia, sitting beside Aiden, interjected, "How can we prepare our village to face this?" Thalia offered a gentle smile, understanding the gravity of their mission. "You must harness the strengths of those around you. Each person has a role to play in this fight," she advised, her voice steady and reassuring. Aiden felt a wave of clarity wash over him, realizing that this battle would not be his alone, but rather a collective effort fueled by trust and cooperation. With each word, the bonds between him and his allies seemed to strengthen, reinforcing the commitment they shared. "Thank you, Thalia," Aiden said earnestly, recognizing how pivotal this moment was for his evolution as a leader. He understood that the knowledge they had gained not only prepared them for the battles ahead, but also fostered a deeper connection with the community he aimed to protect. As Aiden and his friends prepared to leave Thalia's hut, a newfound sense of purpose surged within him. "Let's take this knowledge back to the village and share it with everyone," he suggested, feeling a mixture of excitement and determination. Mia nodded vigorously, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. "Everyone will want to know what we've learned. This could change everything for us," she exclaimed, her voice filled with hope. Rook, standing at the doorway, crossed his arms again, but Aiden could see the hint of curiosity in his stance. "What if the villagers don't believe us? We've faced skepticism before, he pointed out, casting a glance back at the group. Aiden felt the weight of Rook's concerns, but met his gaze with confidence. Then we make them believe it. We show them the evidence, everything we've gathered. We can't give up simply because others doubt us, he replied, conviction flooding his words. Aiden's resolve inspired determination among his allies, and the group moved to gather their belongings. As they stepped into the cool air outside, Aiden felt invigorated, excited by the prospect of sharing their newfound insights with the village. Remember what Thalia said, "Unity is our strength," Aiden reminded them, his voice resolute as they began their journey back. As they walked, he noticed the energy shift within the group. Doubts from earlier encounters began to fade, replaced by a sense of shared purpose. With each step, Aiden felt the bond strengthen among them, aware that their experiences had not only prepared them for what lay ahead, but had also forged lasting relationships. He understood that this journey would require ongoing effort and collaboration, but the foundation they established today would carry them forward into whatever challenges awaited. As Aiden and the group made their way back to the village, the sun dipped low on the horizon, painting the sky with hues of orange and purple. Each footfall resonated with a mix of anticipation and resolve, the air surrounding them electric with the energy of their mission. Aiden felt the familiar sights begin to comfort him, knowing that he was returning not just as a traveler, but as a leader who had faced trials and emerged stronger. The village square came into view, vibrant with the remnants of the festival, now settling into a quiet hum as evening approached. "We need to gather everyone and share what we've learned," Aiden declared, his heart racing at the thought of informing the villagers about their discoveries. Mia, ever supportive, looked at him with confidence. "They'll want to know how they can help us prepare." As they approached the center of the square, Aiden noticed familiar faces turning toward them, curiosity sparking in their expressions. "Come on, everyone! Aiden's back!" shouted a child running toward them with glee. Aiden's heart swelled with warmth, the welcome washing over him as a smile spread across his face. He stepped forward, ready to share the knowledge they had gained, knowing that his words could inspire action among the villagers. But before he could speak, Rook placed a hand on Aiden's shoulder, grounding him in the moment. "Let's not rush. We should be clear about what we've found and how it impacts everyone," Rook suggested, his tone serious yet supportive. Aiden appreciated the reminder, taking a breath as he gathered his thoughts. "Right. We need to explain the situation thoroughly," he agreed, feeling the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders once more. As they paused to gather their thoughts, Aiden could see the villagers leaning in, eager for news, ready to listen. This was not just a moment of return. It was a threshold of new beginnings, where the experiences of his journey would transform their shared fate. Chapter 15, The First Test. The sun rose slowly over the village, casting golden rays that kissed the earth and illuminated the streets. Aiden stood at the edge of the square, heart racing with anticipation as he prepared for the day ahead. The energy of the village was different now. There was a palpable sense of unity and purpose rippling through the air after the revelations shared by Aiden and his companions. Today was the day they would implement their plans, a moment to actively engage the community in fortifying their defenses against the dark forces lurking in the forest. He glanced around, noticing villagers preparing for the day, gathering supplies, and chatting with one another, their faces filled with determination. Taking a deep breath, Aiden stepped forward into the heart of the square, ready to share further insights and solidify their collective efforts. "Mia?" he called, spotting her, assisting a group of children with preparations for a new communal art project. "Can you help me gather everyone for a quick meeting?" She nodded eagerly, and together they began calling for villagers to assemble, their voices blending with the morning chatter. As they gathered, Aiden felt a surge of commitment surge within him. He wanted to ensure they had the resources and knowledge necessary to address the impending challenges. "Today, we'll work together to prepare for what lies ahead," he announced, feeling a mix of authority and responsibility wash over him. The crowd murmured in agreement, eyes focused on Aiden, waiting for his guidance, the unity they had forged solidifying around him. "Let's share ideas on how we can utilize the resources we gathered," he continued, feeling his confidence grow as he steered the conversation toward collaboration. As voices chimed in with suggestions, ideas for reinforcing barriers, enhancing potions, and fostering community creativity, Aiden felt the weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. This was their moment to unite against the darkness encroaching on their lives, and he was determined to lead them into a future where hope prevailed. As the villagers gathered, Aiden felt the excitement in the air pulse around him. He could see familiar faces filled with enthusiasm and a sense of shared purpose, ready to contribute to the preparations. "Mia, can you and Finn lead a team to gather supplies from the forest?" Aiden asked, wanting to leverage their earlier successes. "Absolutely. We'll find more herbs and anything else we can use for potions," she replied, determination evident in her tone. With a nod, Aiden turned to the rest of the group. "Let's split into teams. Rook, you're with me. We'll check the perimeter for any vulnerabilities," he instructed, wanting to ensure they had a comprehensive approach to their preparations. Rook gave a quick nod, his previously skeptical demeanor now softened into one of focus and readiness. "Let's make sure we have a plan if something goes wrong out there," he urged, emphasizing the importance of their safety. Aiden recognized the value in Rook's caution, grateful for his experience as they laid out precautionary measures. "Of course, communication is key," Aiden reiterated, feeling comforted by how their trust and willingness to collaborate were building. As the teams began to disperse, Aiden felt a mix of pride and nervous energy, their mission clear before them. "Remember, work together and keep an eye out for anything unusual," he called out, reinforcing the need for vigilance. The villagers nodded, motivated by the sense of unity that had formed throughout their journey together, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. With his heart racing and determination strengthening, Aiden felt more prepared than ever to interact with the villagers and the forest, knowing that every step they took brought them closer to their goal of protection and peace against the dark forces threatening their lives. As the teams set off in different directions, Aiden felt the buzz of energy around him, but he also sensed the weight of unresolved tensions lingering. He turned to Rook, who was adjusting the straps on his gear, the frown still lingering on his face. "Are you okay?" Aiden asked, noticing the skepticism that lingered in Rook's demeanor. "I just want to be sure we're making the right choices. After everything that's happened, we can't afford another slip-up," Rook admitted, his voice low but firm. Aiden nodded, understanding Rook's concerns. "I get that," Aiden replied, striving to connect with him. "But if we stick together and trust each other, we can turn this challenge into an opportunity." Rook met his gaze, still hesitant. "I'm just saying that we should have a clear plan if things go sideways. I don't want to be left hanging again," he said, the edge of doubt still sharp. Aiden took a deep breath, feeling the responsibility of leadership press against him, but also strengthening his resolve. "I promise. We'll adapt and communicate. We've learned from our past experiences. We're stronger now. Let's address any concerns together." Seeing the flicker of understanding in Rook's eyes was encouraging, yet Aiden knew that trust had to be rebuilt, one step at a time. "Just be ready for anything," Rook replied, a hint of respect beginning to emerge in his tone. With a shared nod of agreement, Aiden felt a renewed sense of determination surge within him. He focused on the preparations ahead, knowing that overcoming these trust issues would be critical in their fight against the dark forces. As he led the way toward the forest, he vowed to create an environment of open communication and collaboration, ready to embrace both challenges and victories together. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Aiden felt a mixture of anticipation and tension radiate through the group. The path ahead looked promising, but the shadows cast by the towering trees reminded him that danger was ever present. He caught glimpses of Finn and Mia flanking the group, their earlier enthusiasm still bright. "Do you think we'll actually find what we're looking for?" Finn asked, his voice a blend of eagerness and uncertainty. "We have to believe we will," Aiden replied, his resolve steady as he pressed on. With each step, he recalled the wisdom shared by Thalia about how past experiences shape their future actions, bolstering their courage. Suddenly, a rustle in the underbrush snapped his attention. "Everyone, hold up," Aiden commanded, stopping short as he scanned the area, instincts firing as he anticipated potential threats. Elowen moved closer, her expression alert. "It might just be an animal. Let's not jump to conclusions," she suggested, her tone measured. Aiden nodded, appreciative of her calm demeanor, yet he couldn't shake the unease coiling in his stomach. "True, but we can't afford to be caught off guard," he responded, taking a few cautious steps forward to assess the potential danger. As the group repositioned, the atmosphere hung heavy with trepidation, each ally eyeing their surroundings. "Stay close and remain vigilant," Aiden reiterated, noticing the way Finn glanced towards him, eager for assurance. Aiden met Finn's gaze, channeling determination through their shared connection. "This is part of our journey, and we will face whatever challenges arise together," he reminded the group, conviction ringing in his words. They crept forward, ready to adapt to where the path might lead, Aiden's confidence growing as they embraced the mission ahead, united against the unknown. As they continued their trek through the forest, Aiden felt a shift in the energy around them. The dense trees seemed to close in, shadows deepening, and the sound of distant thunder rumbled ominously in the background. "Keep moving," he urged, quickening his pace, aware that the storm could disrupt their plans. The group flanked him, moving with purpose, but Aiden could sense the unease creeping in again. Mia glanced over, concern etching her features. "What if we're too late?" she asked quietly, the thought echoing the worries that lingered at the back of his mind. "We'll adapt," Aiden insisted, willing his voice to remain steady. "We have a plan and we'll stick to it." Just then, Finn stumbled slightly, catching himself on a low branch. "Careful there," Aiden called back, his heart racing at the thought of accidents derailing their mission. "Yeah, sorry. The ground is uneven here," Finn replied, brushing off his moment of clumsiness. Rook, who had been trailing slightly behind, frowned. "Perhaps we should take a breather. The way ahead looks treacherous," he suggested, skepticism creeping back into his tone. Aiden felt the urge to push forward but realized the importance of ensuring the group's safety and morale. "Good idea. Let's take a moment to regroup," he agreed, assessing the surrounding area for a safe spot. They found a small clearing sheltered by overhanging branches, providing a brief respite from the rain that had just begun to fall. Aiden leaned against a tree, taking a sip of water as he observed the group. Even amid uncertainty, they had come together, their trust in one another forming a tight-knit bond. "While we rest, let's share our thoughts on our next steps," Aiden proposed, wanting to maintain the collaborative spirit they had built. Mia nodded, and a few of the mercenaries began to discuss their tactics, deepening the sense of unity that Aiden fostered. In this moment of calm, Aiden recognized how their past experiences and lessons learned were shaping not only their plans, but also building them into a stronger team, prepared for whatever challenges lay ahead. As the group settled into the clearing, Aiden took a moment to absorb the importance of what they were about to face. The sound of rain pattering gently on the leaves created a soothing rhythm, allowing him to think clearly for the first time in hours. "Let's remember why we're here," he said, raising his voice above the quiet murmur of the group, drawing their attention. "Each step we take brings us closer to combating the dark forces threatening our village. We've prepared for this." Mia nodded, excitement flickering in her eyes as she leaned in, eager to contribute. "An hour ago, we weren't even sure if we'd find anything useful in the forest. Now we have allies, knowledge, and a strategy," she said, her enthusiasm infectious. While the atmosphere felt lighter, Rook and a couple of others exchanged tentative glances, lingering doubts still present. "What if the dark forces regroup after we're done?" Rook questioned, his tone cautious but less adversarial than before. Aiden took a deep breath, feeling the weight of leadership both daunting and invigorating. "We can't predict every outcome, but we can prepare ourselves for whatever comes next," he replied, his voice steady. Recognizing the importance of actionable feedback, Aiden encouraged everyone to brainstorm ways to fortify their defenses. Finn jumped in. "What if we set up extra traps near the village perimeter? That way, we can alert ourselves if anything approaches." "That's a great idea. Let's decide together the best way to implement that," Aiden said, pleased with the initiative Finn was taking. As they discussed their ideas, Aiden felt the energy shift from uncertainty to determination, a sense of unity building around their collective purpose. This was a defining moment. Each member of the group was contributing actively, and Aiden recognized how far he had come in fostering a collaborative environment. "Let's put our heads together and strategize how to ensure our village is safe," he urged, feeling confident that their collective efforts would carry them forward into the challenges waiting just beyond the forest. Chapter 16, The Heart of Darkness. As Aiden and the group continued their preparations, a sense of unease settled in the air, heavier than before. The earlier camaraderie began to feel strained as rumors of the dark forces spread like wildfire among the villagers, raising concern and fear. On their way to inspect the defenses set around the village, Aiden felt a knot tighten in his stomach. "Something doesn't feel right," he murmured, glancing at Mia, who walked closely beside him. "What do you mean?" she asked, her expression serious, sensing the tension in his voice. "I'm not sure, but it feels like we're on the brink of something big," Aiden replied, trying to shake off the feeling creeping over him. As they approached the perimeter, the sight of chaos unfolding sent adrenaline coursing through him. A group of villagers had gathered, voices rising in panic as they reported that several crops had been devastated by strange creatures during the night. Rook stepped forward, frustration etched on his face. "We can't keep losing ground to these monsters," he exclaimed, anger simmering just beneath the surface. "We need to confront this head-on," he added, his voice thick with urgency. Aiden felt the pressure of decision-making weigh heavily as he processed the situation. "Everyone, listen," he said, raising his voice to break through the chaos. "We need to assess the damage and formulate a plan to protect the village. This isn't just about us anymore." Finn chimed in, his tone eager yet filled with apprehension. "What if we find a way to set traps in the fields to deter the creatures?" Aiden felt a flicker of hope at Finn's suggestion, recognizing the importance of collaborating to devise a strategy. "Let's gather our resources and rally the villagers. We can reinforce the boundaries and protect the crops," he replied, the resolve in his voice growing stronger. Even amid the turmoil, Aiden felt a shift within himself, understanding that navigating this crisis was an opportunity to truly demonstrate his leadership. Aiden quickly assessed the damage in the fields, taking in the sight of wilting crops and trampled earth scattered with signs of destruction. The villagers' faces reflected a mix of anger and despair, their collective frustration palpable as they discussed the recent attack. "Where did they come from?" one villager shouted, his hands clenched into fists, looking for someone to blame. Aiden felt the weight of their expectations settle heavily on his shoulders, recognizing that he needed to channel their fears into constructive action. "Let's gather everyone," he called out, raising his voice above the rising panic. "We need to strategize and share what we know. We can't let fear dictate our actions." He watched as the villagers nodded, some stepping forward to join him while others remained skeptical, their gazes questioning his ability to lead. Rook looked at Aiden, a mix of determination and doubt in his eyes. "Do you really think we can defend against this?" he asked, challenging Aiden's resolve with an edge of concern. Aiden took a breath, feeling the pressure of leadership surge within him. "I believe we can if we work together. Knowledge is our weapon," he answered, channeling the confidence he had built throughout their journey. As they gathered in the village square, Aiden motioned for Mia to share the strategies they had discussed regarding traps and defensive measures. She spoke passionately, her enthusiasm infectious as she detailed their plans, igniting a spark of hope among the villagers. Aiden felt the group's energy shift, a sense of purpose igniting as they began discussing their roles in preparing defenses. He knew that fostering this kind of collaboration was essential to overcoming the obstacles ahead, and as the villagers began to move with newfound determination, Aiden felt a surge of pride. Every conversation, every shared idea tightened the bond within the group, reinforcing his belief that they could face the challenges ahead as a united front. This moment of urgency had galvanized not just his leadership, but also the collective strength they all carried into the uncertainty awaiting them. As the group began discussing strategies, Aiden felt the tension rise once more. Villagers shared their experiences of the recent attacks, recounting tales of the dark creatures that had descended upon the fields under the cloak of night. "I saw one just beyond the riverbank," a farmer said, his voice trembling as he spoke. Aiden turned to Rook, who stood with arms crossed, skepticism etched on his face. "Are we really going to take the word of those who fled?" "Words are great, but we need evidence," Rook challenged, his tone sharp, creating a palpable division in the group. "Rook, they have every reason to be afraid. It's not easy to face something like that," Aiden replied, sensing the frustration bubbling over. Rook soiled, his frustration evident. "Yeah, but fear alone doesn't help us prepare. We need to know what we're facing," he insisted. Mia stepped in, trying to bridge the gap. "Aiden's right. If we work together and gather all the information we can, that will guide our defenses." "Each piece is crucial," she urged, her voice steady and persuasive. Aiden watched as other villagers began to chime in, some voicing support for the approaches Aiden and Mia were advocating, while others remained hesitant, echoing Rook's skepticism. "Then let's form a plan to gather intelligence, assess what's out there, and prepare accordingly," Aiden said, determined to create a united front. As the group deliberated, Aiden felt the stakes rise. Every word spoken and every opinion shared had the potential to shape the direction they would take, highlighting the importance of collective input. He realized that fostering communication was essential not only for the mission ahead, but also for their growth as a community. The conflicting dynamics reinforced Aiden's understanding of how leadership required patience, empathy, and the ability to navigate complex emotions, both his own and those of his allies. This was their chance, and he was determined to ensure they seized it together. As the conversations continued, Aiden felt the weight of leadership pressing down on him, each word exchanged reinforced by the urgency of their mission. He realized that he needed to inspire confidence in their ability to confront the dark forces together, transforming doubt into determination. "All right, let's map out our strategy for gathering more information," Aiden suggested, pulling out parchment and a quill. With a newfound vigor, he began sketching out their plan, outlining roles and responsibilities based on individual strengths. "We'll send small teams into the areas where reports of the dark creatures surfaced. Each team will gather intel and return before dusk." Mia nodded enthusiastically. "I can lead one of the teams to the riverbank. I know the area well." "Great idea. Rook, you can take another group to the east side of the field where the crops were attacked," Aiden directed, feeling the synergy of collaboration begin to rise. Rook's earlier skepticism appeared to soften as Aiden mapped out plans with clarity, finally seeing the collective effort taking shape. "Just make sure to stay in contact. If things look dangerous, fall back," Rook said, a sense of responsibility creeping back into his voice. "Absolutely," Aiden affirmed, feeling the energy shift toward resolve. "Everyone, communication is key as we embark on this. Let's trust each other's instincts. We need to be adaptable." His words resonated across the group, inspiring a renewed sense of purpose, the undercurrents of doubt fading as they committed to their plan. As they finalized the details, Aiden felt a surge of confidence, aware that their shared ambitions and resilience had prepared them for whatever lay ahead. This resolve would anchor their unity, shaping the decisions they would make as they faced the challenges of the dark forces together. As the teams prepared to set out on their respective missions, Aiden felt the collective determination surrounding them solidify into a palpable force. He watched Mia gather her team, her voice steady as she outlined their path to the riverbank. "Let's stick to the tree line and be careful not to make too much noise. We'll move quickly and quietly," she said, her confidence helping to ease the tension among the group. Aiden couldn't help but smile at her leadership, satisfied that they had all grown from their experiences together. He turned his focus to his own team, reminding them to check their gear and ensure everyone had adequate supplies. Rook stepped up beside him, taking on the responsibility of motivating the group. "Let's make sure we're ready for anything. We can't afford mistakes this time," he asserted, feeling the camaraderie building once more. Aiden felt pride swell within him as he witnessed their growing confidence and determination, their earlier doubts dissipating. "Agreed," Aiden replied, appreciating Rook's proactive approach. "Remember, we've prepared for each of these encounters. We are in this together, and our strength lies in our unity." As they moved to finalize their preparations, Aiden sensed the bond between them strengthening, their shared purpose becoming the driving force of their mission. With the sun beginning to rise higher, casting a warm glow over the group, Aiden could feel the energy shifting toward optimistic resolve. In this moment, he understood that each challenge they faced would not only test their skills, but also deepen their connection, preparing them for the unknown dangers that lay ahead. He took a deep breath, ready to lead them into the next phase of their journey, knowing that their courage and teamwork would define their success. As the teams set off on their respective missions, Aiden felt a sense of purpose surge within him. He watched as Mia's team moved toward the riverbank, their figures blending with the foliage as they slipped out of sight. With his own team, he double-checked their supplies and made sure everyone understood the strategy they had discussed. "Let's keep communication open, and don't hesitate to call for backup if anything goes awry," he instructed, ensuring that each member felt prepared for potential challenges. Rook, now more engaged, turned to Aiden with a determined nod. "Stay sharp, everyone. We've faced too much to risk being caught off guard," he reminded the group, bolstering their focus. Aiden appreciated Rook's support, recognizing that the earlier tensions were resolving into a collaborative spirit. As they moved quickly through the trees, Aiden felt the vibrant energy of their unity guiding him, every rustle of leaves amplifying the stakes of their mission. He could feel the weight of their journey bearing down on him, but with each step forward, he also sensed the growth he had experienced. This was the culmination of their efforts, and Aiden understood that their success hinged on the bonds they had formed and the adaptability they had developed along the way. With determination lighting a fire in his chest, he took a deep breath and led his team deeper into the forest, ready to face whatever awaited them with courage and intent. This was not just a mission. It was a testament to their journey, reflecting the strength they had cultivated together. Chapter 17, The Rift. As Aiden and his team reached the outskirts of a new clearing, the air felt charged with anxiety. They paused, surveying the area ahead where thick underbrush masked unseen dangers. The tension was palpable as Aiden exchanged glances with his companions, each face reflecting a mix of determination and apprehension. "We need to be cautious," he said, his voice steady but firm as he examined the depth of the shadows ahead. Mia shifted closer, her brow furrowed. "What if this is a setup? We can't afford to be ambushed again." Aiden understood her concerns, the stakes too high after the recent defeats they had faced. "We'll scout the perimeter first," he suggested, reassessing their strategy in light of the lingering doubts. Rook stepped forward, crossing his arms. "We need to think about our next move carefully. No rash decisions this time," he cautioned, his skepticism still echoing from their earlier discussions. Aiden met Rook's gaze, feeling the pressure of the moment. "Agreed," he replied, taking a deep breath to steady himself. "But we also need to ensure we act before the dark force gains more strength. We can't be paralyzed by fear." With that, Aiden motioned for Finn and Mia to check the right side of the clearing, while Rook and he moved left, each member understanding the importance of careful observation. As they began scouting the area, Aiden's mind raced with strategies and contingencies, determined to gather any information to prepare for the confrontation ahead. He felt the bonds of trust they had built strengthen his resolve, reminding him that they faced each challenge together, no matter the uncertainties looming in the shadows. Aiden moved cautiously through the underbrush, senses heightened as he and Rook scouted the left side of the clearing. The sounds of nature seemed amplified, each rustle of leaves a reminder of their vulnerability in this unfamiliar territory. "Keep your eyes peeled for any signs of movement," Aiden instructed, scanning the shadows for anything out of place. Rook nodded, his brow furrowing in concentration, occasionally glancing back toward Mia and Finn on the right side, ensuring they were all still connected. "Do you think we'll actually find something useful here?" Rook asked, a hint of doubt creeping into his voice. Aiden felt the familiar spark of determination ignite within him, pushing aside the lingering apprehension. There's always something to learn, whether it's the enemy's movements or hidden paths. We can't afford to underestimate any opportunity, he replied, shaking off Rook's skepticism with conviction. Suddenly, they heard a distant sound, the unmistakable crunch of footsteps on the forest floor, heavy and unnerving. Aiden raised a hand, signaling for silence, and Rook's muscles tensed as they surrendered to the stillness, eyes darting toward the source of the noise. It could be a patrol, Aiden whispered, heart racing as he mentally assessed their options. Ahead, he spotted the outlines of two figures moving cautiously through the trees, shrouded in shadows. Let's hide and observe before we make any rash moves, Rook suggested, instinctively crouching behind a thicket. Aiden followed suit, glancing at the figures as they passed, adrenaline sharpening his focus. The sight of them reinforced Aiden's earlier decision to uphold cautiousness as an integral part of their strategy, further emphasizing the need to gather information before acting. Together, they watched, ready to adapt their plans based on what they might uncover in the moments that followed. Aiden remained hidden behind the thicket, heart pounding as he watched the two figures draw closer. They seemed to be mercenaries, their movements deliberate and wary, scanning the area as they approached. "What do we do if they spot us?" Rook whispered, tension lacing his voice. Aiden kept his gaze fixed on the figures, contemplating their next move. "We wait until they pass, then gather information from what they discuss. Rushing in might give us more problems," he advised, feeling the weight of the moment settle upon them. The mercenaries drew nearer, their conversation hushed but urgent, words drifting through the air like secrets. "Did you see the way they fought?" one of them asked, a hint of unease in his tone. "They're stronger than we expected." Aiden's pulse quickened at the mention of they. "Yeah, but that doesn't change our orders. We need to flush them out before they gain more confidence," the other responded, a steely determination underscoring his words. Aiden exchanged worried glances with Rook, realizing that their enemies were strategizing, adjusting plans based on their observations. "What if they know we're here?" Rook murmured, anxiety creeping back into his expression. "We've got to be smart about it. Let's not lose our heads," Aiden whispered back, feeling the urgency of the moment intensifying. As the mercenaries continued to speak about their plans, Aiden took a steadying breath, formulating a strategy of his own that hinged on the information they were gathering. Once the figures began to move away, Aiden's instincts kicked in. "Now! Let's move," he urged, leading Rook back into the shadows, driven by determination to use what they'd learned to their advantage. In that critical moment, Aiden recognized that adapting to the evolving strategy of their enemies and maintaining focus would be vital to their success in the chaos ahead. Aiden and Rook slipped through the trees, the sound of the nearby mercenaries fading as they moved deeper into the forest. Adrenaline coursed through Aiden, sharpening his senses as they considered their next steps. "Did you catch what they were saying?" Aiden asked, his mind racing with the implications of their conversation. "Yeah," Rook replied, his brow furrowing. "They know we're stronger than before. It means we've gained their attention, whether we like it or not." Aiden nodded, feeling the weight of their predicament. He took a moment to reflect on the dynamics shifting around them. "We need to leverage that strength," he suggested thoughtfully, invigorated by the growing understanding of their situation. Rook considered Aiden's words, his skepticism slowly wearing away. "All right, but how do we use that attention to our advantage?" he asked, probing for clarity. Aiden took a breath, formulating a plan that would incorporate the information gathered from their earlier encounter. "We could create diversions, draw them into a more open area. Once we know what we're dealing with, we can take them out." Finn joined them, overhearing the discussion. "That could work. If we can manipulate their movements, we can gain the upper hand," he chimed in, enthusiasm lighting up his features. Aiden appreciated Finn's eagerness, recognizing how the energy of support from each team member reinforced their trust and confidence. "Let's gather some materials for distractions," Aiden instructed, knowing that strategy was crucial in this moment. As the group worked to collect stones, branches, and anything else they could use, Aiden felt a sense of purpose guiding him. He knew that this plan hinged not only on their physical abilities, but also on the bonds they had forged through their journey. Each member contributing to a collective resilience. Aiden's confidence surged as he realized their growth, a transformation that adjusted their approach to these pressing challenges, preparing them all for what lay ahead. As the group scattered to gather supplies for their diversions, Aiden felt an exhilarating mix of anticipation and responsibility wash over him. He moved among them, directing his friends while ensuring that everyone understood their roles clearly. "Let's make sure we're quick and efficient," he urged, glancing at Mia as she expertly piled stones and branches into a makeshift bag. "On it," she replied, her voice steady, a determined spark in her eyes. Aiden could see the camaraderie flourishing within the group, a testament to the bond they had cultivated through shared challenges. He approached Rook, who was stacking wood in preparation. "You think we can make enough noise to draw them away?" Aiden asked, seeking insight from Rook's experience. Rook met his gaze, a newfound respect evident in his expression. "Absolutely. If we set things up right, it could create a distraction that'll buy us some time," he replied, confidence emerging in his tone. "Great, let's focus on the pathway leading toward the creek. That way, we can corner them if they fall for the trap," Aiden decided, feeling invigorated by the group's shared purpose. Just then, Finn chimed in with excitement. "And if we can get them to follow the noise, we'll have the advantage once they're separated." Aiden nodded, the energy of the team fueling his resolve. As they finalized their preparations, he took a moment to appreciate how much they had evolved together. This was a test of not only their skills, but also their unity. With the storm still brewing outside, Aiden felt a sense of urgency as he recognized that they were on the verge of facing their greatest challenge yet, one that would require every ounce of their collective strength and trust. "Let's get ready to make our stand," Aiden urged, feeling both the resolve of the leader and the weight of the mission solidifying around them as they moved closer to the unknown. As the final preparations came together, Aiden gathered the group once more to ensure clarity before they put their plan into motion. "Remember, once we start this diversion, we need to stick to our strategy," he said, looking into the eyes of each ally, seeking their commitment. The murmurs of agreement echoed around him, a wave of shared determination that boosted his confidence. "Rook, you lead your team on the right flank," Aiden instructed, "while Mia and Finn create the noise on the left. I'll maneuver in between to guide the response." Rook nodded, his expression more determined than before, as if the weight of Aiden's trust had shifted something within him. "Just make sure you're not alone out there," he warned, his voice solemn, a reminder of the dangers still lurking. "I won't be," Aiden reassured him, though he felt a flicker of uncertainty at the back of his mind. Isolating the unexpected variables and running through the possibilities had become second nature, and he was prepared to adapt their approach as needed. As the team slipped into their positions, Aiden felt a deep sense of pride in their abilities. They had transformed from hesitant individuals into a cohesive unit, ready to tackle the threat together. "Mia, remember to signal us when you're ready," Aiden called out, determination fueling his words. Mia smiled, determination shining in her eyes. "I won't let you down." With a final glance around the clearing, Aiden felt the thrill of anticipation weave through the group, igniting a sense of urgency as they prepared to initiate the plan. "Let's do this," he said, steeling himself for the impending confrontation, confident that their efforts would shape their fate as they stepped into the unknown together. With hearts racing and adrenaline pumping, they moved forward, ready to face whatever challenges awaited in the shadows. Chapter 18, A Moment of Reckoning. As the plan was set in motion, Aiden felt an exhilarating surge of adrenaline as he moved alongside his allies. They were now deep within enemy territory, the atmosphere thick with anticipation and uncertainty. With hearts pounding, they navigated through the underbrush, the tension palpable as they drew closer to their target. In the distance, Aiden spotted the flicker of movement, a sign that they were nearing the dark forces they had prepared to confront. This was the moment he had long awaited, a decisive action that would alter the course of their journey. "Stay sharp," he whispered, his voice steady as he organized the group into a tight formation. Finn, full of energy, looked back at Aiden, eyes gleaming with excitement. "We really might face them head-on this time," he said, the thrill of possibility evident in his tone. "Exactly. But remember, it's about strategy, not just courage," Aiden replied, a reminder that the next steps required focus alongside bravery. As they approached the edge of a clearing, Aiden took a deep breath, adrenaline rushing through him, feelings of doubt mingling with determination. "Let's review our signals one last time before we move," he suggested, urging them to maintain their cohesion amidst the growing excitement. As they reaffirmed their plans, Aiden realized how far he had come, shifting from uncertainty to a posture of leadership, prepared to face whatever challenges lay ahead. This confrontation was more than just a battle. It was an opportunity to cement their strength and the bonds they had forged along the way. As Aiden took his position at the forefront, he felt the palpable tension in the air, each breath heavy with anticipation. The clearing opened up before them, revealing the dark forces gathering in the distance, their ominous figures silhouetted against the thickening twilight. Aiden's heart raced, the weight of leadership pressing firmly on his shoulders as he prepared to execute the plan they had crafted together. "On my signal, we move," he instructed, his voice low but commanding, ensuring that everyone understood their roles. Finn checked his weapon, a mix of excitement and nerves evident in his demeanor. "Just don't forget to signal if anything goes wrong, all right?" he quipped, trying to ease the tension with humor. Aiden smiled at Finn's attempt to lighten the mood, but felt a surge of seriousness wash over him. "I won't forget," he replied, meeting Finn's gaze with resolve. Elowen and Mia positioned themselves nearby, ready to unleash the distractions they had prepared, their faces set with fierce determination. Aiden took one last look at his allies, a mixture of pride and responsibility swelling in his chest. Every experience they had shared had led to this moment, a culmination of growth and trust that had fortified their bond. "Let's do this," he said, raising his chin and preparing to lead the charge. "Together," echoed the group, their unified voices harmonizing into a powerful rallying cry. With adrenaline coursing through him, Aiden signaled for them to move, their collective determination propelling them forward toward the dark forces ahead. He understood that this confrontation would test every lesson learned, and it was time to embrace the journey they had been on together. As they charged into the clearing, Aiden felt the energy around them shift, the atmosphere crackling with tension as they confronted the dark forces head-on. The creatures turned, snarling, their fierce eyes glowing ominously in the fading light. "Now," Aiden shouted, his voice cutting through the noise as he watched Mia and Elowen launch their distractions. Smoke bombs erupted, filling the air with a thick mist that obscured their movements, creating the perfect cover for their advance. Aiden swiftly directed the group, his mind racing with strategies, anticipating the enemy's reactions. "Rook, flank left. Finn, stay close to Mia," he commanded, moving fluidly between command and execution. The mercenaries responded quickly, falling into position as if they had practiced this very moment. The sound of snarls mixed with the hissing of smoke, and Aiden felt a surge of adrenaline course through him, fueled by the chaos that unfolded. As he charged toward one of the creatures, his heart raced, and he swung his weapon, feeling a rush of clarity in the action. The creature lurched back, stunned by the force of his strike, and Aiden seethed with determination. "Keep pushing," he yelled, urging his allies to maintain the assault, his voice strong and encouraging. Just then, Rook caught an enemy off guard, striking it with a swift blow, and Aiden couldn't help but feel a swell of pride. They were finally working as a cohesive unit, each member supporting the other, their collective strength palpable. Amidst the chaos, he recognized the importance of collaboration. His careful coordination and planning helped solidify their bond. "Don't let up. We are stronger together," Aiden called out, reinforcing the unity driving them forward in the heat of battle. With each movement, Aiden felt the power of his leadership shine through, ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead as they fought against the darkness. Aiden's heart raced as the battle intensified, each moment bringing new chaos and danger. He ducked and weaved, evading lashing claws and snapping jaws as the creatures pressed in around them. Amidst the turmoil, he caught a glimpse of Finn, fighting valiantly but caught in a precarious position, his back to an advancing enemy. "Finn, move left," Aiden shouted, the urgency in his voice propelling his ally to action. With a quick nod, Finn sidestepped the creature's lunging attack, narrowly avoiding a debilitating blow. Aiden felt a swell of pride for Finn's quick thinking, each successful maneuver reinforcing the bond they had formed through shared struggles. "Cover him," Aiden commanded, directing Mia and Rook to flank Finn, their movements coordinated with purpose. They sprang into action, surrounding the creature as Aiden led the charge, swinging his weapon with determination. Just as they gained the upper hand, the ground beneath them trembled, dislodging a flurry of dust and debris. The dark forces were shifting their strategy, and Aiden sensed the urgency heightening around him. "Regroup. We need to stabilize our positions," he called out, eyes scanning for any signs of weakness in their formation. Mia quickly maneuvered to Aiden's side, eyes wide with concern. "Are you sure we can hold our ground? They're relentless," she exclaimed, her voice laced with anxiety. Aiden met her gaze, drawing strength from the trust they had built. "We can hold if we stay united. Remember our plan and keep adapting," he replied, feeling the tension coiling around them. His commitment and confidence radiated through the group, a pulse of energy driving them to fight back. It was the lessons learned along their journey, resilience, adaptability, and the importance of collaboration that guided Aiden's steady leadership, reminding him that every challenge faced together was a step toward overcoming the darkness. Aiden scanned the battlefield, adrenaline pulsing as he saw the creature faltering under the group's relentless assault. This moment of opportunity surged within him, urging him to push forward and rally his allies. "Now, we can finish this," he shouted, his voice ringing with the strength of conviction. With renewed energy, they pressed their attack, and Aiden felt the weight of their combined efforts driving them toward victory. Elowen stepped up beside him, launching another potion just as Aiden charged forward, using the distraction to strike at the creature with precision. The blow landed hard, and for a brief moment, he felt invincible. Every doubt washed away in the heat of the battle. "Keep going," he urged, rallying Finn and Mia to maintain their stamina as they pressed the advantage. But amid the chaos, the creature roared, lashing out wildly, and Aiden watched as Rook narrowly dodged an attack, heart in his throat. "Stay aware," Aiden called out, knowing that their earlier preparations had been essential in fending off this monstrosity. As fear lingered in the air, the trust they had built under Aiden's leadership shone brightly, urging everyone to fight back against their common enemy. "We're stronger together," Aiden shouted, his words igniting a fire within the group as they ascended toward the final confrontation. With each successful strike, he felt more connected to his allies, their fates intertwined in this fight, reinforcing the bonds of loyalty and shared purpose that had developed through their trials. In that pivotal moment, Aiden realized that working together, adapting to new threats, and supporting one another was not just the essence of their battle, but also the embodiment of his journey toward leadership, a growth that would guide them in their quest against the darkness ahead. The creature let out a final roar as it stumbled, the force of Aiden's last attack overwhelming it. He stood poised, catching his breath, sweat trickling down his brow as he processed what had just transpired. Around him, the sounds of the battle slowly faded, replaced by a deep silence that settled in the clearing. Aiden surveyed the area, the remnants of the dark forces scattered across the ground, his heart filled with a mix of triumph and uncertainty. "Is it over?" Mia asked, her voice trembling slightly, eyes wide as she glanced around. Aiden nodded, though the unease creeping in at the edges of his mind reminded him of the fragility of their victory. The group began to regroup, sharing glances of relief mingled with exhaustion. "Finn, check on Rook," Aiden instructed, noting how the mercenary had taken a step back, visibly shaken but still standing. With Mia and Elowen taking stock of their supplies, Aiden felt every inch of leadership pressing upon him anew. Rook stood with his back turned, hands on his hips, the silence between them heavy with unsaid words. "Hey," Aiden said, stepping forward. "You did well out there. We couldn't have pushed back without your strength." Rook turned, a mix of gratitude and uncertainty crossing his face. Yeah, well, let's hope we don't have to face something like that again, huh? He replied, his tone still lined with tension, but softened by Aiden's acknowledgement. Aiden understood the lingering apprehension in Rook's heart. They had all been pushed to their limits. Every encounter helps us grow, Aiden encouraged, wanting to reinforce their strengthened bond. The group's dynamics had shifted from skepticism to a shared sense of responsibility and unity. As they began to discuss their next steps, Aiden felt the weight of their collective journey solidify their resolve. This victory marked just one phase of their battle. An understanding that resilience lay not only in physical strength, but also in the relationships they nurtured, would prepare them for the challenges still ahead. Chapter 19, The Ambush. The air was thick with tension as Aiden and the group gathered in the forest once more, ready to face the next challenge. After their recent victory, adrenaline still coursed through their veins, but now the stakes felt even higher. We need to remember everything we've learned and build on that, Aiden said, shifting their focus as they prepared to strategize. He studied the surroundings, taking note of the trees that framed the clearing and the subtle changes in the forest sounds, aware that danger could lurk anywhere. Let's set our plan and ensure each of us knows our role, he continued, determination drawing everyone's attention. As Aiden explained their approach, his confidence fueled by recent successes, he noticed Rook fidgeting at the edge of the group, arms crossed tightly against his chest. Are we really going to engage them directly again? Rook questioned, skepticism twisting his brows, his voice carrying the weight of previous conflicts. Aiden met Rook's gaze, his own resolve unwavering. This time we have more knowledge and experience. We can't live in fear of what might happen, Aiden replied, firm yet understanding of Rook's concerns. There's no room for doubt, Rook challenged, the spark of frustration still palpable. We can use what we found at the cave, information about their weaknesses, Aiden countered, recognizing the need to reassure his ally while strengthening their bond through open dialogue. Mia chimed in, we've trained for this. Each setback has made us stronger and more united. Aiden watched as the tension began to lift slightly, emboldened by Mia's words. Exactly, he said, feeling the momentum shift in the group. If we work together and adapt, we can handle whatever they throw at us. With the team buzzing with renewed purpose, Aiden felt a swell of confidence, knowing they were ready to confront the threats ahead. This confrontation would not only test their skills, but also solidify their unity, guiding them toward a stronger future. As Aiden laid out the plan, he felt the anticipation buzzing in the air around him, a palpable energy coursing through the group. Once we identify their position, we'll need to execute our plan quickly, he instructed, feeling the weight of responsibility settle firmly on his shoulders. The team gathered close, eyes focused and expressions serious, every member committed to the goal ahead. Finn looked determined, ready to contribute. How will we signal each other once we're in position? He asked, eager to clarify how they would maintain communication. Aiden took a moment to consider their surroundings, realizing that clear signals would be crucial in the dense forest. We'll use distinct sounds and signals, like whistles and hand gestures, he replied, his confidence reflecting the thoroughness of their preparations. Mia nodded, looking over the map once more. I can set up a diversion on the opposite side to draw their attention away while you all flank them, she suggested, her voice steady, showcasing her growth. Good thinking, Aiden said, feeling encouraged by her resilience. As they discussed details, Aiden felt Rook's eyes on him, calculating and observant. Just make sure you're prepared for anything. They'll know we're coming, Rook warned, still grappling with doubts lurking in the back of his mind. Aiden met Rook's gaze, feeling grounded in the moment. I understand the risks, but we've dealt with surprises before. If we stick to the plan and remain adaptable, we can turn the tide in our favor, he assured, a sense of determination solidifying his words. The group nodded in agreement, their collective commitment evident as they continued outlining their roles. With the preparations in place, Aiden felt a wave of confidence wash over him. The lessons from earlier encounters were shaping how they approached this pivotal moment. Together, they would navigate whatever challenges awaited them, their faith in one another guiding them into the unknown. As Aiden and his allies prepared to move, the tension in the air thickened, each member acutely aware of the stakes. They formed their lines, and Aiden took a moment to gaze at each face, gauging the readiness of his team. "Stay focused and remember the signals," he reminded them, feeling the weight of leadership settle onto him once more. Rook shifted slightly, his posture tense as he scanned their surroundings. "I hope your plan works," he muttered, a hint of doubt still lingering in his voice. Aiden turned to Rook, meeting his eyes with a reassuring resolve. "It will. We've trained for this moment, and we're prepared to adapt if we encounter problems," he replied, attempting to bolster Rook's confidence while reinforcing the trust they had slowly built. Mia glanced at Aiden, biting her lip with anticipation. "Let's make sure we stick together when we execute the plan. We noticed before how easily things can go sideways," she added, her voice laced with concern. "Absolutely. We don't let the fog of uncertainty cloud our focus," Aiden affirmed, feeling motivated by her words. The rest of the group exchanged nervous glances, the weight of the moment palpable as Aiden led them forward into the tree line, mindful of every rustle and whisper around him. As they approached the enemy territory, Aiden felt the air thicken with anticipation, each breath heavy with the knowledge of their shared commitment. He tightened his grip on his weapon, steadying himself for whatever awaited them as they prepared to face the dark force head-on. The time for action was at hand, and in this defining moment, he was determined to lead with clarity and conviction, ready to demonstrate the strength they had cultivated together. As they drew closer to the dark force's stronghold, Aiden felt the tension ripple through the group, a charged energy that pulsed with both fear and determination. He could see the silhouette of the enemy camp ahead, shadows flickering as figures moved about, unaware of the impending confrontation. "Remember our roles," Aiden whispered, his voice steady as he addressed his teammates. "Once we engage, stay connected and communicate any changes." Mia nodded, her eyes filled with resolve as she adjusted her grip on her weapon. Finn's excitement flickered momentarily, but he steadied himself, inspired by Aiden's calm demeanor. "We're ready," Finn said, determination clear in his voice as he glanced back at the assembled team. Rook moved closer, scanning the enemy camp. "If we're going to do this, let's strike fast while we still have the element of surprise," he suggested, grounding the group in a more aggressive mindset. Aiden felt the spark of audacity in Rook's suggestion and accepted the momentum. "Agreed. Let's draw them out and make this quick." "Follow my lead," he replied, a mix of excitement and seriousness flooding through him. They crept toward the edge of the clearing, hearts racing as they positioned themselves behind trees, ready to spring their trap. As Aiden steadied his breathing, he sensed the fate of their village resting on this very moment. Each lesson learned through their journey converged, shaping how he would respond, ready to pivot based on the unfolding dynamics. With one final glance at his team, a reassuring nod from Mia, and a determined look from Rook, Aiden felt fortified. "Let's do this," he whispered, steeling himself as they pushed forward into the fray, prepared to confront the darkness together. As the group silently positioned themselves in the underbrush, Aiden felt the pulse of tension thrum in the air around them. He could see the flickering lights from the enemy camp, shadows of the dark forces moving in and out of sight. With a firm grip on his weapon, he turned to his comrades, each face reflecting the gravity of the moment. "Wait for my signal," he whispered, feeling the weight of leadership pressing down on him. A moment of stillness enveloped them, punctuated only by the distant chatter of the mercenaries. Aiden scanned the camp, formulating plans within his mind, ready to adapt in an instant. Mia adjusted her stance beside him, her eyes glimmering with both courage and anxiety. "Whatever happens, we stick together, right?" she murmured, seeking reassurance. "Always," Aiden replied, feeling the strong bond of trust they had cultivated. Then, drawing on the lessons they had learned in previous encounters, he reminded them, "Remember to remain calm and communicate any changes." As they waited for the right moment, the tension thickened, every heartbeat echoing with anticipation. Finally, as an opening appeared, Aiden raised his hand, signaling the group to move. "Now," he commanded, his voice steady, directing the charge into the clearing as they collectively surged forward. The moment ignited an exhilarating rush, a mix of fear and purpose propelling Aiden forward to confront the threat ahead. In that instant, he felt the strength of his allies beside him, their shared determination shaping the course of their mission as they closed in on their adversaries. With each step taken, Aiden understood that they were more than individuals. They were a united force, ready to face the darkness together. As Aiden and his team surged into the clearing, a cacophony of sounds erupted around them. Shouts, growls, and the clash of arms filled the air, merging into a chaotic symphony of battle. Aiden's heart raced as he spotted the dark figures of the mercenaries, some already turning to face the incoming team. "Stick to the plan. Flank them," he shouted, the adrenaline surging through him as he led the charge. The moment they engaged, the world around Aiden transformed. Every sense heightened as he weaved through the frenetic scene. Mia and Finn coordinated seamlessly, throwing disruptor potions that created plumes of smoke, enveloping the enemies in confusion. Aiden pushed forward, determined to keep the momentum on their side, his eyes searching for opportunities to exploit. He caught sight of Rook engaging with a foe much larger than himself, the two locked in a fierce struggle. "Rook, flank left," Aiden called out, the command ringing clear as he redirected 3 mercenaries toward a new threat that had just emerged. A sense of unity surged within him, knowing their collective efforts were turning the tide of battle. Just as they seemed to gain the upper hand, a loud howl echoed from deeper within the shadows, a new challenge creeping into their plans. "More are coming," Finn yelled, his voice tinged with urgency, reminding them that the fight was far from over. Aiden assessed the battlefield, realizing they would need to adapt their tactics quickly. "Regroup. We can't let them overwhelm us," he commanded, raising his voice over the chaos, focusing on maintaining control amidst the rising stakes. With a deep breath, Aiden recalibrated their strategy, ready to engage whatever lay ahead, feeling the strength of his team rallying behind him. "Stay sharp, everyone. We push through together," he shouted, instilling a sense of determination, knowing that this was a moment that would define their journey. Chapter 20, The Review. As the dust settled from the fierce encounter, Aiden gathered the group at a clearing, the exhaustion of battle etched onto their faces. The air was thick with a mix of relief and lingering anxiety as they took stock of what they had accomplished and what still lay ahead. Aiden spread out the remaining resources they had: potions, the few herbs they had salvaged, and any weapons that had survived the chaos. Taking a deep breath, he focused on assessing their progress. "Let's review what we've learned and how we can move forward," he suggested, his voice steady in the stillness of the aftermath. The group fell silent, each ally reflecting on their individual roles in the last confrontation. Mia looked over at him, her brow furrowed. "We made it through, but we lost some valuable resources during the fight." "I know," Aiden replied, taking in the gravity of their situation, regretting the losses they had encountered. "We can't let that slow us down. We need to adapt and figure out how to secure more supplies," he continued, feeling the determination rise within him. Rook, still catching his breath, stepped forward. "We should also consider what went wrong during the battle. If we don't learn from it, we might be caught off guard again." Aiden nodded, appreciative of Rook's perspective, knowing the importance of a thorough review. "Let's map out our next steps and address any complications. We can adjust our approach based on what we've experienced," Aiden suggested, hoping to inspire collaboration among the group. He felt the energy within the team begin to shift back toward a sense of purpose, recognizing that each trial had strengthened them as allies. As they began discussing their options, Aiden felt a surge of confidence, aware that their past experiences had laid a foundation that would guide them through the challenges yet to arise. Aiden took a moment to collect his thoughts, the group's focus now squarely on assessing their resources. He laid out the remaining potions, taking inventory of what they had, and noticed the dwindling count of the healing mixtures. "All right, we're down to just 3 healing potions," Aiden announced, his voice steady, wanting to keep everyone informed. Mia jotted down notes, her brow furrowed in concentration as she watched Aiden meticulously document their findings. "Let's make sure we use these wisely," she suggested, speaking softly but with a sense of urgency. Finn flicked through the remains of the herbs they had retrieved, I think we can still make some more healing ointments if we blend these with what we gathered from the cave, he added, enthusiasm sparking in his voice. Aiden felt a surge of hope at Finn's suggestion, grateful for the proactive energy he brought to the group. Great idea. Let's focus on that, Aiden replied, encouraging the momentum and connection among them. Rook stepped forward, eyes narrowed in thought. While that's important, we should also consider how many supplies we could gather from the surrounding areas. We can't afford to be underprepared again, he reminded them, his tone firm. Aiden nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Rook's caution, understanding that preparation was key to their strategy. Let's make a plan to send scouting parties to gather more resources. We need to ensure we're adequately supplied before the next confrontation, he asserted, feeling the weight of responsibility, but also the determination to lead effectively. As they began sketching out their strategy for resource gathering, Aiden felt the strength of their unity. Each voice contributed to the overarching goal, reinforcing their collective commitment to protect what they held dear. As Aiden outlined their resource gathering strategy, he could feel the air charged with a mix of eagerness and underlying tension. Finn, Mia, you'll head toward the river. Gather any herbs or plants that can enhance our potions, he instructed, watching as they both nodded enthusiastically. Rook, leaning against a tree, chimed in. And we should find that clearing where the ambush happened. There could be supplies left behind, he suggested, a hint of determination lacing his voice. Good thinking, Aiden replied, appreciative of the insights flowing from the group. He felt their energy shift, motivated by the collective focus on their mission, which strengthened the bonds forming between them. But amidst the discussions, a new voice emerged, one of doubt lingering at the edges of confidence. What if we run into those dark creatures again? Another mercenary asked, looking apprehensive. We barely made it through the last fight. Aiden felt the tension seep back in as he addressed the group. I understand your concerns. That's why we'll go in groups and keep communication open. If something doesn't feel right, we retreat, he asserted, his tone firm yet encouraging. Elowen stepped forward, her brow furrowed thoughtfully. I can prepare some calming potions for the trip. We might need them if we encounter anything unexpected. Aiden nodded, grateful for her proactive approach. Let's ensure we're equipped for any possibility, he praised, galvanizing the team with his unwavering resolve. As they finalized their roles, Aiden reflected on how their trust and communication had woven a stronger fabric within the group, revealing the power of collaboration as they set their plans into motion. Each conversation and shared idea tightened the bond that had formed through their trials, solidifying their commitment to face whatever lay ahead together. As they prepared to leave, Aiden paused for a moment, gathering his thoughts on the weight of their mission. While we set out to gather resources, we also need to keep our eyes open for any signs of the dark force. We can't afford to be caught off guard, he reminded everyone, the sense of urgency sharper than ever. Mia nodded, her expression serious as she double-checked her supplies. I'll make sure to be vigilant, and I'll signal if anything seems off, she promised, her determination evident. Aiden felt a rush of gratitude for her commitment, reflecting how far they had come together. As they moved toward the exit of their camp, Rook turned to Aiden, his voice laced with caution. Just remember, a good leader not only leads, but also listens. If things start feeling wrong, we need to reassess quickly, he cautioned, reinforcing his role in the group dynamic. I won't forget, Aiden replied, appreciating Rook's perspective amidst the growing tension. Together, they moved into the forest, their formation tight and their focus sharp. The path ahead remained unpredictable, but Aiden sensed that the preparations they had made would guide them through any uncertainty. As they advanced, Aiden mentally reviewed the strategies they had discussed, feeling ready to adapt whenever necessary, empowered by the knowledge of his team's strength. The excitement of newfound purpose surged through him, knowing that each step they took was not just for survival, but for the greater goal of protecting their village and forging a brighter future together. As they ventured deeper into the forest, Aiden felt the weight of their mission settle firmly upon him. Every crack of a branch or rustle of leaves heightened his sense of urgency, his instincts honed from past experiences guiding him forward. "Let's keep our momentum," he said, glancing back at the team, their faces a mix of determination and apprehension. Mia walked closely beside him, her eyes darting around as she remained vigilant. "I can't shake the feeling that we're being watched," she whispered, her brows knitted with concern. Aiden nodded, feeling a prickle of unease ripple down his spine. "Stay alert. If something feels off, let's regroup and reassess," he urged, wanting to instill both caution and resilience within the group. Just then they came upon a small clearing with the remnants of an old campsite, debris scattered and abandoned. Aiden took a moment to examine the area, noting some old, cracked weapons half buried in the dirt. "Looks like we're not the first to pass through here," he said, examining the remnants, his eyes scanning for signs of danger. Finn's voice broke through his thoughts. "Do you think it's a sign? Maybe those dark forces have been lingering here longer than we realized." Aiden felt the tension rise as they processed the implications of Finn's words. "Let's check for any traps or signs left behind," he decided, assessing the potential threat. He led the group to inspect the area carefully, Aiden's senses on high alert as they searched for any remaining dangers. The presence of the campsite heightened his awareness, reminding him of the need for strategic thinking as they forged ahead into the unknown. Through each step, Aiden felt the weight of his leadership grow. It was the collective strength of their preparation and experiences that would pave the way for their success, however uncertain the future might appear. As Aiden and the team examined the campsite, a sense of urgency flared within him. He felt the weight of potential danger as they searched for clues, the atmosphere charged with tension and anticipation. "Let's identify any resources we can use and determine how we can fortify our position," he instructed, galvanizing the group into action. Mia moved to inspect a pile of old supplies, pulling out a few usable tools. "Look at this," she exclaimed, holding up a rusted dagger, its edge still sharp enough for their needs. Aiden nodded appreciatively, recognizing the importance of every small victory. "Good find. We'll take what we can get," he said, his tone encouraging as he directed the group to sift through other remnants for anything useful. Finn and Rook joined in, exchanging glances filled with competitive spirit, eager to discover more. As they worked, Aiden noticed the shifting dynamics among them, a growing sense of trust and camaraderie, overcoming the doubts that had once clouded them. In that moment, Aiden felt a swell of pride, understanding that their collective experiences had forged a path toward unity. Suddenly, Rook paused, his face grim. "Hey, remember the signs of danger we discussed? This place smells off," he said, scanning their surroundings with a critical eye. Aiden took a deep breath, feeling the need to maintain focus amid the worries rising once more. "Let's remain vigilant. We have to be prepared to adapt if things change," he replied, the weight of leadership pressing down but also solidifying his resolve. As the group continued to gather resources, Aiden allowed himself to feel hopeful, knowing that each piece they collected added to their strength. This moment of preparation was crucial, and he was determined to ensure they approached the future challenges with unity and confidence that could only grow from the trust they were building together. Chapter 21, The Lure of Retreat. Aiden stood at the edge of the village, the familiar sights bringing a rush of nostalgia and determination. He could see the bustling activity of villagers going about their daily tasks, unaware of the impending threat that loomed just beyond their borders. With the lessons learned from the forest still fresh in his mind, he felt a mix of pride and urgency. "Let's gather the supplies we need to strengthen our defenses," he said, turning to Mia and Finn, who were both ready to assist. "Are we really going to confront the dark forces again?" Finn asked, uncertainty creeping into his voice. "Absolutely," Aiden replied, meeting his gaze with unwavering confidence. "We have to fortify our position if we want to protect our home." Mia nodded, her expression resolute. "I'll help with organizing the village," she said, glancing around to assess what resources were available. Aiden appreciated her initiative and decided to focus on gathering the remaining potion ingredients from the village's herbalist. He knew that securing every resource was vital. As they began to collect materials, he noticed a small group of villagers whispering together, casting glances toward him and the team. Do they know what we're planning? Aiden wondered aloud, feeling the weight of their scrutiny. They might, Mia said, her tone thoughtful. We need to be transparent with them. They'll need to understand the dangers if we're to have their support. Aiden considered her words, recognizing the value in keeping the community informed and united. All right, let's take a moment to explain our actions to them, he decided, feeling the responsibility of leadership reminding him of the importance of trust and solidarity. As they approached the group of villagers, Aiden felt a surge of determination. This was not just about their mission. It was about empowering everyone to stand together against the looming darkness, reinforcing the values they had cultivated throughout their journey. As Aiden approached the small gathering of villagers, he could feel their wary eyes upon him. He took a steadying breath, channeling his resolve as he prepared to address their concerns. Everyone, he began, raising his voice slightly above the murmurs. We've returned from our journey with critical information about the dark forces that threaten our village. The villagers exchanged glances, some leaning in with curiosity, while others showed visible signs of skepticism. We faced challenges and learned valuable lessons that can help us protect our home, Aiden continued, wanting to convey both urgency and hope. He saw Mia step forward, her supportive energy pushing through the unease. Together, we can fortify our defenses, she added, glancing at Aiden before turning back to the crowd. But we need your help. One villager, a farmer named Garen, stepped forward, arms crossed. And what makes you think we can trust your plan? He challenged, his tone skeptical, reigniting the tension that had simmered under the surface. Aiden met Garen's gaze, feeling the weight of the question pull at him. I understand your hesitation, he replied, voice steady. But we've seen firsthand the dangers we face. Trust isn't given lightly, but I promise we're doing this for all of us. A murmur spread through the crowd, some villagers nodding while others remained uncertain. Rook, standing off to the side, added his voice to the discussion. If we pool our resources and work together, we can create a solid defense, he said, a sense of authority evident in his tone. Aiden noticed the dynamic shifting. The skepticism was giving way to cautious optimism. I believe we can make a difference, but only if we unite, Aiden said, his confidence rising with each word. The villagers began to discuss among themselves, hesitance, replaced by the realization that they would need to come together to confront the dark challenges ahead. In that moment, Aiden recognized the power of connection and communication, understanding that this was a pivotal step in rebuilding trust within their community. As the villagers began to absorb Aiden's words, a palpable shift took place in the air around them. Those who had been uncertain now whispered among themselves, voices rising with a mix of concern and hope. Garen crossed his arms, still skeptical. Promises are easy to make. We want proof that we're not putting ourselves at risk here, he challenged, but there was a hint of curiosity in his tone. Mia stepped closer, sensing the tension. I understand your fears, she said, her voice soft but firm. But we've seen what happens when we're not prepared. We've fought hard to learn from our encounters, and we need to use that knowledge. A few more villagers nodded, encouraged by Mia's passionate plea, but Garen remained unconvinced. What if this knowledge leads us right into another ambush? You want us to blindly follow you? He insisted, his voice tinged with frustration. Aiden felt the mounting pressure, but knew that humility was necessary in moments like these. I don't ask you to follow me blindly, he asserted, meeting Garen's gaze unwaveringly. I ask you to trust in our shared experience. Each of us has seen the darkness we face, and that's why we must stand together. This isn't just about me, it's about all of us. A sense of determination rippled through the crowd, bolstered by Aiden's appeal to unity. Rook stepped forward, reinforcing Aiden's message. He's right. We've all faced hardships, and now we have the chance to prepare and protect our village. We cannot let fear dictate our actions, he stated, his voice clear and confident. The villagers exchanged glances, the atmosphere shifting toward a more supportive stance. Aiden could sense that their discussions were evolving, the collective mindset shifting toward embracing the plan. This realization ignited Aiden's own resolve, encouraging him to steer the conversation toward actionable steps. Let's discuss what we can do right now to strengthen our defenses. Your insights matter, and I want to hear them, Aiden encouraged, ready to foster the collaboration that would hold them together in the face of adversity. The energy in the crowd began to change, signaling the beginnings of a united front ready to confront the challenges that lay ahead. With the villagers growing more receptive, Aiden took a moment to recalibrate their approach. He felt the determination in the air, knowing the significance of rallying together for a common purpose. Let's focus on how we can fortify our defenses against the dark forces that threaten us, he said, gesturing to the gathered villagers. Each of you brings unique strengths to this effort. We need to figure out how to harness those. Mia stepped forward, her enthusiasm reigniting as she proposed strategies for reinforcing barriers around the village. We can look into the past defenses and see what worked before. Maybe patch up the old walls and set up new lookout points, she suggested, determination alive in her voice. Aiden saw the nods of agreement from several villagers, their confidence building as they considered what could be done. Rook chimed in with an idea that added depth to Mia's proposal. If we have the herb collection from earlier, we could put together some defensive potions to enhance our protection, he said, his assertiveness reinforcing Aiden's growing leadership. Aiden felt pride swell within him as discussion flourished, with villagers sharing their ideas openly. This collaboration revealed not only hope, but also the community's determination to adapt and overcome challenges together. As strategies were exchanged and plans were drawn up, Aiden recognized that they were not only preparing for potential threats, they were forging stronger bonds and fostering trust within their community. He felt a sense of responsibility wash over him, knowing that a leader's strength lay not just in their decisions, but also in their ability to inspire and collaborate with those they led. This act of uniting the village would serve as a foundation for their collective resilience, setting the stage for a future where they could face the darkness with confidence and resolve. As the villagers engaged in enthusiastic discussions, Aiden took a moment to step back and observe the bustling energy around him. The once tense atmosphere had transformed into one of collaboration, ideas flowing freely as everyone contributed. He watched Mia energetically sketching out defensive layouts on the ground, her enthusiasm infectious as she encouraged others to pitch in with their own designs. Make sure we reinforce the western side. It's the most vulnerable, she directed, animatedly pointing to different spots on the imaginary map. Finn joined her, scribbling notes and adding suggestions, his excitement evident as he realized they were working together toward a common goal. Aiden felt a warmth in his chest, grateful for the way his friends had banded together, each showing their commitment to the village. Then, Rook approached him, a thoughtful expression on his face. I underestimated how much unity could change things around here, he admitted, a hint of humility in his voice. Aiden met his gaze, feeling a sense of camaraderie forming between them. We've all come a long way. Trust takes time, but it's growing, Aiden replied, sensing that their shared experiences had forged a stronger bond within the group. As the villagers discussed preparations, Aiden couldn't help but notice the newfound focus and drive among them. He stepped forward, eager to solidify their momentum. Let's set a timeline for these tasks and ensure everyone knows what they need to do, he suggested, feeling the confidence to lead solidify within him. With every task assigned and every voice heard, Aiden understood the power of collaboration, recognizing that this collective effort would fortify not only their defenses, but also their community's spirit. As the group rallied to action, the vision of a united front against the darkness began to take shape, and Aiden felt a profound sense of purpose in knowing they would face whatever came next together. With the plans set in motion, Aiden felt a surge of responsibility as he glanced at the villagers gathering supplies and setting defenses. The village, once infused with uncertainty, now brimmed with purpose. As the sun rose higher in the sky, casting light on their preparations, Aiden could see the determination etched on every face. Let's make sure we have everything we need before we start, he called out, ensuring that everyone stayed focused. Mia was coordinating with Finn, double-checking their inventory of herbs and potions, a vibrant energy radiating from her. We'll need to prioritize the healing potions for anyone who gets injured during the confrontation, she reminded Finn, her tone practical and decisive. Finn nodded, excitement lighting up his features as he rummaged through their supplies with renewed enthusiasm. Aiden moved among the group, checking in with each team, offering guidance and support as they finalized their preparations. Then he noticed Rook speaking to a few villagers, some lingering hesitation still evident in their expressions. "You're sure you want to face the dark forces again?" one villager asked, a shadow of doubt passing over his features. Rook, sensing the vulnerability, reiterated Aiden's earlier words. "It's about protecting our home. We've grown stronger together. We can do this." As Aiden listened, he felt the strength of their unity solidifying in the air. He stepped forward, seizing the opportunity to bolster their resolve. "Everyone's contributions matter. Together we have the ingenuity and strength to overcome whatever we face," he stated, his voice ringing with confidence. The villagers nodded, a collective spark igniting among them as they committed to the mission ahead. In that moment, Aiden recognized how far he had come, not just as an artist, but as a leader. He understood that this community would fight not just for themselves, but for each other, and that realization deepened his commitment to the path they had chosen together. With renewed purpose, he felt ready to lead them into the challenges still ahead, their resolve stronger than ever. Chapter 22, The Weight of Loss. As Aiden and the group set out on their search for additional resources, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. The earlier camaraderie felt fragile now, overshadowed by the weight of their mission and the fear of potential failure. Aiden moved alongside Mia, determination etched on his face as they navigated the narrow path through the trees. "Stay sharp, everyone," he urged, glancing back at Rook and Finn, who followed closely behind. Mia picked up on Aiden's demeanor, her concern evident. "Are you okay?" she asked softly, worry tinging her tone. Aiden took a deep breath, forcing a smile. "I just want to make sure we find what we need and get back safely. We can't afford to lose any more time," he replied, feeling the pressure of leadership settle heavily on his shoulders. Suddenly, a sharp howl echoed through the forest, causing everyone to pause, tension coiling in the air. Aiden's heart raced as he scanned their surroundings, instincts on high alert. "There's something out there," he whispered, sensing the danger lurking nearby. "We need to decide whether to investigate or keep moving," Rook said, his voice steady but filled with concern. Aiden felt the weight of the decision pressing down on him. If they pressed forward, they could risk exposure. If they turned back, they might lose the opportunity to gather vital resources. "Let's scout the area first. We need to know what we're dealing with." Aiden decided, his resolve solidifying. The group nodded, tension palpable as they carefully moved deeper into the foliage, every rustle igniting a sense of urgency. In that moment, Aiden understood the importance of adapting quickly, recalling the lessons learned during their journey. Trusting his instincts to guide the way, he sensed the moment was critical, knowing that their collective survival depended on his ability to navigate uncertainty and foster strength within their ranks. Aiden and the group moved cautiously through the thick underbrush, scanning their surroundings for any signs of danger. As they crept forward, Aiden felt a deep sense of urgency. "I must find resources before it's too late." "I see a few herbs up ahead," Mia whispered, gently nudging Aiden and pointing toward a cluster of vibrant plants shining through the foliage. "Let's approach carefully," Aiden instructed, feeling the weight of their earlier mistakes pressing upon him. He led the way, stopping to assess the ground for any lurking dangers as they moved toward the herbs. The vibrant colors contrasted sharply with the drab browns and greens of the forest floor, a promise of hope amidst their uncertainty. Just as Aiden reached for the plants, a rustle sounded from behind them, causing everyone to freeze, instincts racing. "What was that?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper, eyes wide with apprehension. "Stay calm," Aiden whispered back, his heart pounding as he turned to face the noise, ready to defend their position. A shiver of tension coursed through the group as they shifted closer together, bracing themselves for whatever emerged from the undergrowth. Aiden recalled the importance of maintaining a cohesive front, and he met each teammate's gaze, seeking to reinforce their unity. "Whatever it is, we stick together," he reminded them, voice steady. As another rustle echoed through the air, Aiden's mind raced with options, the possibility of danger forcing him to consider alternative routes, but knowing he needed to overcome the looming fear. "Let's set up a perimeter while we gather the herbs," he proposed, taking a firm stance. His resolve prompted Finn and Mia to nod in agreement, a sense of shared purpose settling over them as they prepared to face the unknown together. Every decision made in this moment would shape their mission, and Aiden was determined to forge ahead with courage, driven by the lessons learned through their journey. As Aiden gave the signal to gather the herbs, the atmosphere shifted, a sense of urgency blending with anticipation. Mia and Finn stepped closer, their expressions a mix of excitement and nervousness. "I'll grab the ones over here," Mia said, moving efficiently to collect the vibrant plants, fingers deft as she identified the ones they needed. However, a prickling sense of unease washed over Aiden as he scanned the vicinity, aware of the ever-present threat of danger looming nearby. "Be careful," he called out, feeling protective instincts kick in, knowing that the wilderness could harbor unexpected foes. Suddenly, Rook joined them, eyes narrowed with concern. "Let's not linger too long. We're still exposed here," he warned, a sternness in his tone. Aiden appreciated Rook's vigilance, recognizing that the fear of previous encounters still lingered in his mind. "Let's work quickly but efficiently," he asserted, directing everyone to keep an eye on the perimeter as they gathered the resources. Just then, a low growl echoed from beyond the trees, sending chills down Aiden's spine. "Did you hear that?" Finn whispered, eyes darting toward the sound. "Yes, stay on guard," Aiden responded, heart racing as he turned his focus back to the task at hand while keeping track of the ominous noise. "Let's finish quickly. We still have to get back before dark," Mia urged, her voice steady but tinged with anxiety. Aiden felt the pressure mounting, the urgency escalating with every passing moment. The stakes were higher than ever, and he knew that how they reacted in this moment could determine the outcome of their mission. "Just focus on what we came here for. We'll adapt if things escalate," he reminded the group, drawing on the lessons learned throughout their journey. With determination fueling their actions, they moved swiftly, each member aware of the ever-present need for caution, reinforcing the trust that had grown between them as they worked toward success. As they continued to gather herbs, Aiden's focus sharpened, but the growling from the shadows sounded closer, pulling at his instincts. "Everyone, keep gathering, but stay alert," he instructed, the urgency in his voice clear as he kept a watchful eye on their surroundings. Mia's hands moved deftly among the plants, but she cast nervous glances toward the source of the growl, clearly unsettled. "I don't like this," she murmured, pausing for a moment as her anxiety began to filter into the group. Aiden recognized the impact of her words. A ripple of unease spread, darkening the mood and igniting whispers of doubt among the villagers. "Focus on the task at hand. We've dealt with danger before," he reminded them, trying to reignite their resolve while grounding himself in the moment. Finn, still gathering plants, glanced up and caught Aiden's eye, nodding with determination. "We need these herbs to defend against whatever comes our way. We can't let anyone's fear stop us," he asserted, boosting the spirit of the team. Just then, the underbrush crackled, and the growling turned into a low snarl, close enough to make Aiden's heart skip a beat. "Get ready," he called, adrenaline surging as the group instinctively drew closer together. Aiden felt the adrenaline sharpen his focus, recalling Eldon's teachings about preparing for the unexpected. In that moment, he realized that the fear creeping into the group could become a liability if not addressed. "We stick together and watch each other's backs," he urged, stepping forward to reassess their defenses. This would reflect his growth in handling uncertainty. With renewed determination, Aiden prepared to lead, feeling the responsibility transform into a sense of purpose as they fortified their position, readying themselves for whatever emerged from the shadows. With the growling growing louder, Aiden felt the pulse of urgency coursing through the group. "Let's finish gathering what we can and then find a safe spot," he directed, adrenaline sharpening his focus as he glanced at every member. Mia quickly wrapped the herbs they had collected and tied them securely. "We need to be ready to move at a moment's notice," she said, her voice steady, though he could see uncertainty lingering in her eyes. Finn nodded, gathering the last few plants as Rook stood watch, his body tense as he scanned the area for any signs of danger. "Make sure everyone knows where to go if we need to retreat," Rook advised, his demeanor more assertive now, reflecting his evolving role in the team. Aiden appreciated his suggestions, realizing how important it was to reinforce their bond of trust in these moments of tension. "We'll head toward the western ridge and regroup there," Aiden replied, already visualizing their escape route. Just as they finished up, a shadow darted through the underbrush, and the creature's snarls intensified, pushing the group into a higher state of alert. "Ready yourselves," Aiden shouted, feeling the weight of his leadership settle firmly as the reality of the moment hit them. Adrenaline surged as Aiden stepped forward, prepared to lead the charge and protect his friends. The lessons they had learned from earlier encounters resonated within him, a solid foundation that fueled his determination to face whatever threat emerged. "I won't let anything happen to us," he promised himself, knowing that their survival depended on his ability to unite and inspire confidence in the face of chaos. As the growls echoed closer, Aiden felt the tension weave through the group, each heartbeat louder than the last. "Move. Now," he commanded, urgency wrapping around his words as they instinctively followed his lead, adrenaline spurring them onward. They dashed toward the western ridge, the uneven terrain challenging their footing but invigorating their determination. Aiden stayed focused, glancing back to ensure everyone was keeping pace, his instincts honed to maintain unity even in the chaos. Finn stumbled slightly but quickly regained his footing, the resolve in his eyes reminding Aiden that they were not fighting alone. "Keep going, we can't slow down," Aiden urged, sensing the looming threat behind them. Mia fell in step beside him, her breath heavy but her spirit unwavering. "What's the plan if we come across it?" she asked, worry lacing her voice. "We prepare for anything. We've dealt with our fears together already. Let's leverage that," Aiden replied, reinforcing their shared purpose as they climbed higher. Rook, finally breaking through his earlier doubts, shouted from behind, "We need a lookout. Someone should scout ahead." Aiden considered Rook's suggestion, understanding that the situation required swift thinking. "Fair point. Mia, keep lookout while the rest of us move up," he instructed, feeling the weight of his decisions shape their path forward. Mia brought her gaze forward, eyes sharp and focused, ready to warn them of any dangers. As they maneuvered through the underbrush, Aiden felt a fierce determination building, a sense that this precarious moment might define their journey. He understood that adapting their strategies and maintaining trust among the group would be key to overcoming whatever stalked them in the shadows, solidifying their unity in the face of danger. Chapter 23, Seeking Allies. Aiden stepped cautiously into the small village that was a few miles away from their camp, the familiar sight of homes and bustling market stalls easing some of the tension he felt. Though the path they had taken was fraught with uncertainty, the vibrant atmosphere ahead provided a sense of hope. The villagers moved about, engaged in animated conversations and laughter, with the scent of freshly baked bread wafting through the air, bringing a wave of nostalgia over him. He felt compelled to connect with this community, knowing how essential their support would be for the challenges to come. "Let's find someone who can help us," Aiden said, gesturing for the group to follow him toward a gathering near the well. Mia walked at his side, her eyes scanning the area, enthusiasm bubbling beneath the surface. "Maybe we can talk to the elder again," she suggested. "She might know about any other resources we can use." Aiden nodded, appreciating her insight. "Good idea. The more information we can gather, the better prepared we'll be," he replied, feeling the urgency of their mission drive him forward. As they approached the crowd, a familiar face turned toward Aiden, recognition sparking in the villager's eyes. "Aiden, it's great to see you back," the villager exclaimed, excitement infusing his voice. The warmth of the greeting filled Aiden with a sense of belonging, reminding him of how far he had come since his earlier hesitations. "Thank you. We have something important to discuss," Aiden responded, trying to convey the seriousness of their situation amid the happy chatter. As the villagers gathered closer, eager to hear what he had to say, Aiden could feel the weight of responsibility settle over him again. This was a pivotal moment where he could engage his community, sharing the urgency of their mission while fostering stronger connections that could lead to vital alliances. Aiden took a deep breath, scanning the gathered villagers as he mentally prepared to share their urgent message. "We need to discuss the dark forces threatening our village and how we can work together to fortify our defenses," he announced, his voice ringing with authority. The crowd murmured, concern etching their faces, and Aiden felt a surge of determination as he pushed forward. "I've just returned from the forest where we encountered the dark creatures. They are stronger than we realized, and we must act quickly to protect our home." A sense of urgency crackled through the group, with villagers exchanging anxious glances, some visibly shaken by the idea of facing such formidable foes. Rook stepped forward, positioning himself at Aiden's side. "It's imperative that we unite our resources. We need all hands on deck to prepare, and we can't afford any divisions among us," he stated, reinforcing the collective need for action. Mia chimed in, her voice steady. "If we combine our strengths, we can bolster our defenses against any future attacks. It's crucial to adapt and learn from our experiences." Aiden noticed the villagers nodding, the atmosphere shifting as they began to absorb the seriousness of their situation. "Exactly," Aiden replied, feeling a swell of pride at the team's growing cohesion. "This is our chance to ensure the safety of our families and our future. We must mobilize the community for a concerted effort to gather supplies and implement defensive strategies." As he spoke, he observed the various reactions. Some villagers showed enthusiasm, their determination radiating, while others still harbored doubts about their safety, an emotional undercurrent he recognized he needed to address. Aiden took a deep breath, knowing that how he navigated these dynamics would play a vital role in shaping their collective response to the impending threat. "Together, we can face anything. Let's move forward as one," Aiden concluded, feeling a renewed sense of purpose solidifying around him. As the villagers began to process Aiden's words, the atmosphere shifted, a mix of determination and doubt hanging heavy in the air. Garen stepped forward, crossing his arms tightly as he eyed Aiden with suspicion. "Sure, we can work together, but what if we end up worse off than before? What guarantees do we have that our efforts will matter?" he challenged, his skepticism a palpable force that sparked tension among the crowd. Aiden met Garen's gaze, feeling the weight of the question. "I don't have guarantees, Garen, but what I do know is that we're stronger together," he replied, his voice steady, seeking to reinforce his commitment to unity. Mia voiced her agreement, stepping alongside Aiden. "We've all fought hard for this village. We owe it to ourselves to protect our homes and our future," she added, her tone passionate, urging others to see the collective power in cooperation. A nodding murmur rippled through the villagers, some starting to rally behind Aiden's message, while others still harbored doubt, their faces set in uncertainty. "Don't forget what we faced out there," Rook interjected, his expression serious. "If we don't arm ourselves with knowledge and resources, we'll be left vulnerable. What's the plan?" Aiden recognized the underlying fear, but also the determination in Rook's challenge. "Together, we'll gather supplies, fortify our defenses, and discuss strategies to confront the dark forces. We all have something to contribute, and every voice matters," Aiden urged, his conviction growing as he spoke. The villagers engaged in conversation, voices rising, sharing ideas and strategies, slowly knitting a sense of hope into their plans. Aiden felt the energy shift toward action, bolstered by the support of those around him. This was more than just a mission to survive. It was an opportunity to build a brighter future together, which deepened Aiden's commitment to his role as a leader and protector. With each idea exchanged, Aiden understood that this moment would serve as a foundational step in forging a united front against the challenges that lay ahead. As the discussions continued, Aiden felt a shift in his own understanding of the stakes involved. The villagers, once hesitant, were now animated, exchanging ideas and possibilities for strengthening their defenses. "Let's make sure to set new lookout points around the village," Mia suggested, while another villager chimed in with their thoughts on building barriers to keep the dark forces at bay. Aiden sensed a palpable excitement growing in the atmosphere. helping to ease the tension from earlier doubts. He directed his focus toward encouraging collaboration, knowing that their success depended on every voice being heard. Great suggestions, everyone. We'll compile a list of tasks and assign roles based on what each of you can contribute, he said, moving among them, jotting down notes as ideas flowed. Rook approached Aiden, a look of newfound respect in his eyes. Maybe it's time we invest in some training sessions for everyone, he proposed, recognizing how vital it was to prepare not just physically, but mentally. Aiden took a moment to consider the suggestion, appreciating how the relationship with Rook had developed through the shared struggles. That's a fantastic idea. If we build skills together, we can reinforce our defenses and feel more capable, Aiden replied, feeling an invigorating sense of unity take shape. As they continued discussing different preparations, Aiden noticed that Garen's skeptical demeanor began to soften, replaced by determination. I'll help with the lookouts, ensuring no surprises catch us off guard, Garen volunteered, demonstrating a shift in his commitment to the group. Aiden felt a swell of gratitude for the progress they were making, recognizing how every contribution deepened their collective resolve. This moment was pivotal. It was not just about preparations, but about fostering relationships within the community that would carry them through whatever challenges lay ahead. As the meeting continued, Aiden felt a palpable shift in the energy of the group. With newfound enthusiasm, they began dividing into teams, each member focusing on their specific tasks. Aiden moved among them, reinforcing motivation as they prepared to put their plans into action. Let's remember what we're fighting for, he encouraged, his voice steady, instilling a sense of collective purpose. As they gathered resources and strategized, Aiden noticed Mia working intently alongside Finn, seamlessly communicating about the herbs they needed to gather. Do you think we'll find the ones we need? Finn asked, a hint of worry lacing his tone. Mia nodded confidently. With the right plan, I'm sure we will. Just trust the process. Aiden watched them, feeling a swell of pride as he reflected on their growth as individuals and as a team. Meanwhile, Rook stepped up to lead a group in fortifying the village's defenses. His demeanor transformed from skepticism to proactive leadership. Make sure we have enough supplies to last until the dark force is dealt with. We can't afford to be caught off guard again, he instructed, his earlier doubts fading away. Aiden felt invigorated by the progress they had made and the unity that surrounded him. With each task assigned and every voice engaged, he understood that this was more than just a collective effort. It was a testament to their journey together, shaping their resilience as they prepared for the confrontations ahead. In this moment, Aiden recognized the power of collaboration and trust, reinforcing his confidence as a leader, ready to guide them into the challenges that awaited. As the villagers sprang into action, Aiden felt the energy crackle with each passing moment, the atmosphere charged with a blend of determination and urgency. He stepped back to observe, allowing himself to take in the vibrant scene. People gathering supplies, others discussing strategies, and laughter mingling with focused conversations. This vibrant life of the village was a stark contrast to the threat looming just beyond their borders, and Aiden felt the weight of that duality pressing against him. He moved toward a group who were organizing gathering spots for herbs, ready to offer his assistance. Let's ensure that we're systematic about this. We don't want to miss anything, he instructed, his tone mixing authority with encouragement. Mia caught his eye, smiling as she collected some woven baskets. I've got this side covered. You focus on the traps, right? Aiden nodded, admiring her proactive spirit as he made his way to a few other villagers preparing for a defensive strategy. Meanwhile, Rook led a team in reinforcing barricades, his earlier doubts noticeably absent as he directed them with newfound confidence. Make sure these barriers are strong enough to withstand anything, he called, setting a vigorous pace that the others were eager to follow. Aiden felt pride swell within him. It was clear how collaborative efforts were reshaping the village's spirit. He reached the area where they planned to set traps and began coordinating with Finn, who was eager to learn the techniques. Show me how to set this up, Aiden, Finn said, his enthusiasm infectious as they worked side by side. Sure, Aiden responded, explaining the method behind every step as they prepared the traps together. As they labored, Aiden's heart filled with hope, realizing that each connection strengthened not only their defenses, but also the bonds of trust that would serve them well in the challenges to come. The collective trust they had built allowed him to see that these preparations were more than just precautionary. They were a reflection of their shared commitment to protect and support one another. In that moment, Aiden understood the power of working together, laying the groundwork for the journey that awaited them, emboldened to face whatever darkness lingered on the horizon. Chapter 24, The Fork in the Road. As twilight descended upon the village, Aiden gathered his team once more, feeling the weight of the moment heavy on his shoulders. The preparations had been extensive, and now they stood at a crossroads. "Tonight we confront the dark forces," he announced, his voice resonating with a blend of resolve and urgency. The group listened closely, the tension palpable, each member aware of the stakes involved. "Will we really go through with this?" Rook asked, the shadows of doubt still lingering in his eyes. "We have to. The longer we wait, the stronger they become," Aiden replied, his expression firm as he scanned the group, seeking to instill confidence. Mia shifted beside him, her determination shining through. "Remember what we learned. If we approach this strategically, we can catch them off guard," she added, reinforcing the plan they had crafted together. Aiden felt bolstered by her support, grateful for the trust they had built through their struggles. "Let's not forget the resources we gathered. We'll use every advantage we have," he said, emphasizing the importance of their preparations. As he led them through the final briefing, Aiden glanced around and saw both apprehension and determination reflected in every face. This moment underscored how far they had all come. Doubts transformed into resolve, evolving their dynamics into a cohesive unit ready to face the darkness. Aiden took a deep breath, feeling the weight of leadership settle comfortably on him as he prepared to guide them into action. "Together, we will prevail," he concluded, feeling a wave of shared conviction envelop the group as they set off into the deepening night. With the plan set in motion, Aiden felt a rush of adrenaline as he led the group toward the dark forces' encampment. The cool night air filled his lungs, grounding him as they moved with purpose, determination fueling each step. Aiden led the way, confident in their preparations while keeping an eye on the path ahead, aware that danger could emerge at any moment. "We need to keep quiet," he reminded everyone, his voice low but urgent. He could feel the tension in the air as the shadows of the trees enveloped them, every sound amplified in their heightened state of alertness. As they approached the enemy encampment, the flickering of campfires illuminated the faces of the dark creatures, each one a reminder of the threat they posed. "We wait for the signal," Aiden whispered, turning to Rook, who nodded, the resolve in his expression mirroring Aiden's own. Together, they positioned themselves strategically around the perimeter of the camp, hiding in the darkness as Aiden prepared to execute their plan. His heart raced as he mentally counted down, readying himself for action. 3, 2, 1, he breathed, signaling Mia and Finn to create a diversion as he and Rook moved to flank the encampment. The moment they sprang into action, Aiden felt the surge of adrenaline push him forward, a mix of fear and excitement flooding his senses. He watched as Mia and Finn charged into the clearing, throwing noisemakers into the underbrush, creating a cacophony that drew the dark creature's attention. "Now!" Aiden shouted, launching into action, ready to lead the attack. His heart pounded as he advanced alongside Rook, each step echoing with the resolve to protect his home and his allies. This confrontation would not just test their preparation. It would challenge their very will to adapt and unite against the darkness that threatened everything they held dear. As the distraction took effect, chaos erupted in the enemy camp. Creatures snarled and scattered, looking for the source of the noise that had disrupted their routine, and Aiden seized the moment to push forward. "Now keep moving," he urged, adrenaline surging through him as he and Rook darted toward the nearest source of darkness. Aiden's heart raced as he observed the enemy's disarray, each of their movements a mix of confusion and instinct. His instincts kicked in, and he led Rook around to flank one of the darker figures, ready to strike. "Right here!" Aiden called, motioning for Rook to follow his lead, his voice strong and commanding. As they progressed, he could see Mia and Finn darting through the shadows, teamwork evident in their coordinated efforts to capitalize on the chaos they had created. Aiden felt a swell of pride at their progress. Every action they took together reinforced the bonds they had forged during their journey. But just as they began to gain ground, Aiden caught sight of another ominous figure emerging from the shadows, larger and more menacing than the others. The creature's presence shifted the dynamics in the camp immediately, and Aiden could feel the surge of tension rising within the group. "Be careful," Rook shouted, his voice strained as they both shifted their focus to the new threat. Aiden felt a rush of determination as he drew upon the lessons learned from their previous encounters, ready to adapt their strategy in response to this unexpected turn. "Regroup. We have to stay focused," Aiden commanded, rallying their allies as they navigated the unfolding chaos. The creature lurked closer, and Aiden knew that their ability to pivot quickly would define the outcome of this confrontation, galvanizing him to lead with clarity and purpose. As Aiden and Rook braced themselves for the incoming threat, the atmosphere around them shifted. The monstrous figure loomed closer, its eyes glowing ominously in the dim light of the camp. Aiden felt a mix of fear and adrenaline surging through him, the creature's presence testing everything he had prepared for. "Stick to the plan," he shouted, recalling the discussions they had about utilizing their adaptability as their greatest asset. With a quick glance, he spotted Mia and Finn navigating the shadows, coordinating their efforts to flank the creature while maintaining their distance. "Now!" Aiden yelled, signaling for his allies to execute their roles. As his words echoed through the chaos, Rook lunged forward to engage the creature, attempting to sidestep its powerful claws, while Aiden followed closely behind. Aiden's heart raced as he pushed through the initial wave of fear, determined to protect his friends and find a way to exploit the creature's weaknesses. "Watch out for its strikes," he cautioned, feeling the need to emphasize safety even in the heat of combat. Together, they attacked with precision, the energy of their prior preparations igniting their movements. With each blow aimed, Aiden felt the rhythm of battle pulse around him, each interaction solidifying their teamwork as they sought to gain the upper hand. In the chaos of the confrontation, Aiden recalled the lessons he had learned, how to be both a leader and a collaborator, understanding that success came from uniting their strengths. His resolve deepened as they continued to adapt, each critical moment reinforcing the bonds between them, reminding him that they were all in this fight together. As the battle continued, Aiden felt the pulse of determination coursing through him, bolstered by the strength of his allies. He could see Finn darting around, striking when the creature was distracted, while Eowyn used her agility to evade the beast expertly, launching her potions with pinpoint precision. Aiden's heart raced with exhilaration as he called out commands, urging everyone to keep pressing forward. "Don't lose sight of your roles. We need every bit of focus," he shouted, rallying the group as they fought against the powerful forces before them. Suddenly, a mighty roar echoed as the creature stumbled, flinging one of its massive claws, knocking a few mercenaries off their feet. "Fall back! Regroup!" Aiden yelled, feeling the strain of leadership weighing heavier on him. He watched as Rook, caught in the fray, pushed himself to stabilize, quickly offering encouragement to a struggling mercenary. "Get up! We've got your back!" Rook's voice carried through the chaos, igniting the fighting spirit of others. Aiden felt pride well up inside him, witnessing the transformation of the group, their trust in each other enabling them to fight fiercely against the dark force. "Together, we'll push through," he called out, channeling the strength of their collective spirit as they circled around the creature. Aiden could sense the tides shifting, each strike coordinated, his own movements more fluid and assured. With his heart pounding, he embraced the risky nature of battle, knowing that leadership meant guiding them through both triumphs and setbacks. As the creature faltered, Aiden felt an exhilarating rush of hope. This encounter was not solely a battle. It was a defining moment that would solidify the bonds they had worked so hard to forge. With determination fueling his actions, he pushed forward, entirely present in the fight, ready to lead his friends toward victory amidst the chaos. As the dust settled from the fierce battle, Aiden took a moment to catch his breath, heart still pounding, eyes scanning the clearing. The creature lay defeated, its body motionless, and a tense silence fell over the group as they began to process what they had just accomplished. Aiden felt a mix of relief and lingering apprehension. Victory had come at a cost. He glanced around, checking for injuries among his allies, and saw a few mercenaries tending to their wounds while others celebrated the triumph. "Let's regroup and see to the injured first," Aiden commanded, his voice steady, wanting to ensure everyone felt supported after the confrontation. Mia moved quickly to assist a wounded villager, her hands deftly applying a healing salve as she worked, determination etched on her face. "Everyone did well," Aiden said, trying to uplift spirits while recognizing the heavy toll of their encounter. Rook approached, still catching his breath. "That was closer than I'd like," he admitted, a hint of gratitude flickering in his eyes. "But you led us through it." Aiden nodded, appreciating Rook's acknowledgement, knowing it was a significant shift for them both. "Together, we faced the darkness and we came out stronger," he replied, feeling a sense of pride swell within him as he watched everyone begin to bond through shared experience. While the group began discussing what they had learned during the fight, Aiden felt the heavy weight of leadership settle comfortably on his shoulders. This victory was not just about defeating an enemy. It was about the growth they all experienced and the trust that had flourished among them. As they gathered their things, Aiden reflected on the journey that had led him to this moment, recognizing that their resilience came from the connections they had forged along the way. The commitment to face whatever awaited them next resonated deeply, and he felt ready to carry that strength forward into their future challenges. Chapter 25, Preparing for Battle. With the battle behind them, Aiden took a moment to regroup and assess their needs before moving forward. He called the team together, feeling the urgency of their mission pressing on him once more. "Everyone, we need to focus on gathering supplies and reinforcing our defenses before we engage with the dark forces again," he said, looking each of them in the eye. Mia stepped forward, her brows furrowed in concentration. "We should check the perimeter for any weak spots and gather whatever resources we can find." Aiden nodded, appreciating her proactive approach. "That's a great idea. Finn, you and Mia can scout the southern edge of the village while Rook and I assess the northern perimeter," he instructed, feeling confident in their ability to work together. As they moved into position, Aiden sensed the lingering tension from their last encounter still hanging in the air, but it was tempered by a renewed determination. The atmosphere buzzed with energy as the group divided their roles, each member understanding the critical importance of their contributions. "Let's make this quick. We need to stay ahead of whatever comes next," Rook said, his tone a mix of urgency and resolve. Aiden felt a surge of admiration for Rook, recognizing how the journey had shifted their dynamic from doubt to support. "Agreed. We'll adapt as needed. Let's be prepared for any surprises," Aiden replied, his leadership solidifying in each decision he made. As they set off toward their designated areas, Aiden felt the strength of their unity guiding him forward. Every step reminded him of the importance of collaboration, reinforcing the bonds they had forged through their challenges. This was more than a mission to gather resources. It was a testament to their growth and commitment to protecting their village, setting the stage for the confrontations that lay ahead. As Aiden approached the northern perimeter, he scanned the area for any signs of weakness. The trees loomed overhead, shadows stretching across the ground like fingers reaching for him. "Stay close and keep your weapons ready," he instructed Rook, who followed closely, his gaze sharp and focused on the surroundings. The rustling of leaves beneath their feet echoed in the otherwise quiet forest, tension hanging thick in the air. Aiden was acutely aware of the importance of their mission. Every detail mattered. "Look over there," Rook pointed to a section of the path that had been trampled, signs of disturbance evident in the disarray of broken branches and scattered leaves. Aiden moved closer, examining the area, and his heart raced as he considered the implications. This could be a sign of movement. "We should set traps here," he suggested. wanting to ensure they were prepared for any potential ambush. Rook nodded, starting to gather branches and vines, eager to fortify their defenses. As they worked, Aiden felt the weight of responsibility settle comfortably on his shoulders, understanding how much he had grown as a leader. With each trap set, he felt more confident about their preparations and what lay ahead, his instincts guiding him through the process. Meanwhile, a low rumble echoed in the air, a reminder of the dark forces that still lingered beyond the trees. "Do you think we're prepared for what's coming?" Rook asked, his voice tinged with concern. Aiden paused, taking a deep breath as he gathered his thoughts. "We'll adapt as we go, just like always. We have each other's backs," he reassured, a mix of determination and confidence shaping his words. With the traps in place and a plan starting to solidify, Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to face whatever challenge awaited them. As Aiden directed Rook to place the last trap, he felt a sense of urgency swell within him. "Make sure it's secure," he instructed, glancing around as the sounds of the forest intensified, each rustle of leaves reminding him of the imminent dangers they faced. Rook locked eyes with Aiden, determination now mingling with fatigue. "We need to make sure these traps will actually work," he said, a hint of skepticism lingering in his tone. Aiden turned, ready to reassure him. "They will work if we do our part, but we also have to be prepared to adapt when things don't go as planned," he replied, feeling the strength of their earlier discussions bolster his confidence. Suddenly, a shout echoed from the direction of Mia and Finn, causing Aiden's heart to race. "Hey, we found something!" Finn's voice rang clear, urgency laced within the excitement. Aiden and Rook exchanged a quick glance before racing toward the sound, their previous doubts set aside. Mia waved as they approached, her face beaming with enthusiasm. "Look at this," she exclaimed, holding up a bundle of herbs that glowed faintly in the waning light. Aiden felt hope surge within him as he recognized the valuable discovery. "Those could enhance our potions," he said, moving closer to examine the herbs, noting how they could bolster their defenses against the dark forces. "This is exactly what we need," Finn said, excitement sparking in his eyes. "Great work, you two," Aiden praised, grateful for their diligence. The atmosphere shifted as the group began to gather, discussing how they could use the new herbs to its fullest potential, creative energy filling the clearing. As Aiden listened to their ideas, he felt a sense of pride swell within him. He realized that their shared journey had transformed not just their skills, but their ability to work together, a dynamic that would be crucial in future confrontations. "Let's incorporate these into our plans," Aiden suggested, rallying the group as they refocused on their shared mission. With the herbs in hand and the team united, Aiden felt prepared to face whatever came next, knowing that their collective strength would guide them through the dark challenges that lay ahead. With the newfound herbs secured, Aiden felt a sense of momentum building within the group. He gathered everyone around, eager to discuss how they could utilize the herbs effectively. "All right, let's brainstorm how we can enhance our potions," he said, looking at the expectant faces before him. Mia stepped forward, excitement evident. "If we mix these with the elixirs we already have, we might create something powerful against the dark forces," she suggested, her voice filled with enthusiasm. Finn chimed in, "And we can test them before we face the enemy. Experiment with different combinations." Aiden nodded, appreciating their readiness to dive into action. As they discussed various mixtures, Elowen pointed out, "We should also think about how to store them so they remain potent until we need them." Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose in their planning. Each contribution was reinforcing their collective commitment to face the challenges ahead. However, Rook lingered at the edge of the group, his expression contemplative. "You're all talking about the potions, but we need to have a solid plan for the attack too," he stated, reminding them of the need to balance preparation with execution. Aiden felt a wave of respect for Rook's practicality. "You're right, Rook. Once we have the potions ready, we should finalize our strategy for confronting the dark forces," he replied, understanding the necessity to integrate all elements of their plan. As they reconvened, Aiden felt a growing sense of camaraderie within the team, each member displaying newfound confidence as they prepared for what lay ahead. This was not just an opportunity to defend their village. It was a moment to cultivate a deeper trust and understanding among them. With their plan solidifying, Aiden felt ready to lead, grateful for the journey that had brought them together and the strength they had cultivated along the way. With their preparations underway, Aiden felt a surge of collaborative energy as they finalized their plans for the confrontation. He stepped back to observe the group, each member bustling with determination as they worked to secure their supplies. "Let's make a checklist of everything we need to take with us," Aiden suggested, thinking about how to streamline their approach. Mia quickly began jotting down their inventory, her enthusiasm infectious as she called out items. "Don't forget the potions. We also need to prepare the traps and any extra supplies," she reminded everyone, her focus sharpening the team's resolve. Finn moved through the clearing, gathering miscellaneous items in a rush, eager to contribute. "Got it. I'll check with the villagers to see if anyone has more herbs we can use," he declared, determination lighting up his expression. Aiden smiled, watching as Finn's excitement reverberated through the team, reinforcing the sense of unity they had built over time. Rook, now more engaged, approached Aiden to discuss tactics, the earlier skepticism melting into determined camaraderie. "What's our fallback plan in case things go sideways?" he asked, his serious tone reflecting the importance of contingency planning. "Let's prepare for the unexpected. If the dark forces regroup, we can use the traps we've set to slow them down as we retreat," Aiden answered, feeling the confidence he had cultivated in their collaborative discussions. Aiden felt the atmosphere in the camp tighten with resolve as the group began to append their resources and finalize their strategy. Each voice that contributed from the group echoed a commitment to fight for what mattered, their village and each other. In that moment, Aiden recognized his growth as a leader, understanding that preparation and strong relationships would carry them through whatever darkness still loomed over the horizon. With everything coming together, Aiden felt ready to confront the impending challenges head-on, fortified by the connections that had formed through their journey. With their plans solidified, Aiden felt a blend of exhilaration and focus as they prepared to set out. He gathered everyone around one last time, ensuring that they understood their roles and the importance of their mission. "Today is about more than just gathering resources. It's about protecting each other and our village," he said, his voice ringing with conviction. "Stay in contact, stay aware, and remember everything we've discussed," he reminded them, reinforcing the unity he had worked to build. As the group nodded in agreement, a sense of determination settled over them, yet Aiden noticed some lingering tension in the air. Mia stepped up to Aiden, her expression earnest. "What if we encounter anything unexpected? I just want to make sure we're truly prepared," she said, concern knitting her brow. Aiden appreciated her vigilance, knowing that her fears came from their shared experiences. "Then we adapt, just like we practiced. We'll figure it out together," he assured her, hoping to instill confidence without diminishing her concerns. Just then, Rook approached, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Let's not forget the signals. If we need to regroup quickly, communication is key," he stated, echoing the wisdom they had established. "Exactly," Aiden replied, grateful for Rook's involvement, recognizing how far their relationship had come. As they gathered their belongings, Aiden felt a sense of pride wash over him, each member ready to support one another in their journey ahead. This was no longer just about survival. It was about the bonds they had forged through their journey, each thread connecting them stronger than before. With renewed commitment, Aiden made his way to the forest's edge, eager to face the challenges awaiting them beyond the trees, knowing he would lead the group forward with resilience and courage. Chapter 26, The Rescue Mission. As Aiden and the group pushed through the dense forest, a sense of excitement mingled with an undercurrent of anxiety. They had successfully gathered resources and reinforced their defenses, but the looming threat of the dark forces weighed heavily on their minds. "Let's take a quick breather before we get too far into enemy territory," Aiden suggested, keenly aware of the tension present in the air. They found a small clearing, a brief respite from the oppressive foliage surrounding them. Aiden leaned against a tree, taking a moment to assess the pulse of the group, recognizing the signs of fatigue and uncertainty etched on their faces. "Good job, everyone," he encouraged, appreciating the effort they had all put in so far. But just as he turned to collect his thoughts, a sound echoed through the trees, a distant rumble, deep and unsettling, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. "What was that?" Mia asked, her eyes widening as she instinctively moved closer to Aiden, needing his presence for reassurance. "I'm not sure," he replied, scanning the surroundings, the unease coiling in his stomach. Finn, still buzzing with the energy from earlier gatherings, looked toward Aiden with a mixture of excitement and concern. "Do you think it's the dark forces?" he asked, a hint of uncertainty drifting into his tone. Aiden felt the weight of responsibility pressing against him, but steadied himself. "We need to stay vigilant. Let's gather information and be prepared for anything," he instructed, guiding his thoughts back to their mission. As they readied themselves for the next steps, Aiden felt a burgeoning sense of determination within him, wanting to transform this anxious moment into an opportunity to reinforce their unity. The challenge before them was not only about overcoming external threats, but also about navigating the uncertainties that lingered in their minds. And Aiden was ready to solidify his role as a leader through the trials ahead. Aiden took a moment to collect his thoughts, the sound of the distant rumble still echoing in his mind. "We need to assess the situation," he announced, his voice steady. "Let's not jump to conclusions, but we must remain prepared." Mia nodded, her brow furrowed with concern as she clutched her weapon tighter. "I'll scout ahead to see if I can locate the source of that sound," she suggested, ready to take action despite her unease. "Be careful," Aiden replied, the words laced with both encouragement and worry. He watched as she moved ahead cautiously, sensing the weight of leadership urging him to maintain control over the group's emotions. Finn exchanged glances with Rook, tension evident in their expressions as they waited for updates on Mia's findings. The forest felt eerily quiet now, the earlier sounds of nature muted, as if waiting in anticipation. "What if it's a trap?" Rook questioned, looking down the path with concern. "We can't let fear skew our instincts," Aiden reminded him, his own determination surging as he recalled the lessons they had learned. As Mia returned, her expression serious, Aiden felt his pulse quicken. "I spotted movement in the trees," she said, urgency in her voice. "It looked like a group from the enemy camp." "What do we do?" Finn asked, looking to Aiden for direction. Aiden felt the pressure of the moment mount. "We need to be swift and covert," he decided, formulating a plan to leverage what they had prepared. "Rook, can you lead a small team in creating a diversion while Mia and I scout ahead?" Rook nodded, his competitive spirit ignited as he began organizing the group. Aiden's confidence grew, buoyed by the way they rallied together to adapt to the emerging challenge. Together, they were ready to face whatever unexpected obstacles awaited them, driven by the bonds they had forged through their journey. As Aiden formulated their plan, the air grew thick with tension, each member of the team aware of the stakes. Mia cast a quick glance back at the group, her expression serious. "Are we really going to go through with this? What if it goes wrong?" Aiden sensed the uncertainty in her voice, the worry reflected in the eyes of others around them. "We have to confront them. We can't retreat again," he replied, striving to keep his resolve firm. "We've trained for this moment, and we can adapt if things don't go as planned." Rook shifted his weight, leaning closer. "I'll follow your lead, Aiden, but I need to know that everyone understands the risks," he stated, the hint of doubt still clinging to his words. Nodding, Aiden scanned the faces of his allies, feeling the weight of his responsibility deepen. "I'll explain everything clearly once we're in position," he assured them, hoping to alleviate some of their fears. He gestured toward the approaching noise, a reminder that time was running short. "Let's move quickly while we have the upper hand. We can't let fear dictate our actions." Mia nodded vigorously, determination ringing back in her voice. "Let's set a diversion first. That should buy us time." Aiden felt the energy in the group shift, awareness and urgency fueling their movements as they prepared for the confrontation ahead. As they settled into their roles, Aiden realized how much he had grown, understanding now that the strength of a leader wasn't solely about making the decisions, but also about inspiring confidence and trust among his allies. With adrenaline coursing through him, he felt ready to face whatever challenges lay ahead, embracing the unity they had built together. As Aiden and his group prepared for their confrontation, tension hummed in the air, thick with apprehension and anticipation. Standing at the edge of the clearing, Aiden felt the weight of each decision pressing heavily on him. "Remember," he said, gathering their attention, "this isn't just about facing the enemy. It's about protecting everything we've built together." Mia exchanged nervous glances with Finn, while the others shifted, uncertainty still lingering in the shadows of their resolve. "And if it doesn't go as planned?" Finn asked, his voice barely above a whisper, revealing the underlying anxiety that had settled among them. Aiden met his gaze, absorbing the fear that mingled with their determination. "We adapt, just like we discussed, but we cannot let fear immobilize us," he replied, feeling the responsibility of leadership settle in his chest. Rook stepped forward, arms crossed, searching Aiden's expression for reassurance. "I just don't want us to be caught by surprise again," he stated, the sincerity of his concerns evident despite the earlier friction. Aiden nodded, appreciating Rook's candor. "Then let's keep our communication open throughout. If something changes, we'll act together," he asserted, his voice taking on a tone of unwavering resolve. As the group acknowledged his plan, Aiden felt the energy shift. Cautious optimism replacing the earlier tension. They began to take their positions, each member keenly aware of their responsibilities, Aiden moving dynamically between them, offering last-minute encouragement and strategy adjustments. This was the culmination of their journey, and every lesson learned strengthened their unity as they faced the unknown. Aiden felt the confidence swell within him, knowing that while they stood on the brink of challenge, their combined strength would illuminate the way forward. As they took their positions, Aiden felt the weight of their mission pressing firmly on him, a mix of excitement and apprehension buzzing through the group. He watched as Mia and Finn scouted ahead, their eyes sharp and focused, while Rook and the others prepared their defenses. Each member had fully embraced their roles, a testament to the trust they had built together. "Keep an eye out for any signs of movement," he reminded them, his voice steady as he maintained the rhythm of leadership. Aiden took a moment to glance back at the village, the familiar sights reminding him of everything they were fighting to protect. In that moment of reflection, he felt a deep sense of purpose, knowing that their efforts were about more than just survival. They were about safeguarding the life they had created. Suddenly, a rustling noise broke the silence, causing the group to tense. Aiden turned sharply, heart racing as a dark shape darted between the trees, casting a fleeting shadow across the ground. "Stay alert," he called, adrenaline surging as instinct kicked in, readying himself for whatever might emerge. Finn quickly returned to Aiden's side, eyes wide, scanning the trees for any signs of danger. "What do we do?" he asked, fear creeping into his tone, but Aiden sensed that their shared experiences had fortified Finn's resolve. "Hold steady and communicate. We'll adapt our plan as needed," Aiden replied, feeling his determination rise, bolstered by the lessons learned through their journey. With the group organized and ready, Aiden felt a surge of confidence course through him, ready to face the darkness that continued to threaten their home. Their experiences had prepared them for this moment, and Aiden knew he was more than just an artist. He was a leader, ready to inspire others to stand together against the impending challenges. As the tension escalated, Aiden felt adrenaline coursing through him, sharpening his focus. The group remained on high alert, eyes scanning their surroundings for any sign of danger. He noticed Mia whispering something to Finn, their expressions serious, a shared understanding forming between them. "Remember to use the hand signals we discussed," Aiden reminded the group, reinforcing their communication strategy as they prepared for what lay ahead. Just then, the dark shape emerged from the trees, its form creeping with an unsettling calm. Aiden's heart raced as he recognized it, a creature from their previous encounters, eyes glinting with malice. "Prepare yourselves," he shouted, adrenaline surging as courage propelled him forward to take the lead against the threat. Rook, at his side, instinctively stepped up, ready to face the creature head-on. "Let's not hesitate," We hit it hard and fast, he urged, a fierce glimmer of determination igniting within him. Aiden felt a wave of reassurance at having Rook beside him, their earlier differences put aside for the sake of the mission. Mia, distract it, he called out, knowing that each ally's coordinated effort was vital to their success. Mia quickly grabbed a handful of stones and threw them towards the creature, the noise drawing its attention just as planned. Aiden seized the moment, rallying the group through the dense underbrush as they moved to flank the creature. Every action a testament to the trust they had built. Keep communicating. We've fought through tougher challenges together, he shouted, reminding them of their shared strength as they pressed forward into the heat of confrontation. In that moment, Aiden recognized how far he had come, stepping into his role as a leader, ready to face whatever dangers awaited them with newfound confidence and determination. Chapter 27, The Final Preparations. With the battle behind them, Aiden gathered the team in a hidden glade to finalize their plan for the next confrontation. The air felt charged with a mix of relief and lingering tension, each partner still buzzing with adrenaline as they processed their recent encounters. All right, we need to consolidate our strengths, Aiden said, spreading the map out on a flat rock, ready to direct their efforts. He pointed to the area where they had previously spotted the dark forces. We've seen their movements, so let's set traps along these paths to draw them in. His voice held a steadiness that seemed to encourage the group, igniting their focus as they leaned in to see the details. Mia traced the outlines of the traps, her brow furrowing in concentration. We can use the same techniques we practiced before, she noted, determination evident in her tone, inspiring confidence in those around her. Rook, standing to the side, crossed his arms, scrutinizing Aiden's proposed plan. What if it backfires? We don't know what new threats they might bring, he challenged, his skepticism swirling through the gathering like a heavy fog. Aiden felt the tension rise, but instead of shrinking under scrutiny, he embraced it. Every plan has risks, but we have the knowledge and skills to adapt, he replied, meeting Rook's gaze with resolve. Together, we'll mitigate those risks. We're not facing this alone. The group nodded in agreement, encouraged by Aiden's confidence. Let's finalize who takes which roles in setting up the traps, Aiden suggested, rallying everyone to participate in the planning process. As they divided tasks, Aiden felt the energy shift, each ally eager to contribute to the mission as they embraced their roles one final time. This wasn't just a strategic endeavor. It was a reflection of the growth they had experienced together, a testament to their united front against the challenges they still had to face. In this moment, Aiden recognized his evolution as a leader, ready to guide them through the complexity ahead with a blend of strategy, trust, and unwavering commitment. As the team began executing their plan, Aiden felt a surge of adrenaline coursing through him. Every member was focused, moving with precision as they set traps along the anticipated paths. Let's keep moving quickly, but carefully, he instructed, eyes scanning the dense underbrush, ensuring they maintained their cover as they worked. Mia, demonstrating an impressive sense of urgency, set a diversion trap loaded with noisemakers, her movements swift and confident. Finn joined her, eager to assist, the excitement in his voice palpable. Just tell me where to place these, and I'll get it done, he said, pumping his fists with enthusiasm. Aiden glanced around, noticing how the atmosphere began to shift from cautiousness to purpose, everyone coming together to contribute to the shared effort. Rook shifted nearby, adjusting a snare that would catch any creature if triggered. I think we're ready, he remarked, a newfound confidence hinting through his words. Aiden felt a sense of pride swell within him, recognizing how far they had come as a unit. Great! Once we're done setting up, make sure we have our roles clear for when they approach. Communication is key. Just as they finished setting the last few traps, a sudden rustling from the bushes sent a jolt of anxiety through the group. Did you hear that? Mia whispered, her breath hitching as she instinctively moved closer to Aiden. Aiden held up a hand to signal silence, instincts heightened as he focused on the shifting shadows around them. Stay alert, we might not be alone, he warned, heart racing as he prepared for whatever challenge might emerge. In those heightened moments of tension, Aiden felt a wave of clarity wash over him. The importance of their shared efforts and the strength found in unity could guide them through danger, reinforcing the bonds that had transformed them into a formidable team ready to confront the threats ahead. As Aiden strained to listen, the rustling grew louder, tension radiating through the group. "Could it be the dark creatures?" Finn whispered, glancing nervously at Aiden, uncertainty flooding his expression. Aiden's heart raced, adrenaline spiking as he weighed their next move. "Prepare yourselves," he instructed, his voice low but steady, reassessing their strategy on the fly. Just then, the underbrush parted, and a familiar figure stepped into view. Elowen, her expression serious, but her stance relaxed. "Guys, I found tracks leading deeper into the forest," she said, catching her breath. Aiden felt a wave of relief wash over the group, tension dissipating as they realized it wasn't an enemy closing in. "Good work, Elowen. What did you see?" Aiden asked, his curiosity piqued. "I believe they're still nearby, but we can follow their path. It's a chance to uncover where they're headed," she explained, pointing to the ground where tread marks were etched into the forest floor. "Should we follow the tracks?" Mia asked, excitement mixed with caution in her voice. Aiden considered their options, recognizing the urgency of gathering intelligence, but also conscious of the risks inherent in pursuing their enemies. "Yes, but let's proceed carefully. We don't want to alert them to our presence," he replied, feeling the group rally behind him, their trust in his leadership palpable. Rook nodded, his expression now reflecting respect as he joined the conversation. "Let's maintain our formations and stay aware of our surroundings," he suggested, contributing to the evolving strategy with newfound confidence. Aiden felt the momentum shift towards action, realizing that everyone was now engaged and committed to their mission. This moment of clarity showcased how their experiences together had prepared them for the challenges ahead, instilling a sense of camaraderie that would guide them as they ventured into the unknown. As Aiden and the group prepared to follow Elowen's lead, a renewed sense of purpose coursed through them. They moved quietly, staying low and cautious, aware that the darkness of the forest held both danger and opportunity. "Keep your voices down," Aiden instructed, his eyes trained on the ground, watching for the tracks Elowen had spotted. Mia walked closely behind him, her expression serious but filled with determination. "Do you think we'll find out anything useful?" she asked, a hint of excitement bubbling beneath her concern. "I hope so," Aiden replied, his heart racing as they ventured deeper into the shadows. He felt the weight of their mission heavy on his shoulders, yet he also felt a sense of unity amongst the group, drawing strength from each person's commitment. Suddenly, they crested a small hill and came upon the edge of a clearing, where the landscape opened up. Aiden paused, signaling for everyone to stop. In the center of the clearing, remnants of the dark creature's camp were scattered, evidence of their presence lingering in the debris. "Let's spread out a little to gather intel," Aiden whispered, eyeing the area cautiously. As they fanned out, Aiden felt the pulse of their collective resolve. Finn moved to inspect a pile of discarded items, eyes scanning the ground for clues, while Rook took the higher ground to scout for any signs of movement. Elowen knelt down, examining the tracks closely. "It looks like they gathered supplies from other attacks," she noted, her brow furrowed in concentration. Aiden felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. This discovery could provide vital insights into the Dark Force's strategies. "Let's document everything we find. This could help us prepare for what's next," he said, moving closer to Elowen as she pointed out particular details about the layout of the remnants. Together, they began piecing together the story of the Dark Forces, aware that each detail uncovered could shift the tide in their favor. Aiden felt empowered, recognizing how these moments of collaboration flowed seamlessly into the greater narrative of their commitment to protect their village. This was not simply an act of survival. It was a pivotal chance to reclaim their strength and rewrite their fate. As Aiden continued to gather information from the scattered remnants of the dark creature's camp, he felt the urgency of the moment pressing down on him. "Look at this," he said, holding up a charred piece of parchment with markings that seemed to describe their movements and resources. Mia leaned in closer, her eyes widening. "This could be useful for understanding their strategies," she exclaimed, excitement bubbling in her voice. Aiden quickly stowed the parchment in his bag, knowing it could provide crucial insight into the enemy's approach. Meanwhile, Finn rummaged through a pile of discarded items, his hands working quickly. "I found some old weapons. They might still be usable," he said, pulling out a slightly rusty dagger and a broken shield. "Good finds, Finn," Aiden encouraged, watching as Finn's spirits lifted with each discovery. Just then, Rook called from a distance, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. "Hey, I think I see more tracks leading away from here. We should follow them," he shouted, pointing toward a barely visible trail that wound through the trees. Aiden felt a surge of determination as he glanced at the others, gauging their readiness. "Let's move then. We can't let this opportunity slip by," he said, his voice firm and laden with purpose. As they set off toward the new trail, Aiden felt the camaraderie among the group deepen, each member stepping into their roles with renewed vigor. He recognized that these moments of collaboration and discovery were crucial, reinforcing their resolve as they prepared to confront the dark forces looming ahead. This was more than just about defeating an enemy. It was about understanding their foes and finding the strength to protect their village together. With each shared goal, Aiden realized they were not just allies. They were a united force, building towards something greater than themselves, ready to face whatever challenges awaited. As they followed the trail through the dense forest, Aiden felt a mix of anticipation and determination fueling their pace. Every step brought them closer to uncovering the truth of the dark force threatening their village, the urgency of their mission pushing them forward. "Mia, keep your eyes open for any signs of movement," he reminded her, instinctively glancing back to gauge the collective energy of the group. Finn stayed close, a fire in his eyes reflecting the resolve that had grown within him over the course of their journey. "I won't let anything happen to us," he said, reassuring Aiden and himself in the process. Just then, Elowin pointed to a series of fresh tracks in the dirt, large and unmistakable, leading deeper into the shadows of the forest. "Look at these. They're fresh," she exclaimed, her voice filled with urgency. Aiden's heart raced, realizing they had stumbled upon something significant. "This could lead us directly to their camp," he said, excitement mingling with caution. Rook, marching at the back, interjected, "But it could also lead us into a trap. We need to be careful." "I know," Aiden replied, feeling the tension in the group rise. "We'll stay vigilant. We're not alone in this. Whatever we find, we'll face it together." They moved closer, each ally filled with a blend of eagerness and trepidation, the stakes higher than ever. Aiden could sense the growing bond between them, a unity forged by shared experiences and the trials they had overcome. This journey had reshaped him, and as they pressed on, he felt ready to navigate the uncertainties of their path ahead. With every step, he knew they were gathering not just intelligence, but also the strength needed to confront whatever darkness awaited them. Chapter 28, The Clash. The tension reached a boiling point as Aiden and his team approached the dark forces' encampment, the air thick with anticipation. Aiden's heart raced, each heartbeat echoing in his ears as they finalized their approach plan. "Remember, stay close and watch each other's backs," he instructed, his voice steady but low, knowing the importance of focus before the confrontation. The shadows deepened as they entered the clearing, the flickering flames of the enemy camp casting an eerie glow upon the trees. "Let's take our positions," Aiden commanded, feeling the energy thrumming in the air, each member falling into the roles they had planned. Finn positioned himself near the edge of the trees, ready to relay any movements, while Rook and Mia positioned themselves strategically to flank the approaching battle. Aiden felt a wave of adrenaline surge within him, scanning the area for signs of the dark forces. The moment was critical. He understood that success rested on their ability to execute the plan seamlessly. Suddenly, a distant growl interrupted the tense silence, radiating dread through the air and sending chills down Aiden's spine. "That's our cue," he whispered, urgency surging as he moved to lead the charge. With their roles defined, Aiden felt a surge of confidence, bolstered by the bond they had built through trust and shared experiences. "On my signal, we attack. We remember our roles and adapt if necessary," he reminded them, the clarity of his purpose guiding him through the weight of leadership. With a final breath, Aiden took one last glance at his allies, reminding himself of the strength they had forged together, ready to face the darkness that lay ahead. As Aiden signaled for the attack, the group surged forward, a wave of movement driven by adrenaline and purpose. Mia led the charge, throwing smoke bombs into the air, creating a thick cover that enveloped them, obscuring their approach. Finn maneuvered swiftly beside her, gripping his weapon with determination, ready to engage the enemy. Aiden felt the rush of battle wash over him, his heart pounding in rhythm with their advance, every instinct focused on the task ahead. The dark figures in the enemy camp began to stir, confusion evident on their faces as the smoke curled around them. "Now, remember our plan," Aiden shouted, instructing the group to push through the chaos and identify their targets. Rook charged forward, his weapon raised, and Aiden followed closely, feeling the collective strength of his team fueling his resolve. They swept into the camp, the surprise on the faces of the enemy evident as they scrambled to react. Mia sidestepped an attacker, her movements graceful and practiced, as she struck with precision. "Stay together," Aiden called out, helping to maintain their formation amid the burgeoning conflict, believing in the strength that had driven them this far. The clash of weapons and the screams of battle surrounded them, but Aiden felt a sense of clarity, a conviction that they would prevail as long as they remained united. "Watch each other's backs," he encouraged, the frantic energy feeding into his determination, aligning their focus toward the common goal of overcoming the dark forces. With every strike and maneuver, Aiden sensed the lesson of adaptability pulsing through him, ready to lead his allies to victory. In the midst of the chaos, Aiden's senses heightened, every sound and movement sharpened in focus. The dark creatures, initially caught off guard, began to regroup, their snarls filling the air as they turned their attention toward the intruders. "Brace yourselves," Aiden shouted, and he could feel the adrenaline surging through him as the tide of battle shifted. Yet, despite the ferocity of their enemies, Aiden's leadership began to take shape, guiding the team to adapt quickly under pressure. "Rook, flank to the left. Mia, you and Finn take the right side," he directed, feeling the rhythm of the fight resound within him as they fell into a coordinated strategy. As they executed his commands, Aiden spun to dodge an attack aimed at him, instinctively striking back with precision, mirroring the fluidity of the team surrounding him. With every collective action, he felt their strength as a unit become even more evident, and it spurred him forward, igniting a fire of determination. Then, just as they began to gain the upper hand, a massive creature broke through the chaos, roaring defiantly, its presence commanding immediate attention. "Mia, watch out!" Aiden shouted, rushing to assist as he noticed her back was turned, instinctively positioning himself in front of her. Rook shouted encouragement to the others, rallying them to push back against the newcomer while Aiden's heart raced. "Stick to the plan. We can outmaneuver it," he urged, the cadence of leadership flowing through his voice as they regrouped. In that moment, Aiden understood the power of synergy. Their earlier struggles had reshaped them into a formidable force, ready to confront even the darkest of threats. As they pressed forward against the overwhelming odds, every instinct within Aiden reminded him that together, they had the strength to reclaim their power and protect their home. Aiden rallied his allies, their formations beginning to reshape as they adapted to the presence of the new creature. He felt the urgency spike within him as he surveyed the battlefield, each ally engaged in their roles, working to protect one another in the thick of combat. "Focus on the creature. We need to keep it contained," Aiden commanded, his voice ringing with authority, driving the group to amplify their efforts. Mia quickly moved to throw another potion, aimed at the creature's legs, hoping to disrupt its footing. Finn flanked her, prepared to strike at the right moment, his eyes keenly observing the creature's movements. Rook charged ahead, using his larger frame to help draw the beast's attention, embodying the bravery that had shifted within him. "Cover me," Rook shouted as he launched himself at the creature, determined to hold its focus while the others prepared to flank it. Aiden could see Rook's strategy unfold, and he felt a rush of pride wash over him. This was the kind of trust and teamwork they had worked so hard to build. Feeling the adrenaline pumping, Aiden positioned himself to follow Rook's lead, ready to capitalize on any opportunity that emerged during the fray. As the group began to push back against the beast, Aiden focused intently, calling out tactical commands to keep communication flowing. "Now, moving close," he urged, the exhilaration of the battle surging through him as he darted toward the creature, drawing on every lesson learned. In that chaotic moment, Aiden realized the importance of their adaptability, knowing that their strength lay in their unity. Every action resonated with purpose, and he steeled himself for whatever came next, not just for himself, but for the team that had become his family. The ferocious creature lunged again, and Aiden felt the pull of urgency quicken his movements. Determined, he sidestepped and swung his weapon, aiming for the weak point he had observed in earlier encounters. The impact connected, knocking the creature off balance. "Keep pushing, we're almost there," he shouted, rallying the group as they pressed forward together. Mia ran alongside him, her focus unwavering as she prepared another potion for the next opportunity. "Just let me know when," she called out, confidence shining in her eyes. With adrenaline coursing through him, Aiden felt invigorated by the bond they had formed. This was about more than just survival. It was about teamwork. Rook leaped forward to draw the creature's attention, making bold moves that demonstrated his evolving understanding of partnership. "Take the flank," he yelled, coordinating the efforts of his allies as they surrounded the beast. Aiden felt the rhythm of their movements aligning, every strike and evasion reinforcing the unity that had emerged from their shared experiences. Just as they seemed on the verge of victory, the creature retaliated, swinging its massive claws wildly. Aiden had to duck and roll to avoid being struck, his heart pounding as he regained his footing. "Stay together. We need to keep our formation," he yelled, urging everyone to focus as they refocused their efforts. With every command, he felt his leadership consolidate, the trust they had built previously guiding them through the chaos of the moment. "Now is our chance," he shouted as the creature stumbled, positioning himself to guide the final push. In this crucial moment, Aiden recognized the strength of their collective efforts, knowing that together, they were a force capable of confronting the darkness that still lurked ahead. As the creature finally faltered, Aiden felt a rush of exhilaration wash over him. But the victory was bittersweet. The battle had taken its toll, and the clearing now bore the marks of their fierce confrontation. Aiden glanced around, seeing a mix of relief and exhaustion on the faces of his allies, some still trembling from the intensity of the fight. "Regroup," he called, his voice cutting through the lingering tension as the group began to gather, catching their breaths. Mia knelt beside Rook, tending to a cut on his arm while Aiden moved to check on Finn, who was catching his breath against a nearby tree. "I can't believe we actually did it," Finn said, disbelief mingling with triumph in his voice. Aiden felt a swell of pride, knowing that their teamwork had been instrumental in their success. "Yeah, but let's not forget what it cost us," Aiden replied, the weight of responsibility heavy on his shoulders as he surveyed the scene. As they started to gather their resources, Rook spoke up again, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. "What's next for us? We can't stay here too long," he reminded the group, the reality of their situation settling back into focus. Aiden nodded, feeling the need to address the pressing question. "We regroup and assess our next steps," he replied, looking around at the weary but determined faces of his allies. "We need to investigate the dark forces further and strengthen our defenses before moving forward." Mia stood up, tying off Rook's bandage with a sense of achievement. "I think we've proven we can face whatever comes our way. The more we learn, the better prepared we'll be," she said, her voice imbued with newfound confidence. "Absolutely," Aiden agreed, encouraged by the resilience radiating from the group. In that moment, he realized how far they had come together, not just in their skills, but in their relationships, each conflict deepening the bonds they shared. With adjusted plans and revitalized spirits, Aiden felt ready to confront whatever darkness lay ahead, fueled by the strength of unity and the lessons learned along their journey. Chapter 29, Aftermath of the Clash. The fire crackled softly in the clearing as Aiden surveyed the aftermath of their battle, the air still thick with the tension of their recent encounter. A mix of relief and dread settled in his stomach, knowing that victories came with tangible losses. The remnants of dark creatures lay scattered, a bittersweet reminder of the conflict they had just faced together. "Check for injuries," he called to the group, urgency lacing his voice as he moved through the clearing, assessing the well-being of his allies. Mia, kneeling beside an injured villager, looked up at Aiden with a determined expression. "We need to move quickly. More threats could be lurking nearby," she urged, her hands deftly applying bandages as she worked. Aiden nodded in agreement, the atmosphere charged with the need for action. Rook approached, breathing heavily, and looked back at their surroundings with a sense of apprehension. "Do we even know if we've truly defeated them?" "What if this was just the beginning?" he questioned, his tone reflective as he held out a few remains of the defeated creatures. Aiden felt the familiar weight of doubt in the air, but his resolve remained firm. "We can't let fear dictate our path," he replied, gathering his thoughts. "What we need now is to analyze what we've faced and ensure we're fortified for whatever comes next." The group fell silent, the urgency of the moment resonating deeply with each person present. As they began discussing the next steps, Aiden felt a sense of purpose surging through him, knowing that their ability to adapt and learn would be both their strength and their salvation in the challenges ahead. This confrontation had tested them all, and Aiden was determined to use their experiences to prepare not just for whatever lay on the horizon, but also for the deeper battle against the darkness they had only just begun to understand. Aiden took a deep breath, gathering his thoughts as the group began to process the aftermath of the battle. They congregated in a small circle, exchanging glances filled with a mix of relief and apprehension. "Let's regroup and assess what we've lost and what we can still use," Aiden suggested, his voice steady as he sought to maintain focus among his allies. Mia immediately began checking on the supplies they had brought, sifting through the remnants of the potions and herbs. "Most of our resources are still intact, but we need to ration what we have," she noted, her brow furrowed in concentration. Rook stood tall, looking out over the clearing where the battle had unfolded. "We need to fortify our defenses even more. We can't let this happen again," he stated, a tone of urgency kicking in as he recognized the importance of protecting their village. Finn, catching his breath, nodded in agreement. "I'll help with securing perimeters around the village. If we know where they could come from, we can prepare better," he offered, his resolve evident. Aiden felt a wave of gratitude for the willingness of his allies to contribute, their spirits not yet broken by the trials they had faced together. "Perfect. Let's collaborate on a plan to reinforce our lines," Aiden said, feeling the rush of unity fill the air as they began to share ideas and strategies. As they discussed tactics, Aiden marveled at how far they had come, their trust in each other strengthening with each passing challenge. This moment of regrouping and reframing their focus was crucial. It wasn't just about recovering from the battle, but also about preparing them for what lay ahead. Their experiences had forged a sense of resilience that would guide them through the darkness, and Aiden was ready to lead them toward their next confrontation. As they gathered together in the clearing, the gravity of their victory settled upon Aiden and his allies. There was a bittersweet quality in the air, a mixture of relief from the battle and the realization of what had been lost. "Let's take a moment to share what we've learned," Aiden suggested, the responsibility for their well-being weighing heavily on him. Mia looked around at the group, her face shining with a sense of accomplishment. "Remember how we coordinated during the chaos. That's what made us strong," she said, her voice laced with encouragement. Rook, still catching his breath, nodded in agreement, though his brow remained furrowed. "But we can't overlook the fact that we were almost overwhelmed. We need to strengthen our strategies," he countered, ensuring that the group stayed focused on the challenges ahead. Aiden acknowledged Rook's concern, recognizing that the discussions would need to honor both their victories and their vulnerabilities. "Absolutely. Each encounter has taught us something invaluable," Aiden said, feeling the spirit of collaboration bloom amongst them. As they shared their thoughts and strategies, Aiden felt the bonds of trust and unity tighten. each member stepping up to contribute ideas, reinforcing their collective commitment to protect their home. Everyone was engaged, when their earlier fears set aside as they focused on actionable steps to bolster their defenses. Aiden marveled at how far they had come together, understanding that their shared experiences had woven a narrative of resilience, one that would guide them into future challenges. With a clear sense of direction taking shape, Aiden felt empowered, ready to lead his companions toward their next steps in the fight against the darkness. Amidst the discussions, Aiden felt the weight of their mission settle heavily on him, yet there was a palpable sense of unity in the air. It was clear that the group had transformed through their experiences, and he wanted to channel that strength moving forward. Now that we've reassessed our situation, let's talk about fortifying the village, Aiden said, drawing the group's attention as they moved closer. Mia stepped forward, her eyes shining with enthusiasm. We need to create barriers and ensure everyone knows their roles in case of another attack, she outlined, her urgency sparking renewed energy in the group. Aiden felt a swell of pride as he watched each member contributing ideas. Let's also diversify our defenses, he suggested, recalling details from Thalia's wisdom. If we place traps at key points and reinforce the existing boundaries, we can deter any potential threats. Rook added, we should also train the villagers. If they know what to look out for, it increases our chances of survival. Aiden nodded, grateful for Rook's input, recognizing the importance of proactively preparing their entire community. As they brainstormed, he felt the collective energy shift toward a shared ambition, everyone realizing their role in protecting their home. This isn't just about us. It's about our families and the future of the village, Aiden declared, his voice steady. His words resonated deeply, solidifying the commitment of each member to work together for the greater good. In that moment, Aiden understood that this gathering was pivotal, not just in strategy, but in reinforcing the relationships they had formed, all of which set the stage for the challenges that lay ahead. With a renewed sense of determination, he felt confident they could face the darkness together, ready to navigate whatever journey awaited them next. As discussions continued, Aiden felt a surge of hope and determination coursing through the group. They had come together as a community, each member sharing their insights and ideas about strengthening their defenses. Let's remember that every piece of information we have will help, Aiden encouraged, gesturing to the villagers who had stepped up. After sharing their own experiences of the dark forces, the villagers began to exchange strategies, brainstorming ways to collaborate effectively. Mia, can you lead a team to reinforce the northern barricade? Rook suggested, his tone now filled with respect and support. Aiden observed as Mia accepted the task with enthusiasm, rallying others to join her. I'll make sure we double-check everything, she promised, a fire of determination igniting in her eyes. Meanwhile, Finn stepped forward, excited to contribute. I can organize the gathering of supplies and help strategize how to set up traps. If we can stun them, then we'll have the upper hand, he said, his eagerness infectious. Aiden felt a swell of pride at seeing his friends step up, recognizing that each person's growth was integral to their collective strength. Well done, everyone. This shows how far we've come, Aiden said, trying to inspire further action. The atmosphere was charged with collaborative spirit, each villager eager to engage in the preparations ahead. Aiden felt invigorated as he watched the villagers mobilize, working together with purpose to bolster their defenses and protect their home. In that moment, he realized that their journey had not only transformed him, but had also forged a united front, ready to face the unknown challenges that lay ahead, collectively stronger than ever before. As the preparations continued, Aiden felt the energy in the air shift, excitement mingling with the urgency of their mission. Villagers were gathered, muttering ideas as they discussed ways to fortify their defenses. Aiden stepped back for a moment, allowing the collective creativity to flow, feeling proud of how inclusive the process had become. He caught snippets of conversation, suggestions for additional resources, ideas for improving the layout of barriers, and even mentions of past strategies that could be useful. Let's not forget our training sessions. We need to use what we've learned, Mia urged, the determination in her voice resonating with the group. Aiden smiled at her, appreciating how each member's willingness to share ideas contributed to the energy building around them. Rook joined in, rallying a few nearby villagers. "Let's establish lookout points around the perimeter to monitor any threats," he proposed, his confidence evident as he took a leadership role in the planning. Aiden felt the momentum growing, knowing that these conversations were crucial in building trust and effectively preparing for future challenges. As they organized tasks and roles, Aiden felt a sense of clarity settle over him. This was not merely about survival, but about empowerment. Each idea shared reinforced the growing sense of community, and Aiden realized that they were becoming more than just a group of allies. They were a family bound by their shared experiences and goals. With a renewed spirit, he could sense that they were ready to face whatever darkness awaited them, their journey ahead filled with possibility and hope. Chapter 30. A moment of clarity. As the sun began to set, casting a warm golden hue over the village, Aiden felt a profound sense of clarity wash over him. He stood at the edge of the square, watching the villagers engage in evening activities, laughter and light combining to create a comforting atmosphere. But beneath that comfort lay the reality of what they were facing, the dark forces stirring just beyond the horizon. Aiden walked toward the gathering of villagers, determination propelling him forward. He knew this moment could define their community, where uncertainty could ignite the fires of courage or let fear take root. "Thank you all for coming together," he began, raising his voice to capture their attention. His gaze swept over familiar faces, each reflecting a mix of hope and worry, and he felt the weight of his responsibilities settle firmly on his shoulders. "We've faced great challenges, and now we need to prepare for what lies ahead," he declared, his voice steady as he embraced the urgency. Mia stepped forward, her eyes wide with anticipation. "What do we need to do first?" she asked, eager to dive into the preparations. Aiden felt a surge of pride in her spirit, ready to support their collective goal. "Tactics and fortifications will be important," he noted, thinking of the strategies they had developed. "Let's establish watch points around the village and integrate the herbs we gathered into our potions and defenses." As he spoke, Aiden could sense the villagers' resolve deepen, their fears morphing into proactive determination as they began discussing their roles in the preparations. Inspired, he felt the clarity of purpose grow within him, realizing that they were ready to face the unknown together, with each heart united by trust and hope for the future. This was not just about what lay ahead, it was about the strength they had built through their shared journey, fueling a collective ambition to protect their home and one another. As Aiden continued to address the villagers, he felt a sense of urgency build within him, knowing that the moment required both clarity and vision. "The dark forces we face are cunning," he said, gauging the reactions of those around him. "We can't let fear dictate our preparations. We have the chance to turn this situation to our advantage." A murmur of agreement rippled through the crowd, and Aiden seized the opportunity to inspire. "We've gathered resources, strengthened our bonds, and learned invaluable lessons on our journey. Now it's time to act on that knowledge." Mia stepped forward, enthusiasm sparking in her eyes. "Let's use what we learned to prepare defensive positions and build our defenses in layers. If one fails, the others will hold," she suggested, her confidence echoing Aiden's sentiments. "That's a solid strategy," he replied, feeling the energy of collaboration ignite. Rook nodded, his expression more focused than before. "What if we create a network of alerts around the perimeter? If something approaches, we'll know before it reaches the village," he proposed, the practicality of his idea grounding the group's excitement. Aiden felt grateful for Rook's proactive spirit, recognizing how the dynamics of their partnership had evolved. "Excellent idea. Let's coordinate on setting those up as soon as possible," Aiden affirmed, eager to pull everything together. With plans beginning to crystallize, Aiden could sense the villagers growing more engaged, their earlier doubts replaced by a vibrant energy. This gathering was a critical moment, one that would not only prepare them for the impending threat, but also reaffirm their collective spirit as a community. As they divided into groups, Aiden felt the excitement flow through them. Heartened by the unwavering commitment to protect their village and each other. He understood that this willing collaboration was the essence of their journey, fortifying their resolve as they moved into the next phase of their adventure. As the villagers broke into smaller groups, excitement and purpose filled the square. Aiden felt the buzz of energy as people moved to their tasks, hands quickly gathering materials and devising strategies. He joined Mia and Finn as they prepared to collect herbs and additional supplies, ready to integrate whatever they found into their potions. "Make sure to keep an eye out for anything unusual," Aiden reminded them as they started toward the edge of the village. "Got it," Finn replied, his enthusiasm unwavering as he dashed ahead, eager to scout the area. Mia followed closely, her gaze darting around the landscape. "I'll collect what we can use for healing," she declared, determination radiating from her as they approached a thicket filled with herbs. As they worked, Aiden felt energized, the sense of community flowing through him as they gathered the necessary supplies. Questions still lingered in the back of his mind about the dark forces, but he pushed those thoughts aside, focusing on the task at hand. "Mia, look for the luminescent ones. Those worked well before," he instructed, recalling the effects from their previous encounters. Together, they moved through the foliage, collecting what they could, each success sparking a deeper sense of hope. As they ventured further, Aiden's heart swelled with appreciation for the bonds they had created, each trip into the forest bringing them closer, teaching them the power of trust. Suddenly, a rustling in the bushes captured his attention, and he turned instantly, muscles coiling in anticipation. "Did you hear that?" Aiden asked, his voice low as he signaled for Mia and Finn to be on alert. They exchanged cautious glances, aware that their mission was fraught with potential dangers. But as they prepared themselves for whatever may lie hidden in the depths of the woods, Aiden felt the familiar adrenaline racing through him, ready to face the challenges ahead with both courage and the strength of teamwork. As they crouched behind a thick bush, Aiden's heart raced, anticipation mingling with apprehension as he tried to decipher the commotion filtering through the trees. "Do you think it's the dark forces?" Mia whispered, her voice trembling with uncertainty. Aiden strained to listen, the sounds of rustling leaves and distant growls stirring a familiar dread within him. "That's possible," he replied, his instincts sharpening as he assessed the situation. "We need to be prepared for anything. Let's stay low and observe first." Rook leaned in closer, his expression serious. "Let's not forget what they're capable of. We need a plan in case they spot us," he cautioned, reflecting a readiness that Aiden recognized as growth. Aiden nodded, feeling a blend of respect and camaraderie with Rook. "We'll adapt as we always do. Everyone, keep your eyes peeled for any signs of trouble," he instructed, maintaining a steady voice despite the growing tension. Just as they settled into their positions, Elowen spotted movement in the distance. "There! I see shadows moving," she pointed, urgency lacing her tone. Aiden's heart skipped a beat at the sight of the dark forms prowling through the trees, instinctively urging his allies to remain silent and alert. "Now we can gather information," he said, keeping his voice soft but firm. As they watched, Aiden noted the creatures milling about, seemingly unaware of their presence. He realized that this was an opportunity to learn their habits and strategies without engaging directly, a thought that invigorated him. "We should record everything we observe. It could give us the edge we need," Aiden suggested, feeling a surge of leadership flow through him, promising the group that they would adapt and act on the knowledge they gained. In this moment of tension and focus, Aiden knew that how they handled the upcoming confrontation would shape their destinies, and he was ready to lead them into that uncertainty with courage and resolve. As Aiden and the group settled into their positions, a sense of determination washed over them. He felt the shared purpose uniting them, their previous experiences forged into a collective wisdom that would guide their actions. "Remember our signals. If we need to regroup or change tactics, communicate immediately," Aiden reminded the team, his voice steady and calm. Mia, crouching nearby, checked her bow, glancing at Aiden with a focused expression. "I'm ready for whatever comes next," she said, her tone serious yet filled with resolve. "Good," Aiden replied, appreciating her unwavering spirit. "Rook, positioned slightly ahead, scanned the area with a carefully furrowed brow. "Let's not let doubt creep in. We know what we're fighting for," he stated, a sense of renewed conviction shining through. Finn adjusted his grip on his newly found dagger, nodding as he took a deep breath. Aiden watched his allies, each showing their growth and readiness to face the dark forces. "Together, we can outsmart them," he urged, feeling the moment draw closer, the knot of anticipation tightening in his stomach. Just then, a distant growl broke the stillness, sending currents of tension through the group. "Stay sharp. This could be it," Aiden said, adrenaline surging through him as he prepared to lead them into the unknown. In the fading light, he felt resolute, trusting that the bonds they had forged would carry them through whatever awaited in the shadows. As the growl intensified, Aiden's conviction solidified. They were ready to confront the darkness together, prepared to adapt and fight for the safety of their home. As the growls echoed closer, Aiden felt a surge of adrenaline flow through him, sharpening his focus. "Stay close and wait for my signal," he commanded, glancing at his allies as they readied themselves for confrontation. The shadows thickened around them, the darkness heightened by the tension of the moment, and Aiden could sense the urgency rising in the air. Mia crouched beside him, her breath steady but her eyes alert. "This is it, isn't it?" she asked, determination shadowing her face, a reflection of the stakes they faced. Aiden nodded, his heart racing. "Yes, it is. Together we face whatever comes," he assured her, feeling the weight of their shared purpose bolster his resolve. Just then, a flicker of movement caught his eye as the dark creatures emerged from the shadows of the trees, their forms larger than Aiden had anticipated. "Now!" he shouted, signaling for the group to execute their plan. Mia sprang into action, launching a distraction as Finn picked up rocks to hurl at the creatures, creating a cacophony that captured their attention. Aiden moved with purpose, guiding Rook and Elowin to flank the advancing foes, their movements synchronized and determined. The chaos of battle erupted around them as Aiden felt exhilaration mix with anxiety. "Remember, stay together. Focus on the weaknesses we've learned about," he called, urging everyone to push back against the looming threat. As they fought, Aiden realized that this confrontation was the culmination of their journey, a test of their unity and strength. The lessons learned along the way surged through him, guiding his decisions and allowing him to lead with confidence, prepared to face the darkness together. Chapter 31, Mending Ties. After the confrontation, Aiden returned to the village. The familiar sights welcomed him, but the weight of their recent battle still lingered. The villagers were beginning to resume their daily lives, yet there was a noticeable shift in the air, a collective awareness of the dangers that had threatened their community. As he walked through the square, Aiden felt a mix of relief and responsibility, knowing that he had not only faced the darkness, but emerged with lessons that would shape their future. He approached a small gathering of villagers discussing the aftermath, laughter mingling with whispers of concern. "Is everyone all right?" Aiden asked, his voice breaking into their conversation, wanting to ensure that the community was healing. Garen turned to him, a mixture of gratitude and apprehension in his eyes. "We're managing, Aiden. But there's still much to be done," he replied, his tone serious. Aiden nodded, understanding that they all carried the weight of the battle and its consequences, but he also felt a spark of determination ignite within him. "I've learned a lot from our recent encounters, and I believe we can build on that strength," Aiden said, addressing the anxious crowd. He noticed Mia nearby, helping to distribute supplies and checking on those who had been injured, her spirit filled with purpose. "Let's discuss what we need to do to ensure our safety moving forward," Aiden continued, sensing the need to channel their energy into constructive action. As they gathered around him, Aiden could see the resolve growing in their eyes, fueled by the desire to reclaim their sense of safety and community. Their experiences had transformed them, and he felt the bonds they had forged during their trials strengthen his own conviction. This was a pivotal moment, where addressing the changes within himself would reinforce the connection to the village, guiding them toward a brighter future together. Aiden observed as villagers gathered to discuss their next steps, a mixture of excitement and apprehension painted across their faces. "Mia, Can you help coordinate the supply distribution? Aiden asked, feeling the urgency of the moment solidify. Of course, she replied, her energy brightening as she moved into action, collecting items and relaying information. As the villagers organized themselves, Rook stepped forward, arms crossed and brows furrowed in thought. What's our plan for the perimeter? We need to reinforce it, he commented, concern lacing his voice as he surveyed the crowd. Aiden felt a wave of appreciation for Rook's initiative, and it reminded him of the importance of addressing every concern. Absolutely. We need to ensure that nothing can get past us again, Aiden replied, his tone firm and direct. They began discussing potential positions for lookouts and barriers, each villager contributing ideas based on their previous experiences. Finn chimed in. We should also hold training sessions to teach everyone about the creatures and how to spot warning signs. Aiden felt a surge of agreement as he sensed the conversation building momentum, the unity among the villagers fostering a collective spirit. Yes, engaging the villagers in learning will empower us all, he added, recognizing how critical it was for everyone to feel involved in their own safety. As they prioritized tasks and exchanged strategies, Aiden noticed the tension from earlier easing replaced with a determined focus. It was a testament to their growth, a transformation that had shifted them from individual concerns to a cohesive community prepared to face adversity together. In that moment, Aiden realized how important these discussions were and how they would shape their future in light of lingering threats. As the villagers continued to strategize around Aiden, he noticed the renewed energy pulsing through the gathering. Excited voices floated through the air, each suggestion building upon the last, creating a tapestry of ideas that began to take shape. Let's use the old wall as a foundation for our defenses, one villager suggested, pointing to the remnants of a barricade that had once protected the village. That's a good point. We can repair it and make it stronger, Mia added, her eyes sparkling with enthusiasm. Aiden nodded, feeling the momentum build. Yes, let's fortify our existing structures and add new barriers where we need them, he encouraged, watching as the group rallied to his words. Rook moved through the crowd, discussing with others the logistics of the repairs, his voice steady and authoritative as he emphasized the importance of speed and efficiency. Aiden felt a sense of pride swell within him, witnessing the transformation of their community into a proactive force. While the repairs are happening, we should also be holding training sessions, Finn suggested, his excitement contagious as he began pacing. Everyone should know how to defend themselves and what warning signs to look out for. Aiden felt the weight of responsibility blend with optimism. Each idea presented fortified the bonds they had developed. Exactly. Knowledge is our greatest tool for survival. He reinforced, determined that every villager felt empowered in their role. In that moment, Aiden recognized the significance of what they were creating together, a united front ready to face any threats that loomed on the horizon. This was not merely about preparation. It was about rebuilding trust and resilience within their village, setting the stage for a future they could shape together. As the discussions unfolded, Aiden felt the surge of inspiration ripple through the group. The atmosphere was charged with enthusiasm as villagers began forming teams to tackle tasks, each person eager to contribute to the collective effort. Let's split up the duties, Aiden suggested, raising his voice slightly to ensure he was heard. I want everyone to feel like they have a part in this. Let's make the most of our time. Mia nodded, already organizing groups to address the renovations needed on the old wall, her leadership qualities shining through. Who can help with the repairs, she called out, engaging the villagers as they readily stepped forward, ready to take on the challenge. Aiden's heart swelled with pride at the sight of the community coming together, each member recognizing their role in preserving the safety of their home. Meanwhile, Rook coordinated with others, his robust presence encouraging participation in setting up lookout points and securing the perimeter. Let's make sure we have every angle covered, he insisted, his confidence growing as he offered advice and strategies. Aiden felt invigorated by the dynamic energies, the earlier fear and doubt replaced with determination. As they finalized their plans, small groups formed, excited chatter filling the air as the villagers set off to their assigned tasks. Aiden moved among them, offering encouragement and insights, motivated by the spirit of collaboration that had emerged. In that moment of unity, he saw the village fortifying itself not just physically, but emotionally, a testament to their resilience and cooperation, a reflection of everything they had experienced together. This was their chance to stand strong against the darkness, and Aiden felt ready to lead them into whatever challenges lay ahead, buoyed by the collective strength surrounding him. As the teams dispersed to tackle their tasks, Aiden felt a spark of excitement coursing through him, the energy of collaboration invigorating his spirit. He watched as villagers gathered tools and supplies, their earlier fears replaced with a resolve to protect their home. "Let's keep communication open as we work," he called out, ensuring everyone felt connected in their efforts. Mia was already making headway with the repairs at the old wall, instructing others on how to reinforce it. "Everyone can help. Just grab a hammer or some nails," she encouraged, her enthusiasm infectious. Aiden moved toward Rook, who was overseeing the setup of lookout points. "How's it going?" Aiden asked, noticing the focus in Rook's eyes. "Making progress, just coordinating with a few others to ensure we cover all the angles. But we'll need to keep our eyes peeled for movement," Rook replied, his tone serious but filled with a newfound confidence. "Great work. Let's make sure everyone knows their roles before night falls. The last thing we want is to be caught off guard," Aiden reminded him, feeling the importance of vigilance. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting golden light across the village, Aiden sensed a shift in the atmosphere, a buzz of optimism ignited by their shared commitment. He turned to the group. "Let's take a moment to reflect on what we've built together. Each person here is vital to our effort." Villagers paused, glancing at one another as Aiden's words resonated, imbuing them with a sense of purpose. In that moment, Aiden realized that nurturing their bond was just as crucial as the physical preparations they were undertaking. This collective effort was what would fortify their defenses against the dark forces looming outside, and he felt a swell of pride at their unity and resilience. As they moved to finalize their tasks, Aiden knew they were ready to meet whatever came next, each member of the village empowered by the strength they had cultivated together. As dusk settled over the village, Aiden felt a powerful sense of community enveloping him. The sounds of tools clanging and voices collaborating filled the air, and he could see the village coming together more than ever. Aiden stood at the center of the square, watching families and friends work side by side, their collective spirit unbreakable as they fortified their defenses. "Let's take a moment to appreciate how far we've come," he called out, wanting to acknowledge the effort everyone had put in. The villagers paused, exchanging smiles, gratitude evident in their expressions. Rook stepped forward, a look of unwavering determination on his face. "I never thought I'd see so many people come together like this. This is what makes a community strong," he said, his tone earnest, reflecting the growth he had experienced. Mia chimed in, her eyes shining as she glanced around. "Each person here is a part of this village. Together, we're unstoppable." Aiden felt his heart swell with pride as he took in the scene. Every face was filled with resolve, ready to face the challenges that lay ahead. "If we can harness this energy, we'll protect our home," he added, the conviction in his words resonating through the group. As they resumed their preparations, Aiden felt the bonds of trust deepen, knowing they were not just preparing for battle, but embracing the strength of their unity. Each member of the community was vital, and he recognized that this moment would pave the way for their future, however uncertain it might be. In that moment of connection and purpose, Aiden understood that they were building not only defenses against darkness, but also a legacy of resilience and collaboration that would serve them well in the battles yet to come. Chapter 32, A New Beginning. The sun rose slowly over the village, casting a warm glow that felt strangely comforting after the darkness they had faced. Aiden awoke with a sense of urgency, the events of the previous days still fresh in his mind. He sat up, feeling the weight of unresolved conflicts pressing on him, and took a moment to gather his thoughts. Today was the day to address everything that had lingered. uncertainties, doubts, and strained relationships that needed mending. As he got dressed, he heard the sounds of villagers stirring outside, laughter and chatter filtering through the open window, a reminder of the community he was dedicated to protecting. With determination, Aiden made his way outside, the morning sun warming his skin as he stepped into the bustling square. He spotted Mia chatting with a group of children, her laughter ringing out, a stark contrast to the worries that had clouded his thoughts. "Hey, Aiden," she called, spotting him among the crowd. Aiden waved back, grateful for her infectious spirit and the joy she brought to those around her. But as he walked further, his mind drifted to Rook, who had been distant since the battle but still critical to the team. Aiden needed to confront those tensions head-on, recognizing the importance of addressing the unresolved issues that had surfaced in the wake of their encounters. "Rook," he called, spotting him at the edge of the square, deep in conversation with a few other villagers. The conversation paused as Rook's gaze met Aiden's, a mixture of relief and apprehension crossing his face. "Can we talk?" Aiden asked, feeling the weight of the moment as he prepared to address the lingering doubts between them. Rook nodded slowly, stepping away from the group as Aiden approached, determination steeling his resolve for the necessary conversation that would pave the way for growth and understanding. Aiden stepped closer to Rook, the village bustling around them, but the air between them thick with unresolved tension. "I wanted to talk about what happened during the last battle," Aiden began, trying to navigate the conversation with care. Rook crossed his arms, a defensive posture that Aiden had come to recognize. "I wasn't happy with how things unfolded," Rook said, his tone cautious but firm. "I felt like we were on the back foot the entire time." "I understand that, but there were so many variables we couldn't anticipate," Aiden replied, wanting to diffuse the situation while still addressing the concerns that had been weighing on him. Rook looked away, considering Aiden's words, the tension in his shoulders easing just a little. "We need to be prepared for anything next time. I can't afford to see anyone get hurt because we didn't have a solid plan," he insisted, the sincerity in his voice breaking through the earlier conflict. "I agree completely. That's why I think we should review our strategies together, as a team," Aiden proposed, hoping to shift the dynamic from challenge to collaboration. Rook met Aiden's gaze, a flicker of understanding in his eyes. "Maybe you're right. We've all got different strengths we can contribute," he acknowledged, the walls he had built starting to crumble as he opened up to the idea of teamwork. In that moment, Aiden felt a glimmer of hope, recognizing that this dialogue was the first step in mending their relationship and reinforcing the trust within the group. "Let's gather everyone and make time to discuss our strategies," Aiden suggested, feeling the determination solidify within him. As Rook nodded in agreement, Aiden felt a renewed sense of purpose, ready to strengthen not just their plans, but the bonds that made them a united force against the darkness ahead. Aiden gathered the team in the village square, ready to share their experiences and strategies in a collective effort. The energy buzzed in the air, a mix of apprehension and excitement as villagers trickled in, curiosity evident in their expressions. "Thank you all for coming," Aiden began, scanning their faces, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing upon him. "We've faced significant challenges, and now we need to ensure we're ready for whatever comes next." Mia stood at his side, nodding in agreement. "We need to discuss how we can improve our defenses and adjust our strategies based on what we've learned," she urged, raising her voice slightly to engage the crowd. A few murmurings of agreement hummed among the villagers, and Aiden felt a surge of hope. "Rook has been looking at our weaknesses, and I believe if we analyze everything we faced, we can devise a plan to counter any future threats," Aiden continued, directing attention toward Rook. Rook stepped forward, the tension in his demeanor partially eased by the collective focus. "Each battle revealed new vulnerabilities. We need to shore up our defenses around the perimeter and establish lookout points," he proposed, the authority in his voice resonating with the group. Aiden saw the villagers nodding, enthusiasm reigniting among them, seeing their role in safeguarding the community. "Let's work together to identify where we can improve. If we collaborate now, we can ensure the safety of everyone, Aiden encouraged, sensing the energy shifting toward proactive preparation. As ideas flowed, Aiden felt the bonds among them solidifying, each voice contributing to a stronger sense of community. This gathering represented not only a readiness to face external threats, but also a reaffirmation of their unity, a powerful reminder that together they could tackle anything that arose. Aiden's heart swelled with pride at the transformation around him. This was the embodiment of their journey, growing stronger as they prepared to meet the challenges that lay ahead. As the villagers embraced their roles, Aiden felt a surge of determination wash over him. They began dividing tasks, each member contributing ideas on how to reinforce the village's defenses and prepare for any potential threats. "Let's start by fortifying the perimeter," Aiden suggested, looking around at the gathering crowd. "We need to create barriers that will deter any intruder and focus on places where we know the dark forces have been seen." Mia stepped forward, enthusiasm radiating from her. "I can lead the effort to repair the old barricades. We can gather materials from the forest to make them stronger," she proposed, her eyes shining with purpose. "Good thinking," Aiden replied, feeling the momentum shift positively among the villagers. Finn chimed in, "And I can help coordinate with those gathering supplies, ensuring we have everything we need." "Exactly. Let's make sure we utilize every resource effectively," Aiden affirmed, appreciating the collective energy that surged amongst them. Rook quietly surveyed the crowd, then spoke up. "Training sessions could also be beneficial. We need everyone to know how to respond if danger arises," he suggested, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Aiden nodded, recognizing the wisdom in Rook's words. "That's a great idea. We'll schedule practice drills so everyone is prepared. It's about more than just physical defenses. We need to build confidence," he said, fostering a spirit of cooperation. As the villagers began to brainstorm further, Aiden felt a sense of pride swell within him. They were coming together, not simply as a group of individuals, but as a unified community, ready to stand firm against the darkness threatening their lives. This moment of collaboration signified a pivotal transition. Aiden knew they were not just preparing for battle, but reinforcing the bonds that would carry them through whatever lay ahead. As the villagers continued to solidify their preparations, Aiden felt the pulse of excitement and resolve within the air. They broke into teams, everyone moving with purpose as they rallied together to put plans into action. Mia led a group to gather materials, her enthusiasm contagious as she organized their efforts with clear directives. "Let's focus on reinforcing the eastern side first. We can't let any weakness go unchecked," she called, her energy invigorating everyone around her. Finn, not far behind, assisted in collecting supplies, his own eyes filled with determination. "This is coming together nicely," he said, a grin spreading across his face as he hoisted another bundle of wood. Aiden glanced around, witnessing the villagers engaging in meaningful work, their previous fears transformed into proactive energy. He stepped up to encourage those preparing defensive positions, reminding them to communicate openly. "Stay vigilant and keep each other informed. We're protecting our home together," he reminded them, ensuring they felt the importance of their shared mission. Just then, Rook approached, a sense of respect gracing his features. "The way everyone's coming together, it feels different," he remarked, nodding toward the collective efforts surrounding them. Aiden felt a swell of pride at Rook's observation, understanding how much their journey had shaped the dynamics of their relationships. "Absolutely. This unity is what will carry us through any challenge we face," Aiden replied, feeling grateful for the trust that had developed among them. As they pressed on with their preparations, Aiden knew that this collective effort was more than a mere response to impending threats. It was a testament to their growth as a community. With each task completed, he felt their resilience manifest, readying to confront whatever darkness awaited them beyond the horizon. As the sun dipped lower in the sky, casting a warm glow over the village, Aiden gathered the group one last time to finalize their preparations. He stepped forward, his heart racing with anticipation, feeling the weight of their mission resting heavily on him. "Now that we've fortified our defenses, we need to ensure everyone knows what to do when the time comes," he announced, scanning the faces of his allies, each one reflecting a mix of excitement and apprehension. Mia stepped up beside him, ready to share her insights. I've organized the lookout points, and everyone is aware of their responsibilities. Communication will be key, she assured, her enthusiasm lighting up the group. Aiden felt a rush of pride, grateful for her initiative and the roles each member had embraced. Rook folded his arms, watching the reactions of the villagers closely. I still think we need a contingency plan in case things don't go as expected. If we get caught off guard, Aiden felt the familiar tension creep back, but he was determined to quell it. Then we adapt, he replied confidently. We'll face whatever comes together, just like we always have. Trust in each other is our greatest strength. With those words, he saw the energy in the assembled villagers shift. Hope ignited again within their hearts, their earlier doubts beginning to fade. We've trained and prepared, now it's time to stand united. Aiden continued, feeling the weight of the moment. As they huddled closer, sharing final thoughts and reassurances, Aiden recognized that it was not just their physical preparations that mattered, but also the strength of their emotional resilience. Together, they would navigate the darkness as one, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them beyond the village's protective borders. Chapter 33, The Weight of Forgotten Dreams. Aiden stood at the edge of the village, the morning sun casting a warm light over the familiar landscape. The echoes of the recent battles lingered in his mind, but today felt different, filled with fresh possibilities. He watched as villagers resumed their daily routines, laughter mingling with the sounds of children playing, a reassuring sign that life continued despite the darkness they had faced. Feeling a sense of purpose, Aiden knew this was the time to embrace the change that had taken root within him and in the community. He turned to see Mia gathering supplies, her attention fixed on revitalizing the village's art, inspired by their experiences. "Can I help?" Aiden called out, eager to get involved in the activities that would lift their spirits. "Absolutely. Come help me with these decorations," she replied, her smile infectious, reminding him of the joy that could flourish even after hardship. Aiden joined her, digging into the colorful fabrics and materials scattered around, appreciating how this act of creativity could foster connection within the village. As they worked together, he caught sight of Rook, who was helping to reinforce the barriers around the village, his demeanor confidently assertive. A sense of pride washed over Aiden. This was his village, and every person was ready to contribute to a brighter future. The sunlight shone brightly, illuminating the resilience that had blossomed from their shared trials, and Aiden felt a rush of gratitude. Together, they were building not just defenses, but a legacy of hope and collaboration that could withstand whatever challenges lay ahead. In that moment, Aiden understood that their journey had transformed them into more than just a group of allies. They were a community bound by a shared purpose, ready to face whatever came next. As Aiden helped Mia arrange the decorations, he could feel the vibrant energy of the village pulse around him. Children dashed by, laughter filling the air, while villagers worked together to set up stalls for the upcoming community gathering. "Look at this. Everyone's so involved. It feels like the village is coming back to life," Mia remarked, her excitement infectious as she held up a string of bright lanterns. Aiden smiled, his heart swelling with pride at the sight of his friends and neighbors coming together. "Every effort counts, doesn't it?" he replied, grateful for the unity that had developed after their challenges. Just then, Rook approached, carrying a few more supplies. "Have you seen how well the barriers turned out? We might actually have a shot at keeping the dark forces at bay this time," he said, his tone filled with newfound confidence. "That's what it's all about," Aiden replied, appreciating Rook's commitment to the community's safety. As they continued to set up, Aiden took a moment to reflect on how far they had come together. The trials they had faced had deepened their connections, transforming fear into courage and uncertainty into determination. "All right, the decorations are looking great," Aiden said, stepping back to admire their work, feeling the satisfaction of collective effort. "Next, we need to make sure everyone knows the plan for the gathering," he suggested, stepping into the role of organizer once again. Villagers began to gather around, eager to hear about the festivities planned for the evening. Aiden could see the excitement growing, recognizing that this event would not only celebrate their survival, but also honor the resilience they had built as a community. "Let's make this a celebration of our unity and strength," he proclaimed, feeling invigorated by the support of those around him. In that moment, Aiden realized that their journey had shaped not only their paths as individuals, but also the vibrant tapestry of the village they were all committed to protect. As the sun dipped below the horizon, casting a warm glow over the village, Aiden felt a wave of gratitude wash over him. The festival preparations were in full swing, the air filled with laughter, music, and the enticing aromas of food wafting through the streets. He watched villagers bustling about, setting up tables adorned with flowers and colorful fabrics, their faces bright with anticipation. "Everything looks incredible," Mia exclaimed, her excitement infectious as she spun around, taking in the vibrant atmosphere. Aiden smiled, feeling the weight of their recent challenges lift as the community came to life around him. "Let's make sure to thank everyone for their hard work," he suggested, glancing at Mia and Finn, who were both eager to contribute. "Absolutely. Let's do a quick round of thanks before the festivities begin," Mia agreed, her enthusiasm unwavering. As they moved through the village, Aiden felt a deep sense of belonging. The connections forged during their trials had transformed the community, and he could see the impact of their shared resilience reflected in the joy of the villagers. "Remember, tonight we celebrate not only our survival but also our unity," Aiden reminded them, wanting everyone to embrace the spirit of the occasion. As they approached a group of children, Aiden paused, noticing how they had gathered an assortment of handmade decorations, their laughter infectious. "Hey, everyone. These look amazing," he praised, bending down to admire their handiwork, a sense of warmth spreading through him. The children beamed with pride, energizing Aiden further as he recognized that even the smallest contributions mattered. "Let's keep this energy going," he encouraged, feeling the spirit of the festival swell, reinforcing the bonds between them all. Tonight was about more than just celebration. It was about community, strength, and the light they could bring into the darkness that had once threatened to engulf them. Aiden felt ready to embrace this new chapter, surrounded by those who had fought alongside him, united in purpose and spirit. As the festivities began, a sense of joy and celebration enveloped the village, the vibrant sounds of laughter and music filling the air. Aiden took a moment to step back and absorb the scene, feeling a wave of gratitude wash over him as he watched his friends and neighbors come together. Villagers danced freely, children played games, and the aroma of freshly baked bread and roasted meats wafted through the square, creating a warm and inviting atmosphere. "Look at everyone enjoying themselves," Mia said, her face lit up with happiness as she twirled a streamer in the air. Aiden smiled, the sight igniting a sense of hope within him, a reminder of how far they had come from the darkness they once faced. Finn joined them, carrying a plate stacked high with food. "We have to make sure to try everything. We need to celebrate our victory properly," he said, excitement bubbling in his voice. "Absolutely," Aiden agreed, feeling a sense of normalcy return, the weight of their previous struggles momentarily forgotten. As he mingled with the villagers, Aiden made it a point to connect with each of them, thanking them for their contributions and encouraging their participation in the festivities. "Together, we've created a night to remember," he said, recognizing that their collective efforts were not just for survival, but for reaffirming their bonds as a community. Suddenly, he spotted Rook on the outskirts, observing the festivities with a contemplative expression. Aiden approached him, remembering their earlier discussions about leadership and teamwork. "Hey, Rook, come join us. This is a celebration of what we've accomplished together," Aiden invited, his voice filled with sincerity. Rook glanced at the lively scene, a hesitant smile breaking through his usual seriousness. "Maybe I will," he replied, and Aiden sensed the shift in their dynamic, the growth of trust gradually warming their camaraderie. As the night unfolded, Aiden felt the connections forged through hardship sprout into something vibrant and alive, fueling his belief that together they could overcome any challenges the future might hold. This celebration marked not just a moment of victory, but the beginning of a new journey, filled with hope and resilience. As the festivities continued, Aiden watched as the sense of unity within the village flourished, each person reveling in the joy of togetherness. Laughter echoed and families mingled, their concerns temporarily set aside amidst the vibrant atmosphere. Aiden felt a wave of contentment sweep over him, grateful for the transformation they had undergone together. He spotted Mia encouraging a group of children to join in a dance, her enthusiasm infectious as they twirled and leaped, the worries of the past forgotten in a flurry of spinning colors and smiles. "Come here, Aiden," she called, beckoning him to join the circle. Aiden moved toward her, his heart light, as he connected with the youthful joy surrounding him. Just then, Rook approached, a plate of food in hand, a smile on his face that Aiden rarely saw. "All right, I guess I can enjoy this. It's hard not to get caught up in the moment," Rook admitted, glancing around at the lively village. "Exactly. This is a celebration of everything we've fought for," Aiden replied, feeling the warmth of camaraderie enveloping them. The evening air was alive with music, and Aiden felt the rhythm pulse through him, drawing him into the festivities. As he joined Mia and the children, the laughter wrapped around him, filling him with a sense of connection that resonated deeper than any victory. Aiden realized that moments like this were what truly mattered, celebrating together and acknowledging their journeys, both individual and collective. He glanced at the faces of his friends and neighbors, recognizing the strength forged in unity and the resolve they had built through every challenge faced together. In this atmosphere of joy and resilience, Aiden knew they were ready for whatever lay ahead, embracing the possibility of a brighter future as a community bound by trust and shared experiences. As the festival continued into the night, Aiden felt the vibrant energy of the gathering envelop him, every face illuminated by the flickering torchlight. The sounds of laughter and music intertwined, creating a symphony of joy that resonated deep within his heart. He moved through the festivities, exchanging greetings and thanks with villagers, each conversation reinforcing the bonds they had cultivated through hardship. Spotting a group preparing a dance area, Aiden felt a tug of excitement. "Let's get everyone involved," he encouraged, joining the gathering with enthusiasm, striding forward to lead them into the rhythm of celebration. Mia beamed, quickly stepping to his side as they rallied the villagers. "Everyone, come dance with us. Let's celebrate our victory and unity," she called out, her voice bright and inviting. With Aiden's encouragement, more and more villagers joined, their hesitations melting away as they embraced the spirit of the night. The circle formed, laughter and shouts flowing as they began to dance, the joyous atmosphere lifting any lingering worries. Aiden felt a lightness in his heart as he twirled and laughed, realizing that this moment was about more than just celebrating. It was about healing and reconnecting. He glanced over at Rook, who stood somewhat off to the side, tapping his foot to the rhythm, clearly enjoying the festivities despite his earlier reservations. "Come on, Rook. Join us," Aiden called out, a wide smile stretching across his face. Rook hesitated for a brief moment before breaking into a grin and moving toward the group, the warmth of acceptance washing over him as he joined the others in their dance. In that whirlwind of joyous movement, Aiden understood that together they were forging a new beginning, one built on trust, resilience, and the promise of brighter days. With every step, they celebrated not just their survival, but the strength of their community, ready to face whatever challenges awaited them in the future.